Welcome to the Light Novel Up audio channel. Like and subscribe so you never miss a new chapter. Visit lightnovelup.net to read the latest novels, updated regularly. Thank you.
Chapter 151, A World of Martial Arts Practitioners and the Zhang. Be a cop? Xiao Luo laughed out loud as if he had just heard a hilarious joke. Then he put down his coffee and said contemplatively, "Do you know why I helped Luo's workshop win this lawsuit?" Gu Qianlin blinked and asked, "Why?" "Because I am now the boss of Luo's workshop." Xiao Luo answered somberly. While Gu Qianlin was still in shock, he closed his laptop, put it in his bag, rose from the table, and walked out of the cafe. With a cop hanging around, he had lost any interest in drinking coffee. Gu Qianlin stayed in her seat stunned. For a good while, she was unable to accept that Xiao Luo was the boss of Luo's workshop. But in the end, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. For the cops, Xiao Luo running a business was something relieving. She couldn't imagine how difficult it would have been to deal with Xiao Luo if he were a criminal. However, she would not give up her investigation into the 912 incident. Xiao Luo was very suspicious, and anyone who had broken the law must be punished by the law regardless of their identity. Chen Jianbai was convicted of defamation and sentenced to a year in jail and a fine of $20,000. Fang Shanglei of Taste Buds was led directly away from the courtroom by the Anti-Monopoly and Competition Restoration Bureau for investigation purposes. There was concrete evidence, and he would be facing astronomical fines. With a single public trial, the reputation of Luo's workshop was restored. Not only did the customers they had previously lost come back, but many new customers surged in as well. Taste Bud's reputation, meanwhile, had fallen to a new low. The company was spat upon and shamed by members of the public. In the blink of an eye, the landscape of Jiangshang's bakery industry changed drastically. After a celebration feast, Xiao Luo and Zhang Dashan returned to the place where they were staying. Feng Huhen and the other 5 came up and brought along 2 six-packs of beer and some barbecued food. Even after the feast, they had yet to satisfy their cravings completely. They did not intend to return to their hostel at the factory tonight. Instead, they were determined to stay at Xiao Luo's house, even though it only had a living room and a bedroom. Since they could all just about squeeze into the living room, Xiao Luo naturally had no objections, but he would never give up his bedroom. "Heck, it is too exhilarating. Old Xiao, next time you must find me for occasions like this, the ones that require someone to show face." Zhang Dashan was still recollecting how he had eloquently represented Luo's workshop in court. The more he thought about it, the more excited and at ease he felt, even feeling as if he hadn't had enough lawyering. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at him. "Didn't you say you were nervous?" "Nervous my ass!" Zhang Dashan showed him his phone. "See here, the number of fans on my Weibo has increased by 500,000 in one go, and the number is still surging. Quotes of things I said in court are even circulating online. Now I'm more or less an internet celebrity." Xiao Luo raised his eyebrow and said, "You're acting so smug." "I feel that springtime has come for me at last. Many lady fans are asking for my contact on Weibo, and I can see a different one each day without repeating." Xiao Luo didn't reply to this meaningless point. To be honest, it was a good thing that he had Zhang Dashan to help him out at the trial. The latter could infuriate people with his words, whereas Xiao Luo's speeches were more rational, and he could hardly curse. The two combined their strengths for the trial, forging an image for the representative that displayed both of their characteristics. "Oh yeah, have you arranged a job for that old woman, Gao Qingfeng?" Xiao Luo asked. "Of course I've arranged it. The finance head donated a sum of money to her in the company's name. To prevent her son and daughter-in-law from robbing it from her, we've entrusted the money to a lawyer. It will be sent to her at the start of each month in the form of an allowance, ensuring that her daily needs will be met. Also, I found a lawyer to represent her in court. As for what the outcome will be in this family matter, that I can't say." That's good," Xiao Luo nodded. He would not treat anyone who had helped him unfairly. "What about that Jiangdong Hai?" Xiao Luo asked. "You're going to have to ask Brother Feng for that," Zhang Dashan said. Then he shouted at Feng Huhen, who was eating barbecue by the door. "Brother Feng, come over here for a minute. Old Xiao wants to ask you about Jiangdong Hai." "Okay." Feng Huhen put down the skewered meat and ran over like a gust of wind. He wiped away the grease on his mouth and reported to Xiao Luo. "As per your instructions, Brother Feng, we took Jiangdong Hai and his family to the airport and did not leave until we saw them board the plane." "Did you see any suspicious people following you?" Xiao Luo asked again. "No, and the little five were all secretly overseeing the situation all the time. We didn't discover anyone else suspicious." "All right, you may go." "Brother Xiao, come enjoy the barbecue with us. We bought too much food," entreated Feng Huhen. "Heck, it is very shameful to waste food. Let me help solve this problem." Zhang Dashan rolled up his sleeves and prepared to dig in. With one hand on Feng Huhen's shoulder, he walked over to the food. They ate, drank, munched on the meat, and bragged to each other. Their rough laughter and shouts rang out in the vast space of the top floor. Xiao Luo inhaled deeply, turned to look the outside, and stood fast against the wind. In this rural part of Jiangsheng, the night seemed extremely quiet. This time, other than the fact that Luo's workshop had won a complete victory, the outcome was rather fruitful for him as well. His points in the system had surged by 200,000, all because of the trial. He had been an indirect influence, and the system had automatically identified and collected his points, as the hearing was live-streamed on various significant platforms. Many people were affected by it, earning him 200,000 points. He was much closer to the 500,000 points required for obtaining the life extension ability. "System, how can this be?" Xiao Luo was puzzled. "Ding, the constitution of King of Mercenaries changes the exterior conditions of the body, while the Yijin Jing is a high-level martial arts ability that increases one's inner power. Once obtained, the host obtains an extraordinary amount of inner fortitude. Be it power, speed, or endurance, all of these attributes are permanently strengthened." So both of them are for increasing one's capabilities, but one is internal and one is external. Ding, correct. Why does the constitution of King of Mercenaries require only 1,000 points, while Yijin Jing requires 100,000 points? This was what Xiao Luo puzzled the most. Wasn't the difference between 1,000 and 100,000 too big? If one went by the rule that the more expensive something was, the better it was, didn't that mean that Yijin Jing was much more powerful than the constitution of King of Mercenaries? Ding, even 100 people with the constitution of King of Mercenaries would be no match for someone who has obtained the top level of the martial art of Yijin Jing. The system's emotionless voice rang out in his mind. Xiao Luo inhaled deeply. He'd thought the constitution of King of Mercenaries was already powerful enough, and he hadn't expected that something even more powerful ever existed. Since the system had the martial art known as Yijin Jing, did that mean that there was a bunch of martial arts practitioners loose somewhere in the world? A wuxia jianghu? It seems that the world is quite interesting after all. After his initial shock wore off, instead of being worried, Xiao Luo was filled with anticipation for this new world he was entering. A world of martial arts practitioners, jianghu, would indeed suffice in bringing out one's passions. Chapter 152. Inspection. The Mid-Autumn Festival was a time to reunite with family, and both Xiao Luo and Zhang Dashan called their parents back home. They asked if they had received the mooncakes they'd sent and chatted a little about everyday life. Still, like every other phone call home before, the conversation ended when the boys were asked whether they had romantic partners. Luo's workshop didn't get the day off, and most stores were still open because many people came to buy mooncakes and other pastries on the day of the festival. Xiao Luo had nothing to do, so he went over to check on the stores with Li Zimeng. Most retail employees didn't recognize Xiao Luo, but knew Li Zimeng from the marketing department because she was the boss of all the individual store owners. When they learned that Xiao Luo was the owner of the company, many employees were shocked to find out their big boss was this young, stereotypically powerful CEO. Luo's workshop sales have returned to normal, and the quantity of individual transactions has increased more than 2 times beyond the peak of our sales in the past. Li Zimeng reported the sales figures to Xiao Luo in the car with a smile on her face. It could certainly be said that Luo's workshop was back on its feet. Within 2 days, it had become one of the top suppliers for bread and pastries in Jiangshang. Their catering orders had been increasing alongside their bakery sales. Growing at this rapid speed, they were almost unstoppable. After finishing her report, Li Zimeng carefully studied Xiao Luo in the front seat mirror to see his reaction, only to find that Xiao Luo didn't have any trace of surprise visible on his face. He sat quietly in the back seat, with his cheek resting on his right fist, looking lazy and apathetically beyond the window where the crowd of pedestrians and traffic flowed. Li Zimeng pressed her lips together in slight disappointment. She thought that Xiao Luo would be happy about the news and at least reward her with a genuine smile. It was silent inside the car for a while until she hesitantly asked, "President Xiao, I have a question, but I'm not sure whether it's appropriate to ask right now." "What is it?" Xiao Luo responded. Li Zimeng questioned timidly, "Where did you go during the day of the court hearing?" Xiao Luo thought about it for a moment and answered, "I had to take care of some business." Then he asked, "What of it?" Li Zimeng shook her head and said, "Nothing. I just thought that the way Vice President Zhang spoke that day was very similar to your style of speaking." Xiao Luo frowned and stared at her in shock. Women sure have sharp instincts. She'd even managed to catch on to this. Li Zimeng felt uneasy from his staring and chuckled awkwardly. "It's not that similar. I think I was just oversensitive." "You're right, you're oversensitive," Xiao Luo said sternly. Li Zimeng saw Xiao Luo laugh in the mirror, yet something about his smile was unnatural. Perhaps this was simply awkwardness. Then she thought, why did I have to start up such an annoying conversation? Vice President Zhang is Vice President Zhang, and President Xiao is President Xiao, so how could I possibly have mixed them up? Not long after, they arrived at another store. This location was perfect, surrounded by small residential areas in all directions, with a steady flow of customers. This was the store where the old man died from a sudden heart attack. The owner's name is Sun Jian An. He's an honest, hard-working man who treats his job very professionally. Look, President Xiao, when his employees are all tied up, he even comes out personally to greet customers. Xiao Luo followed her gaze and saw Sun Jian An greeting customers in his store. "Should we go in and take a look?" Li Zimeng asked. "We probably should." Xiao Luo took in a deep breath before exhaling, opening the door and stepping out of the car. Li Zimeng quickly followed him. Her height was already close to 5'6", and her tall figure looked even taller when she was wearing heels. Her hair was tied up neatly in a ponytail behind her head. The skin of her delicate face was egg-white and smooth. She wore a white sweater with a fashionable long plush jacket, complete with black stockings. Her legs were exposed. They exuded a sense of temptation that earned her a few looks from men as soon as she walked by. In contrast to her, Xiao Luo's outfit was much more straightforward. He wore a black sweater with casual black pants. His sleeves were rolled up, exposing his arms. His informal style created a unique sense of aloofness. He was cleanly handsome, but cold. Usually, anyone who stood beside Li Zimeng would be intimidated by her overwhelming presence, but that was not the case for Xiao Luo. His natural confidence allowed him to retain an aura of authority and a powerful ego. He was like a king standing above everyone else, and Li Zimeng was the loyal retainer who stood beside him. The store was busy with customers, so Xiao Luo purposely didn't bother Sun Jian An. Sun Jian An's face was plastered with a smile. The store's business had improved, and the traces of exhaustion and helplessness Xiao Luo had noticed about him the first time they met had utterly disappeared. "President Xiao!" San Jianan's voice trembled in excitement when he finally noticed Xiao Luo standing right in front of him. Xiao Luo smiled and asked, "Mr. Sun, how's the business now?" "Good, very good. Ever since that court case was settled, business here has exploded. I haven't seen so many customers come into our store in such a long time." Sun Jianan was very sentimental and thankful. He hadn't thought that Xiao Luo could take the Luo workshop to the next level. Now he was filled with the desire to tell his niece, Sun Yu, about Xiao Luo's identity so that she could hold on to this perfect man. Xiao Luo nodded and remarked, "That's good. Owner, do you have bread that's good for the elderly to eat? I need something soft. We old folk don't have many teeth left and can't chew hard things." An old woman walked over and asked Sun Jianan. "Of course we do. It's right there. I'll show you." San Jianan answered the customer's question enthusiastically. He remembered that Xiao Luo was here just as he was about to walk away. He turned and gave his boss a problematic smile, saying, "President Xiao, Xiao Luo waved him off. "Don't worry about me. Just go and do your job." "Okay," San Jianan answered and went over to help the woman. Xiao Luo walked around aimlessly. For a pastry and bakery, the environment was the most important aspect. A clean, organized store was essential for increasing customer confidence. If the shop was dirty and unorganized, then customers naturally would suspect that their products were also unsanitary. Even though he hadn't exposed his identity, many young part-time employees had guessed who he was. Since Li Zimeng was also following this man as timidly as a tail, who else could it be but the new big boss? Of course, this theory was also confirmed by one of Sun Jianan's young female workers. "Wow, so he's our big boss. So handsome." The awestruck girl shot a loving glance at Xiao Luo, adding, "So those TV dramas aren't all fake. There are really rich and powerful CEO types in this world. Hurry up and get a photo. This shop will go down if you miss your chance." "I feel like the boss and department head Li would make a good couple. A fine man and beauty. We don't possibly stand a chance here." "Such a handsome and successful boss, I wouldn't mind being their little third wheel." The employees quietly chatted among themselves and attempted to steal a few photos of Xiao Luo while they greeted their customers.
Chapter 153, The Wonderful Times in the Past. Xiao Luo and Li Zimeng sat at the guest bench in front of the store entrance and drank their hot tea. After serving the customers, Sun Jianan walked over enthusiastically and asked with a courteous smile, "President Xiao, do you have any constructive advice for our work?" If he maintained a suspicious attitude toward Xiao Luo before, he now trusts Xiao Luo's leadership 100%. If Xiao Luo didn't have the skills, the Luo workshop wouldn't have been able to get back on its feet in such a short time. Even the old president of the Taste Buds, Feng Shangli, lost to Xiao Luo. The young man's ability made him feel as if Xiao Luo was like a god standing above mankind. "I only have one advice," Xiao Luo smiled, and turned his head to look at Li Zimeng beside him. "It's also a request for the storefront owner." Li Zimeng quickly pulled out some paper and pen to carefully record Xiao Luo's next words, so that she can bring it up to all storefronts. "The owner needs to learn how to manage the store with 5S theory," Xiao Luo said. 5S theory? Sun Jianan looked at him dumbfounded, and Li Zimeng also expressed confusion. Xiao Luo chuckled and said, 5S is organization, regulation, cleaning, sanitization, and quality control. Organization means to clearly organize pastries based on their shelf life, and anything that is about to expire must not be placed on the product rack and disposed of as soon as possible. Regulation means to always keep everything in the store neatly, properly labeled with name and stock. You must also be able to make 3 confirmations: naming every item, maintain an inventory, and place the items properly. Cleaning means to clean the store of all dirt and dust, preventing any contamination. As Xiao Luo was giving his lecture to Sun Jianan and Li Zimeng on the 5S theory, 2 other girls entered the store to shop for pastries. They were dressed fashionably with a good figure. One of them had slightly curled hair and looked quite energetic.
The other didn't look too well and had a pale face, but her sweet appearance was enough to make many young men swoon. "Meng Shi, your surgery wound hasn't healed yet. The doctor said you need to be extra careful," the girl with slight curls reminded the other. Zhao Mengshi shook her head. "Don't worry, I gained some appetite the moment I smelled fresh bread from the oven. Let's go check out inside." Ma Lingye pressed her lips down. "Even if you have an appetite, you can't eat them. You can only have some light porridge right now." "If I can't eat, then I'll just go inside for the smell. I'll be happy to just smell fresh bread." Zhao Mengshi laughed. All right, I guess I can't help it." Ma Lingye made a concession. "But you can only smell it." "Okay." Zhao Mengshi nodded. The two walked inside and were immediately greeted by a scene of full, unique breads and pastries: soft French bread, small roll cakes, shredded bread, pudding, Swiss rolls, etc. Everything in the store brings up an appetite, and even made Ma Lingye, who wasn't hungry earlier, swallow her own saliva. "Look at you drool over them. If you want some, then just buy it." Zhao Mengshi gave her a glance. "I can't. In order to maintain my body right now, I refuse to eat high-calorie foods like these." "I used to eat these all the time, and I didn't gain weight," Zhao Mengshi said. The beam on her face immediately dimmed after she finished. Even though she ate bread a lot in the past, it was because Xiao Luo bought it to her. She could clearly remember one time where she visited a low workshop bakery with Xiao Luo, only to find herself with only a few yuais on hand, and could only split a large shredded bread together. That was, indeed, a wonderful and fun time. However, she destroyed the wonderful past with her own hands. Her nose felt itchy, and her eyes grew a little red at the thought. "Mengshi, what happened?" Ma Lingye asked in concern. Zhao Mengshi took a deep breath and forced a smile on her face. "No, it's nothing. By the way, Lingye, where did the $100,000 for my treatment come from?" She vaguely recalled seeing Xiao Luo when she was half asleep on her bed in the hospital, and only now remembered to confirm her suspicion with Ma Lingye. "Didn't I already tell you? I got it from my family." Ma Lingye's gaze dodged away, with a bit of guilt from lying. "Oh." Zhao Mengshi lowered her head in slight disappointment, and then said, "I'll pay you back the money I owe you eventually." "Don't worry about it. My family isn't in need of money." Ma Lingye's voice slowly disappeared as she spoke out of lack of confidence. How could she just let $100,000 go without asking someone to pay back? And she felt that she will not be able to hide the fire with paper for long anymore. She pondered whether to lay it all out to Zhao Mengshi, but after some thought, she decided to test Zhao Mengshi's thoughts first and quickly changed the subject. "We can figure out the money issue after you recover. As your sister, I really must scold you here. Why did you choose that Hua Haifeng as your boyfriend? Those rich second generations have no skills and only a rich father. Look at him. He hasn't even come over to see you since you were hospitalized. Such a scum." "Oh, no. Even calling him a scum is too generous. He's just a rock under a pit that's smelly and hard." Zhao Mengshi's face lifted a difficult smile. "Lingye, don't mention him. Now that it happened, I won't blame anyone else besides myself for being foolish enough to buy into temptation." "Don't say that. Very few girls can withhold temptation in front of money. Take myself, for example. If a rich boy tries to throw a few $100,000 at me, I might just walk away with him without hesitation." Ma Lingye skillfully turned the topic and changed the subject to Xiao Luo. "All right, enough of that. Let's talk about someone else. Mengshi, who is that Xiao Luo person you were muttering half asleep while in the hospital?" Zhao Mengshi was shocked and laughed at her difficulty in her mind. "Did I call his name while I was unconscious? He was my ex-boyfriend and my first love. For both of us, it was our first time falling in love with no experiences. We made a fool of ourselves, suffered, were a mess, and threw lots of attitudes before. But now that I recall everything, it was filled with sweetness." She smiled sweetly. Whenever she thinks of Xiao Luo, Zhao Mengshi would feel happy. An old scenery surfaced in her mind. She didn't bring an umbrella and could only stand behind a bus stop to wait for the rain to pass.
Her monthly was here, and it was so painful she couldn't even walk properly, so Xiao Luo carried her all the way back to her dorm without hesitation. She couldn't remember why, but the two got into a fight under the tree and ended up walking away in anger. "Do you still love him?" Ma Lingyur asked. Zhao Mengxi's body trembled a bit. All the memories in her mind will forever remain memories. She laughed in mock and shook her head. "I don't deserve to love him anymore." "Don't say that like that. Maybe you two can still get back together." Ma Lingyur grabbed her hands and eagerly said, "Go find him. Maybe he still loves you." "No," Zhao Mengxi suddenly yelled uncontrollably and took a step back. As she saw her friend stood there dumbly, her expression began to grow apologetic. "Sorry, I..." She closed her eyes and said painfully, "I was the one that left him in the first place. I didn't like that he was always just a part-timer. I have no more face to go find him again."
Chapter 154. Be happy for him. Zhao Mengqi's words were laced with pain and regret. She had tried sending him a text before, but Xiao Luo didn't respond. He kept his distance, even treating her as if she were an unknown stranger. There was no way for her to return by his side. Ma Lingyur sighed in sympathy, but didn't know what else to say. Just then the door to the guest area opened. Zhao Mengqi and Ma Lingyur were stunned to see Xiao Luo walk out with the store owner, Sun Jinnan, who was escorting him towards the exit. As things came to pass, this confirmed the adage, sometimes encounters are completely unexpected. Xiao Luo, what is he doing here?" Ma Lingyur thought to herself, letting out a gasp in surprise. Zhao Mengqi was utterly dumbfounded. Her mouth slightly open, she was rooted where she stood. She stared blankly at Xiao Luo walking by with both hands behind his back, her mind empty. He came closer as they walked towards the exit, almost within an arm's reach. As he approached, she became more nervous, and she could feel her heart rate rise appreciably, almost to the point her heart would burst out of her chest. Her whole body froze up in anxiety, and she felt a tightness in her chest and a sense of breathlessness. Walking right past Zhao Mengqi, Xiao Luo didn't see her at all, as Li Zhimeng was walking to his left, was blocking his line of sight. He was there to inspect the store and didn't pay much attention to the customers milling around. "President Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely study more about the 5S theory and promote it within the store," Sun Jinnan said respectfully. Xiao Luo nodded. He had majored in IE at college and specialized in production management. The guiding principles were to operate at the highest efficiency and at the lowest cost in funding and labor to maximize profitability. The 5S theory was the foundation of his major, but it remained very much theory only within academic circles. Globally, the SIT approach hadn't been fully adopted and implemented by large corporations and manufacturers, and very few managers were aware of it. As she watched Xiao Luo walk by without even a glance at her direction, Zhao Mengqi was overcome with despair. She felt as if her whole soul being ripped out of her body that very instant. The most familiar stranger. She finally understood what this phrase meant. Xiao... Ma Lingyur attempted to call out to Xiao Luo, but held herself as she suddenly realized that there was a fine-looking woman next to him. She was an outstanding beauty, with a well-limbed, slender figure, dressed in chic clothes that looked quite expensive, and carried herself with an air of self-confidence. She looked like a woman of high status, perhaps even Xiao Luo's girlfriend. As such, Ma Lingyur didn't call out to Xiao Luo for fear of putting Zhao Mengqi in a very awkward situation. She turned and looked at Zhao Mengqi, who now appeared overcome with gloom. She looked a pitiful sight. Ma Lingyur held her gently to console her and said, "It's okay, don't feel upset. He's only clinging on to the woman beside him for her wealth. It's not worth chasing a man like him that's easily influenced by power." I wonder why he was so generous in handing out the $100,000. This character flaw must be the reason why, Ma Lingyur reasoned to herself as she let out a deep sigh. In her mind, she screamed, "Xiao Luo, I was wrong about you." How upsetting. I purposely went to the restroom to fix my makeup, and the big boss didn't even lay his eyes on me. You should probably stop having unrealistic expectations and get back to work. Right, you're right. Work hard and try to become a department head so that the big boss might give you a look. A few part-time girls had gathered at a counter and were discussing aloud as they looked out the storefront. "Big boss," Ma Linger was taken aback for a moment. Then she walked and waved towards the girls. "Hello, hello," a girl responded enthusiastically with a smile, switching from gossip mode back to her professional at-work mode. She was courteous and offered her a sweet, genuine smile. Ma Linger was curious about what they had mentioned about their big boss earlier and asked, "Can I know if the big boss you ladies were discussing earlier was that Xiao Luo person that just walked out?" The girls that had gathered there before came up to her as they heard her. Gossip, after all, was a woman's nature. "That's right. He's the big boss of Luo's workshop," one of the part-timers answered. Ma Linger frowned. Wasn't the boss of Luo's workshop called Fang? "Yes, it used to be Mr. Fang until a month ago. President Xiao, who is now our big boss, bought up Luo's workshop." "Right. If the big boss didn't buy out Luo's workshop, the whole workshop would have gone bankrupt for certain." "Big boss sure is amazing. He managed to bring back Luo's workshop within just 1 month and even took down its main competitor, Taste Buds." The part-time girls were gooey-eyed and mushy when they talked about Xiao Luo, and their eyes were filled with the profoundest admiration for the man. "No way! How did Xiao Luo get the money to buy up Luo's workshop?" Ma Linger asked without lowering her voice. "We don't know, but it seems that he has an excellent relationship with the boss of Chongsan House, Mr. Chu." "Right, I heard about that too. Luo's workshop was originally taken over by the Chongsan House, and the big boss later bought it off the hands of Mr. Chu. Anyway, these aren't important. The most important thing is the big boss is highly skilled and extremely handsome. Whoever can be his partner must be the luckiest woman in the world." The part-time girls swooned dreamily. "Does he have a good relationship with Chu Yongxiong from the Chongsan House? How is that even possible?" Ma Linger's mind was a total blank. It was as if a bomb had blown up in her head, leaving nothing behind but an empty void. Chu Yongxiong was an influential businessman who had significant business networks internationally, and to have someone with his stature be friends of Xiao Luo was simply unbelievable. "Wrong. It's all wrong." She blushed at the thought of her earlier assumption that Xiao Luo was merely clinging on to the daughter of a wealthy family to gain position and fame. As she looked toward Zhao Mengqi, she saw a lonely figure weighed down by her gloom. She just looked out of the store blankly as tears streamed down the corner of her eyes. "He did it, just as he said he would. One day everyone will look up to him and they'll all say, 'He did it! Ha 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 ha!'" Zhao Mengqi laughed cynically, mumbling incoherently to herself. Ma Linger frowned. She empathized with her sister Zhao Mengqi and wished she could do something to make her feel better. If Zhao Mengqi had not given in to temptation back then, this incredible man would still be her side. Unfortunately, nothing can be done about that. If it were Ma Linger herself, she'd be so remorseful that she'd probably think she could run into a wall and smash herself up. She walked up and lightly tapped on Zhao Mengqi on a shoulder. She tried to console her friend and confessed, "Be happy for him. You know, that $100,000 wasn't from my family. It was from him." Paper can't cover fire, and $100,000 wasn't a small amount. In the end, she couldn't hide the lie and decided to confess the truth. Zhao Mengqi froze on the spot. 7 p.m., Xiao Luo and Shang Dashan were speeding on the road heading towards the Guangming area. Xiao Luo would never forget that he had promised Sun Yu that he would go to watch her at their mid-autumn night festival. His sister, Xiao Rui, had already called him a number of times to check on his whereabouts. He wished he could immediately teleport to the festival's location. After getting off work, Feng Wuhan and his group were also asked to attend, and they followed reluctantly. But a single car couldn't accommodate everyone, so Feng Wuhan kicked everyone off the vehicle aside from Xiao Wu. As it turned out, he and Xiao Wu, plus Xiao Luo and Shang Dashan, were the 4 persons that finally sat in the car. It was to be a comfortable ride. "Xiangbra, your car is pretty comfortable to sit in." Xiao Wu touched the leather seats and began praising Xiang Dashan. "This must be genuine leather. It feels like it's a woman's skin, smooth and beautiful." "Can you goddamn shut up for a bit? You took all my lines already, so what else am I supposed to say?" Fang Wu Hen slapped him hard at the back of his head.
Chapter 155 Smugness. The Mid-Autumn Festival celebration of the People's Hospital of Guangming Region was to be held in a popular hotel. As the hotel hosted many weddings regularly, the effort to set up and prepare for any events was kept at a minimum. By installing a temporary stage using steel frames and covering the stage floor with red carpet, it had been converted immediately to the venue for the Mid-Autumn Festival celebration gala dinner. By the time Xiao Luo and his 3 companions had arrived at the location, Xiao Rui, Sun Yi, and Tong Ren had already been waiting at the entrance of the hotel for a while. "Brother, you all are finally here," Xiao Rui greeted them. "The traffic was congested along the way here," Xiao Luo explained. Xiao Rui pouted, but accepted his excuse in good faith. "Okay." Seeing Xiao Luo, Sun Yi smiled joyfully and greeted him sweetly. "Brother Xiao Luo." Xiao Luo nodded and returned a smile. Zhang Dashan immediately took charge of the other introductions as he called his companions over. "Come, come, Brother Feng, let me introduce them to you. This is old Xiao's younger sister, Rui. You can address her as Sister Luo, just like me. This toy boy beside her, this handsome young man here is her husband, Tong Ren. As for this lady here, I must emphasize to you, this beautiful lady is Sun Yu, the future wife of old Xiao." Sun Yi was shocked by Zhang Dashan's straightforward introduction, and her pretty face blushed crimson from embarrassment. "Hello, sister-in-law." Fang Wu Hen and Little Five shouted in unison, their expressions very serious and their voices very loud. This caused Sun Yi's face to turn even redder, and she was so embarrassed that she would have hidden into any cracks in the ground if there had been any ones big enough. I have to go backstage to get my makeup done. Brother Xiao Luo, why don't you all follow Sister Ruyi? Please go in and find a seat." Having said so, she left almost as if she was trying to escape capture and almost running into several people on her way backstage. "Big Face Zhang, look at what you have done. You scared Yu away." Xiao Rui admonished Zhang Dashan, giving him the evil eye. "Well, how was I to know that the pretty lady Sun is so shy?" Zhang Dashan spread his hands in a feigned gesture of innocence. Then he smiled cheekily and said in a more assertive tone, "But judging from the situation, the pretty lady Sun doesn't mind at all. Old Xiao, congratulations! You've successfully obtained a Maserati and can drive all you want in the future." Xiao Luo gruffly kicked him on the butt and reprimanded him. "Speak properly. Don't make such lewd jokes." The Mid-Autumn Festival celebration was held on the 3rd floor of the hotel. There were 30 to 40 tables in all, and the attendees were all doctors and nurses of the hospital. The place was bustling with patrons milling about, and murmurs of continuous chatter filled the air. A serving of mooncakes was placed on each table, along with several dishes. Upon taking a closer look, Xiao Luo realized that the mooncakes were manufactured by Luo's workshop. He felt the sense of accomplishment in his heart and smiled with satisfaction. Of course, Luo's workshop was also hosting its annual Midsummer's Festival celebration. Full authority was given to Exguan Song and Li Zimeng to organize and host the event this year. He had heard that it was also a dinner party. It would be without any performances this year, but a lucky draw would be held at the end of the dinner, with the top prize being $10,000. This generated a lot of interest among their workers, and they looked forward to the event with great anticipation. "Sister Luo, Tong Ren, don't you all feel that I am different from before?" He had been holding in the question for very long.
After all, he had more than 800,000 followers on Weibo. The live-streamed public trial had made him an internet sensation overnight. He felt like he already had a celebrity status and was disappointed with the reaction from the crowd present since he arrived. Even Xiao Luo had not mentioned anything about it till now. Xiao Luo and Tong Ren exchanged glances and then asked, a little puzzled with where he was bringing this to, "Different? What difference? Isn't your face as big as always?" "F**k," Zhang Dashan almost cursed out loud, but he persisted. "Didn't you and Tong Ren watch the public trial that was all the rage recently?" Tong Ren shook his head and replied bluntly, "Brother Sean, other than work, I spend all my time preparing to sit for the medical practitioner's qualification certificate, and I have no time to watch television at all. Besides, I'm not particularly interested in court affairs. I'd rather watch a few more episodes of Korean drama if I have any spare time," Xiao Luo agreed. "Fine, fine. It appears I've been casting pearls before swine." Zhang Dashan sighed with a hint of disappointment, expecting his newfound reputation to precede him. Xiao Luo was offended. She put down her chopsticks and glared at Zhang Dashan angrily. "Zhang Dashan, who are you calling a swine?" Zhang Dashan quickly doubled back on his words, then casually pointed to Fang Wuhan and Lil Five, who were both digging into the food, and said with disdain, "I said they are swine. Look at them. See how much they can eat? Just like two greedy pigs." "Brother Zhang, Little Five and I are innocent. We're not committing any crimes here." Fang Wuhan lifted his head and laughed obligingly. "Innocent your ass! I'm praising how sturdy you are when I compare you to swine, you bunch of illiterate people." Zhang Dashan continued to rebuke him in jest, then changed the topic. "Oh yeah, Sister Lo, I must tell you something. Your brother, old Xiao, is not how he used to be. He may have been a loser in the past, but has now become a CEO and is among the most successful people around." Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at him. "Watch what you're saying." He wasn't about to keep a lid on his recent success, not his own sister, so he allowed Zhang Dashan to continue saying as he pleased. "Am I not talking properly right now? Can't you interrupt me?" Xiao Luo interjected, assuming it was all a bad joke. "Why don't you believe me? Am I not telling the truth?" Zhang Dashan couldn't help feeling irked. Out of sheer frustration, he suddenly thought to take out his phone and immediately searched for the video footage of the public trial. "Well, after watching this clip, you will then know whether I am telling the truth." Xiao Luo and Tong Ren took the phone from Zhang Dashan, a little surprised with his conviction. They clicked on the clip and started watching. "Brother Sean, why are you on the plaintiff's seat? You're the representative of Lo's workshop?" Tong Ben said in surprise. Enjoying his moment of fame, Zhang Dashan had his hand on his chin, smoothing out a non-existent beard like a spiritual sage master that had left this dimension. Then, still stroking his beardless chin and acting the part, he squinted his eyes and said, "Continue watching. I will explain to you all after you've finished watching the whole clip." Xiao Luo quietly nibbled away at his food. He had noticed that besides establishing the fact that Xiao Luo was now the boss of Lo's workshop, Zhang Dashan was also busy bragging about his exploits in court. He couldn't help but repeating every detail about his bold and impressive performance in court to Ruyi and Tong Ren. As expected, after watching the condensed version of the public trial video, Xiao Luo saw Zhang Dashan in a new light. "Big Face Zhang, you are quite capable. I'm surprised that you can be the representative of Lo's workshop and anger the lawyer of the other party so much that he lost his head and was kicked out by the presiding judge directly. I must give you a like this time." "I only had to deal with Fu Heiyu, easy peasy, haha," Zhang Dashan said as he gestured with a wave of his hand. "Fu Heiyu? Oh, you mean the guy that you angered so much that he cursed in court was Fu Heiyu? I heard that he's a top lawyer, at par with the likes of Gai Zhongtian." Tong Ren said with a feigned expression of shock, But to be honest, he had his doubts about the video clip's veracity, thinking it plausible that the sound and video feed had been edited with. In front of Brother Sean, Fu Heiyu is nothing. It doesn't matter what you they send, all of them must kneel on the ground and submit to me, ha ha. Zhang Dashan's conceit was thoroughly appeased that day. He sat confidently, looking smug, unconsciously shaking his legs in excitement as he continued to revel in unending bluster. As to why he mentioned Fu Heiyu, it was purely to brag about how he put down one of the top attorneys in the city, and he took particular pleasure in showing off in front of Tong Ren and Xiao Luo. Amid his ranting, a sharp, angry voice suddenly pierced the air. "Bastard, what bullshit are you sprouting over there?" He turned and saw that the voice belonged to a young man with a look of fury that matched his words.
Chapter 156. Fu Guisheng. He seemed to be a man of culture, wearing a smart suit and an expensive watch. His face was long and clean-shaven. He had layered, wavy hair with a soft, natural bounce, making him seem somewhat artsy. Overall, he gave off the impression of having good taste. However, at this very moment, the man's countenance was anything but. He was bursting with rage, his eyes smoldering. He looked so fierce that he seemed like an enraged wild stallion. His anger was directed at no other than Zhang Dashan. "Oh no, Brother Sean, that is Fu Guisheng, a young brain surgeon from our hospital. He is also the nephew of the lawyer Fu Heiyu," said Tong Ren. WTF, what were the chances of running into him? Zhang Dashan's face immediately turned apprehensive, then said in an accusing tone, "Brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? Had I known that Fu Heiyu's nephew is here, I wouldn't have brought this topic up." Tong Ren tried to explain, feeling somewhat wronged. "I was just going to tell you, but He was totally focused on preparing for the exam for the medical practitioner's qualification certificate at the moment, and wasn't keeping tabs with current affairs. He only knew Fu Heiyu because of this man, Fu Guisheng. He had just joined the workforce after graduating from university and was still a houseman, so he had worked under Fu Guisheng for a while and had only heard of Fu Heiyu because of that. He really did intend to tell Zhang Dashan just now, but he didn't get the chance to do so. How was he to know that Fu Guisheng was sitting not far away and had by chance heard Zhang Dashan bragging? Seeing how things had turned out, Xiao Luo was left speechless. He rolled his eyes at Zhang Dashan and reprimanded, "Can't you be more low-key next time?" "Well, I'm being low-key enough by not going on stage with a microphone and loudly announcing my glorious history in court," Zhang Dashan retorted in typical fashion. By now, the young doctor, Fu Guisheng, and a cohort of some 7 or 8 people from his table had already surrounded them, glaring at Zhang Dashan with deep animosity. "What did you say just now? I dare you to repeat yourself!" Fu Guisheng snarled at Zhang Dashan menacingly, seething with a look that could kill. Although Tong Ren still looked like a youngster, he had joined the workforce for more than 1 year and knew the ways of the world more or less. He immediately stood up and greeted the doctor with an apologetic smile. "Brother Fu, don't take it to heart. He has been drinking and is just talking nonsense." Yes, don't mind him, Dr. Fu. His personality is such, always boasting." Xiao Luo followed her husband Tong Ren, standing up apologetically, and spoke with a smile. Then she looked at Zhang Dashan and signaled him to apologize. Although Zhang Dashan was fierce, he wasn't an unreasonable person. The other party was Fu Heiyu's nephew, and to put himself in that person's shoes, had he caught someone bad-mouthing his uncle, he wouldn't have been able to accept it as well. Besides, they were at the Mid-Autumn Festival celebration held by Xiao Luo's hospital, and it would be right to avoid trouble. He poured himself a glass of liquor and held it in his hand as he stood up. Turning to face Fu Guisheng, he said, "Brother, it is my fault. I shouldn't sprout nonsense. Consider this glass of liquor my apology." Having said so, he tilted his head back and finished the glass of liquor in one go. Fu Guisheng recognized the man in front of him as the one who embarrassed his uncle in court on that fateful day.
The very dickhead that had personally ruined his uncle's reputation forever. If it was someone else, he might have just let it go, but it was none other than Zhang Dashan. How could he let the matter go? He said coldly, "Isn't one glass too little?" After he said that, the looks in the eyes of Feng Wu Hen and Little Five, who had been eating up to that point, turned slightly cold. Xiao Luo paused slightly, and he glanced at the young doctor. Zhang Dashan had already apologized. If the other party intended to push his luck, Xiao Luo would not have let him have his way. Of course, he didn't show it, and continued eating his meal as if nothing had happened. "Brother Fu, do let it go. He is my friend. Don't—" "Tong Ren, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way." Before Tong Ren even finished his words, Fu Guisheng pushed Tong Ren to the side roughly. Tong Ren, being rather weak, fell to the ground. "Fu Guisheng, a gentleman uses his tongue but not his fists. How can you lay your hands on Tong Ren?" Xiao Ruyi reproached Fu Guisheng as she walked over and helped her husband Tong Ren up. Fu Guisheng ignored her and poured a new glass of liquor, holding it in front of Zhang Dashan, and demanded with an impudent tone, "Drink it." "Hey, you think you're somebody?" Feng Wu Hen threw down his chopsticks and stood up, glaring at Fu Guisheng angrily. Zhang Dashan was his benefactor, and he relied on Zhang Dashan's help during the days when he was recovering from his wounds. He couldn't just sit by and watch Zhang Dashan get bullied. He looked every bit like a gangster, and the 7 or 8 people around Fu Guisheng were taken aback slightly when he stood up. Zhang Dashan lifted his hand and motioned for Feng Wu Hen to sit down. With a smile, he looked at Fu Guisheng and said, "Sure, I'll drink all the liquor on this table. It's mine anyway, and it's going to my stomach sooner or later." He wasn't afraid, but he didn't want to cause trouble and ruin the pleasant atmosphere that was conducive for Xiao Luo and Sun Yu to develop their relationship. But just as he reached out to take the glass of liquor, Fu Guisheng, with no warning at all, splashed the alcohol directly into his face. "I forgive you now." Satisfied, Fu Guisheng smiled darkly. He turned to go back to his seat. "Wait," a calm, steady voice called out. Fu Guisheng snorted, stopping to turn around. Just as he turned, he was greeted by a large bowl of liquor sloshed right into his face. He was totally soaked, intuitively plowing out from his airways as he struggled to keep composure. As a small volume of liquor invariably got taken in, Fu Guisheng couldn't help feeling like 2 worms were desperately trying to make their way up to his nostrils, making him cough uncontrollably. As he recovered, he took a good look and saw that it wasn't the man who had ridiculed his uncle that had drenched him, but the man who had been eating quietly beside Zhang Dashan. A man who bore a smooth face, thick eyebrows, statuesque features. It was none other than Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo looked at him calmly. "I'm sorry, I poured the liquor by mistake. I thought it was a rubbish bin I was pouring into." "Rubbish bin?" Fu Guisheng was raging inside, and one side of his face twitched insidiously. This man was clearly insulting him. "Asshole, you—" "Guisheng, what are you all doing?" Just as Fu Guisheng was going to flip, a middle-aged man walked over, a glass in his hand. His hair was well-oiled and combed back, to the extent that it was shiny. He had a large belly and a round face, his chin barely visible, but everything about him exuded the carriage of someone in a leadership role. Seeing the middle-aged man, Fu Guisheng immediately returned his vicious expression to a placid smile. "Director He? Nothing much. It's just that—" He gazed fleetingly over to Xiao Luo's table and said with unbridled scorn, "It seems that some irrelevant people have made their way into our hospital celebration. Wouldn't it be better if we asked them to leave?" Of course, he didn't explain what was actually going on. He did not wish to make publicly known what had happened to his uncle, especially not to his superior in the hospital. "Oh, irrelevant people?" The middle-aged man's gaze fell on Xiao Luo and his companions. Xiao Ruyi hurriedly went over to smooth things over. "Director, they are all my friends. I knew that we would not have enough people to fill the seats for tonight's celebration, so I invited them over to join in the fun." "Ah, Ruyi, the celebration is just for the hospital employees. I'm sure you know that." Xiao Ruyi continued to explain. Director, he is my brother by birth. They are not—" The middle-aged man waved his hand and interrupted. "We can't have them here, even if he's your brother. It's against the rules and you should ask them to leave."
Chapter 157. This is a rival. "Sister Luo! Who is that bastard flaunting his authority?" Zhang Dashan was seething. Fu Guisheng had splashed beer all over him over an altercation. His temper was not abated despite Xiao Luo immediately returning the deed and dousing the perpetrator with the drink he had in his hand. Zhang Dashan had a hot temper like Xiao Luo, and once angered, he would even dare to challenge the Jade Emperor. A middle-aged man stood close by observing them, and his countenance suddenly became dark. Xiao Ruyi, standing next to Zhang Dashan, sucked in her breath and with a cold stare whispered, "He is the head of our department. Big-faced Zhang, can you not stop your nonsense?" Xiao Luo shot a glance at Zhang Dashan, signaling him not to act rashly. The whole scene was turning out to be an embarrassment for his sister. Seeing that Zhang Dashan had now curbed his anger, Xiao Ruyi smiled sweetly and said to the middle-aged man, "Director, please try to be accommodating." She was exercising her gender specialty, womanly wiles. The middle-aged man didn't seem to respond to her charms, and with a stern face he said stiffly, "No, this is a hospital gala. If everyone were to bring their relatives and friends as you did, wouldn't it turn into a mess? Ruyi, you're a senior member of the hospital. You should be taking the lead and setting an example for the others. Rules are rules." "Oh, Director, it's not a big deal. Can't you just turn a blind eye to this?" asked Xiao Ruyi. "Say no more. Tell them to leave immediately," the middle-aged man said firmly. Fu Guisheng, standing by his side, chimed in, "Director He is right. It is our hospital's mid-autumn gala. It's not for any stray cats or dogs to freely come in." "Damn it! Are you looking to die?" On hearing this, Feng Wuhen blew up and grabbed Fu Guisheng's collar, lifting both his feet off the ground. His shocking actions frightened the middle-aged man and everyone around them. You, what do you want? Let go of me," Fu Guisheng cried in panic. He could feel the strength in Feng Wuhen's large hands wrapped around his collar like steel pliers. He tried hard to break free, but was unable to. "What are you going to do if I don't let go? Do you want me to teach you how to speak like a human being?" Feng Wuhen growled, tightened his grip on the collar and lifted the poor man even higher. You! Fu Guisheng was indignant, but at the same time overcome with an overwhelming sense of fear. He didn't dare to make too much of a fuss, not when faced with such a fierce and robust thug like Feng Wuhen. "Xiao Ruyi, look at the people you've invited. They're uncouth, and you can see that they're up to no good. Security! The middle-aged man said with contempt, calling for security to drive Xiao Luo and his friends out. He made his disappointment with Xiao Ruyi very clear. "Director, please don't call the security. Oh, Aya, all this is just," Xiao Ruyi said, stomping her feet anxiously. "Little soon, you're performing in the first program. What are you doing out here and not preparing yourself backstage?" the middle-aged man asked curiously. Fu Guisheng fixed his collar and attempted a charming smile. You're looking great in that costume." Sun Yu ignored Fu Guisheng and walked straight past him. She looked at Xiao Luo and then said to the middle-aged man, "Director He, they are all mine and Sister Rui's friends. I know it's against the rules to invite them, but I do hope Director He could help by accommodating them this time." On hearing this, both the middle-aged man and Fu Guisheng's expressions changed markedly. Not waiting for the middle-aged man to respond, Fu Guisheng laughed. "Ha, you should have said so earlier they were friends of yours and Ruyi's. We thought they were just a bunch of gangsters here for free food and drinks." He smiled at the middle-aged man before continuing, "Director He, it's just a misunderstanding. Since they are Yu's friends, what's wrong with letting them have a meal here, right?" The middle-aged man shook his finger at Fu Guisheng without saying a word, and thought to himself,
The person who was asking me to chase them out was you. Now, the one asking me to let them in is also you. Do you have any opinions? You, really?" After coughing a few times, he assumed the dignity of a director once again, and said in a friendly tone, "Since Gui Sheng said so, then stay. Ru Yi, little Sun, they are your friends, so on behalf of the hospital, do welcome them well." "Thank you, Director." Xiao Yi squinted her eyes and smiled, bowing to give thanks. The middle-aged man patted Sun Yu on the shoulders, turned and left. But Fu Guisheng did not leave. He kept ogling at Sun Yu, running his eyes all over her body with a creepy smile on his face. "Old Xiao, from my 7 to 8 years of picking up girls, this dirty little fucker has some not-so-proper ideas for pretty girl Sun Yu," Chang Dashan whispered in Xiao Luo's ear. Xiao Luo didn't answer him, but he did notice and felt a little uncomfortable with it. The way Fu Guisheng stared at Sun Yu was a little disconcerting. Unless one were blind, it was clear to see that he was obsessed with Sun Yu. Otherwise, his attitude towards them wouldn't have changed so quickly. "Dr. Fu, don't you think you guys should return to your tables?" Xiao Yi said, not hiding her disgust. Sun Yu was the girl that she had introduced to her brother, Xiao Luo. She had already regarded Sun Yu as her future sister-in-law, and Fu Guisheng's fawning gaze made her feel uncomfortable. "Yu, please sit next to my brother." With that, she took Sun Yu and placed her beside Xiao Luo. With Sun Yu reseated at the other end of the table, there was no reason to stay on any longer. Fu Guisheng then returned to his place, but kept turning his head over every so often. He couldn't help but notice that the girl he adored was giving the person that he had splashed his beer on warm, loving smiles like the spring that came after winter. Something seemed off. He realized that Xiao Luo was his love rival. He felt a tightness in his chest, realizing that he had allowed his love rival to stay on. He seethed with resentment as he stared at the couple, gnashing his teeth incessantly. As he looked toward Sun Yu again, he told himself, "Now, there is a girl that qualified to be my girlfriend." Then he clenched his fists tightly as he saw her looking at Xiao Luo with those affectionate eyes. It drove him mad with jealousy. "Fuck!" Fu Guisheng was thoroughly distraught. He sat slumped in his chair with a dark and brooding face. "Brother Fu, it looks like you have a serious competitor." "Don't panic. Wait until you show everyone what you've got on stage and then confess your feelings to her. The early bird catches the worm." Yes, exactly. We will coordinate with you from our table. Let the audience loudly shout, 'Say yes!' and soon you will definitely agree. Then you can bring her home and share your pillow tonight." The men at the same table spoke words of encouragement, one after another. Fu Guisheng thought for a while, and realizing what his friends were saying made sense, he drank the glass of wine in front of him and nodded. "All right, we'll do just as you said."
Chapter 158. Anxious for you. "Pretty girl, son. Wow, your costume looks great. It shows off your slim waistline and makes you look terrific," Zhang Dashan said in blatant flattery, then immediately asked, "So what's the name of the beautiful lady standing next to you? Please introduce her to everyone. Other than old Xiao, the rest of us are bachelors." Zhang Dashan wiped his face with a paper towel as he took on the role of creating an amicable atmosphere at the table. "It's fine. I'll introduce myself instead." The girl cordially introduced herself. "I am Hua Shuirong. I entered this hospital in the same batch as Yu. She didn't look as stunning as Sun Yu, but she was the sweet-looking and slender. That's a good name, like a lotus flower breaking the water's surface. I'm Zhang Dashan. What a pleasure to meet you," Zhang Dashan said, standing up and extending his hand to Shuirong. Shuirong shook his hand warmly and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Brother Shan." The sound of Brother Shan pleased Zhang Dashan, appealing to his vanity and ego. He turned, glancing over at Xiao Rui conspicuously, then said sarcastically, Look how polite she is. She's unlike some people who give unpleasant nicknames all the time."
On hearing this, Xiao Luo and Sun Yu couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Xiao Rui reacted by throwing a chopstick toward Zhang Dashan in mock anger, saying, "Big-faced Zhang, it's like you want to get whacked again, right? What are you trying to insinuate?" "Oh my, little sis, I'm just saying this in jest. You know how helpless I am when you act like this," Zhang Dashan said with a long, deliberate sigh, spreading out his hands. "You—" Xiao Rui stumped her feet in a tantrum. As she couldn't win the verbal joust with Zhang Dashan, she decided to turn to her brother for help. "Brother, look at him! He's bullying your sister again!" Xiao Luo smiled and looked towards Tong Ren. In such a situation, you should be looking to Tong Ren. On hearing his name called upon, Tong Ren put down the crab he was devouring, looking up with a dazed expression. "Brother, what's wrong? What happened?" Everyone at the table broke out in laughter as they looked upon the bewildered look on his face. Xiao Rui pouted, sighing. "Look, I can't count on him at all." Afterward, she glared at Tong Ren and lamented how he was not up to her expectations. "Continue eating your crab, and don't speak if you don't have to." "Oh, okay, wifey," Tong Ren responded. Without arguing, he buried his head into his crab once again. "Psst," Rui sneered. Sun Yu was amused at the way Tong Ren reacted and let out a soft clutter. When Xiao Luo turned to her, she added, "Brother Tong is so cute." Xiao Luo glanced over at Tong Ren, nodding in partial agreement, and said, "Yes, he is, but just a little." As he spoke, he noticed that Sun Yu was staring at him with her big bright eyes, but he couldn't tell why. "Brother Xiao Luo, you have something on your face. Don't move. I will help you to remove it," Sun Yu said, slowly moving closer to him and raising her hand towards his face. Xiao Luo kept very still. As she reached out, he detected a faint fragrance on Sun Yu's wrist. He quietly looked at Sun Yu. She looked extremely focused, and her breath smelled like flowers. At that moment, he felt relaxed. There was a sudden lull at the table. Everyone was watching Xiao Luo and Sun Yu with a smile on their faces, as if they were watching an intimate scene in a romance movie with anticipation. "Strand of hair?" Xiao Luo asked, eyeing the item pinched between Sun Yu's fingers. Yeah. Looks like a girl's hair." "Such a short strand of hair is definitely not from a woman. You're wrong, sister-in-law," Xiao Wu said in defense of Xiao Luo. Zhang Dashan, Xiao Rui, and Hu Shuirong all glared at him, annoyed at his reaction. Gulp. Xiao Wu swallowed hard. He nervously looked at Feng Hunen. "Brother Feng, did I say something wrong?" Feng Hunen slapped him at the back of his head and chided him. "Damn it, of course you're in the wrong. Brother Xiao and sister-in-law are talking about love. Why are you interrupting? Not only did you take my line, but you also took Brother Xiao's lines. Do you think your wings have sprouted and you can fly now? Even when you're eating, you can't shut your mouth." Xiao Wu looked almost in tears, not knowing how to react. Sun Yu blushed again. At this point, there was not much time left, and the gala was about to start. Being the first performance of the night, she rushed off backstage to prepare. As they were walking through the hotel lobby, she suddenly pulled at Hu Shuirong's arm, realizing she had left something behind. "Wait, I haven't taken my bag." Hu Shuirong quickly returned to the table and retrieved the bag. But before she left, she took the opportunity to say to Xiao Luo, "Yu is a good girl. If you love her, take her far away, because nursing isn't an easy profession. She often has to stay up late, and even young girls can turn old very quickly." Having said that, she gave everyone a smile, turned, and left. Sister Shuirong is right, though. The profession seems to be selfless and compassionate. Only they can understand how hard it is. Isn't that right, Sister Luo? Zhang Dashan said, continuing where Hu Shuirong left off. "Right, you're right. From the time you entered this hall till now, it's the most factually accurate thing you've said." "Damn it! Even when you're drinking, you have to mock me." Zhang Dashan stood up and clinked his glass with Xiao Rui, and they both took a shot, downing the drink right down the gullet. "That's enough for now. Eat, or else my husband will finish everything on the table," Xiao Rui said jokingly to everyone. Zhang Dashan said without concern, "How much can Tang Ren eat? Brother Feng, come, show her your appetite. It will scare her to death." "Spurt!" After hearing the phrase "scare her to death," Xiao Rui, laughing, almost spurting out her drink all over the table. Luckily, she turned quickly and directed it to the floor next to her. Otherwise, the food on the table would have all gone to waste. Not long after, the gala performance commenced. Sun Yu and Hu Shuirong, along with 4 other girls, walked to the center of the stage and began dancing to the soft music. Xiao Luo didn't pay much heed to others. All his attention now focused solely on Sun Yu. Sun Yu danced beautifully to the music, moving smoothly with grace. Her slender form floated across the stage gently, her costume evoking images of shimmering butterflies as tiny petals fell down from above, as if the entire scene was intoxicating. Ta-dum, ta-dum. Xiao Luo could almost hear the sound of his heart beating faster. He sensed the blood rising to his head. He froze like an idiot just by watching Sun Yu dancing on stage. "Brother, you're moved, aren't you? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take her! Ha-ha!" Zhang Dashan had unknowingly crept next to him and urged him on. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes at him and said irritably, "Do I need you to teach me?" "Damn it, I'm just worried about you," he anxiously said.
Chapter 159. Witness. Dancing elegantly, akin to how a swallow caresses its nest, yet swift like a magpie calling into the night, the beautiful troupe embraced the music in a dance that reflected its beauty and serenity, seeming to flow along with the wind. Sun Yu's group received enthusiastic cheers from the entire audience. When their performance ended, they received thunderous applause. "Brother, that's not a bad performance by Yu, right?" Xiao Ruyi said, glancing over at Xiao Lu with no other intentions. "It's okay," Xiao Lu said, nodding as he replied. Xiao Ruyi's face beamed with a smile. It was as if he had just complimented her. Deep down, she knew that what he meant by okay was that it was excellent. "I heard from her that you have a program as well?" Xiao Lu asked, curiously. "I had one at the start, but I canceled it in the end. Preparing for a program is cumbersome and tiring. I don't want to waste my free time on such things," Xiao Ruyi said, pouting. "Oh, right, brother. I've mentioned this to you before, so you must pay heed. For a girl like Yu, who has such good qualities, not to mention that she's single, she has many suitors in the hospital. Fu Guiseng is one of them. He is, without a doubt, the most aggressive in his pursuits, and he gifts Yu with flowers once every 3 to 5 days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dashan slapped his thighs and said, "I've said this before. That guy definitely has some impure intentions about pretty girl, son. If he dares to fight over sister-in-law with brother Xiao, then I'll kill him," Feng Wuhen said, fiercely exclaiming as he took a sick of his alcohol. He turned his head towards Fu Guisheng. "Who gave someone like him the right to fight over a woman with old Xiao?" Zhang Dashan said, scorning. "Brother Zhang is right. That troublemaker is vastly inferior to brother Xiao in all aspects," Xiao Wu said, waiting for the right time to jump into the conversation. Then he took it upon himself to craft a plan for Xiao Lu. "To be honest, there is no need for any fancy tricks such as gifting bouquets and jewelry when trying to woo a lady. My dad told me that during the ancient times, when a man fancies a lady, all he had to do was knock the lady unconscious with a bat and drag her back home to make love to her. Real love is all that is needed. No need for anything complicated or fake." Knocking someone unconscious with a bat and dragging them back home? Xiao Lu held his laughter and did not say a word.
On the other hand, Zhang Dashan started laughing until he was in tears. He had been continually raving over Xiao Wu's talents. At that moment, Xiao Lu noticed a familiar person. It was the boss of Yingtong Plastic Factory, Jiang Yongshun. A man with a cheerful disposition accompanied Jiang Yongshun. It was Director He, with whom they had the pleasure of meeting earlier. "Ru Yi, that person isn't a doctor in your hospital, right?" Xiao Lu asked, wondering how Director He had righteously mentioned that no outsiders were allowed in the premises. In the end, he seemed to have broken the rule. As Xiao Ru Yi traced Xiao Lu's line of sight, she also saw Jiang Yongshun. She explained, "That is the boss of a plastics manufacturing firm that supplies our hospital with plastic syringes. That fatty without a chin, He Ruan Liang, has received many rebates from the firm, so he treats them as if they were his ancestors." Xiao Lu raised his eyebrows and thought, so that's what it is. He also noticed that Xiao Ruyi had addressed her director as a fatty without a chin, which he thought was quite an apt description. "Why are we talking about your director? What I want to ask is that why hasn't Pretty Girl Sun returned after finishing her performance?" Zhang Dashan asked, bellowing. "Yu Yu still needs to remove her makeup and change her clothes. Doesn't all that take time?" Xiao Ruyi asked, placing both her hands on her hips and humming. "Tss, why is the eunuch more anxious than the emperor? Even my brother isn't rushing, so what are you in a hurry for?" Zhang Dashan had no words to say in response. One by one, the performances continued throughout the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed the event and agreed that the various acts, dances, comic sketches, and singing were exceptional. Sun Yu was back in her usual clothes, and she sat beside Xiao Lu as Xiao Ruyi gestured for her to sit over there. She had on a loose-fitting pastel yellow blouse, along with a tight-fitting dark denim jean that gave off a lovely and youthful vibe, capturing joy with her beautiful moving smile. "Brother Xiao Lu, my uncle mentioned something strange to me," Sun Yu said, initiating a conversation. "What's the weird thing he said?" Xiao Lu asked. Taking advantage of the loud music playing, Sun Yu boldly exclaimed, "He told me to hold on to you tightly." Her face immediately blushed a deep red after finishing her sentence. Xiao Lu fixed his attention on her, but she turned her head away due to embarrassment and pretended to be appreciating the performances. He smiled warmly and said, "Be my girlfriend." Sun Yu was startled. Her heartbeat went so fast that she couldn't catch her breath, like a little deer would leap wildly around. Was this a confession? Was Xiao Lu confessing to her? Her lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her cheeks were flushed. Xiao Lu took a deep breath and repeated, "Sun Yu, be my—" He had yet to finish when the MC on stage excitedly announced with a piercing voice, which drowned out what Xiao Lu had intended to say. "Ladies and gentlemen, the finale that we were all anticipating is going to be here soon. This is brought to you by our most handsome and youngest neurologist, Dr. Fu Guisheng. He is multi-talented. Not only is he a core pillar of our hospital, but he also taught himself to play the piano. Having passed the Grade 7 exam of the Musicians Association, his musical talent is deemed to be extremely high. So let us welcome him with a round of applause. The male god of all the nurses in the hospital, Dr. Fu Guisheng." A loud round of applause echoed throughout the hall. There were even many female audiences that were shouting, "Dr. Fu," loudly. The scene could be described as very lively. In the spotlight, Fu Guisheng hauled the microphone and walked onto the stage. At the same time, a piano was brought out by the backstage crew. "What the heck? This kid can even play the piano?" Zhang Dashan's face was full of contempt. He looked at Fu Guisheng and said, "Can you believe this?" Feng Muhen shook his head. "No shit, I can't believe it." Zhang Dashan then turned toward Xiao Wu and said, "Do you believe this? If he can really play, then kill me by having someone flick my balls till I die." Xiao Wu said firmly. Xiao Lu said softly, "Didn't any of you notice his hands just now? His nails are short, and the flesh of his fingertips does not exceed his fingertips. Also, his fingertips are rounded, and his palms are wide. These are all characteristics of a typical pianist. Furthermore, the sense of self-confidence exuding from him means that he can play. However, whether he passed the grade 7 exam is another issue altogether." This certainly gave Xiao Wu a shock. If Fu Guisheng could play the piano, his balls were about to get flicked till he died. Xiao Ruyi giggled and said, "My brother has an acute observation. Unlike you old brutes. I'll be honest with you, Fu Guisheng does indeed have a trick or two up his sleeves. His voice is kind of like Zhang Jingzhe. It's gentle and nice, while his piano playing is also rather proficient. During past Mid-Autumn Festival galas, he played Chopin nocturnes, which moved the audience greatly." Thump! Xiao Wu's forehead hit the table hard, and he showed a lifeless expression. He thought to himself, "Why did I have nothing better to do than go curse myself?" At that moment, Fu Guisheng, who was on stage, put on a charming smile and said a few words. "Before I begin my song, I would like to say a few words to a certain girl, and I want all of you to be my witness."
Chapter 160. Auditory Feast. A man holding a bouquet of roses walked briskly onto the stage. Just as the audience was wondering what was going on, Fu Guisheng received the bouquet and got down on one knee. His deep gaze adoringly fixed on Sun Yu, who was seated below the stage. "Yu, when I first laid my eyes on you, I was taken away by your beauty. From that moment forth, I had lost my soul, and you were the one who stole it away. I've been yearning to see you every day, and I dream of us walking together hand in hand into the sunset. I love you forever and ever, even until death." This emotionally charged confession amplified through the microphone and reverberated throughout the venue. The crowd reacted immediately. It turned out to be a confession of love. Many applauded with excitement when they saw the scene. Some of the girls even screamed wildly without inhibition. They wished they were the target of Fu Guisheng's affection. The atmosphere in the venue became highly charged. Striking while the iron was hot, Fu Guisheng smiled with satisfaction at the response and continued, "Yu, I like you. Will you become the girlfriend of Fu Guisheng and let me pamper and dote over you? I want to make you the happiest woman in the world." Sun Yu was stunned and was at a loss for what to do. She had never expected Fu Guisheng would pull such a stunt. Giving their raucous support and encouragement, Fu Guisheng's friends roared loudly in unison, "Accept him! Accept him!" They quickly received support from others. After all, this was both a romantic and significant event, which the crowd had no reason to not join in to support this event. The noise quickly grew louder as wave upon wave of voices boomed across the venue, encouraging Sun Yu to accept the proposal. "Fuck him and his love-stealing act. That guy actually had such a cheap trick up his sleeve." Chang Dashan was furious. Deep down, he knew how effective this trick could be, and many women out there would succumb to it. Truth be told, it was always going to be difficult with the crowd shouting, "Accept him," and a man giving confession his love in public. No matter how strong-willed a woman was, they would be overcome with emotions and accept the proposal with open arms, especially when the proposing party was successful and wealthy. Xiao Ruyi fumed and was absolutely disgusted. "Shameless," she said out loud. Feng Wuhen stood up in a loud voice and said, "Fuck his grandmother. He's obviously trying to steal sister-in-law away. Brother Xiao, wait,
Where is Brother Xiao?" After recovering from the initial shock, they came back to their senses. The seat that Xiao had occupied was now empty, and he was nowhere to be seen. With Xiao Luo nowhere to be seen, Sun Yu's face gradually turned pale as she looked towards Fu Guisheng's longing, affectionate eyes. As the cheering continued in good voice from the hospital staff, she was at a loss for what to do. To accept Fu Guisheng was out of question. She simply did not like him. The one she was deeply attracted to was Xiao Luo. But it seemed cruel to reject him in the presence of such a crowd and cause him to lose face. Nor did Sun Yu want to disappoint everyone during such a festive event. What should she do? Sun Yu panicked and was close to tears. The situation overwhelmed her, leaving her in a state of deep confusion. As she grappled with her conflicting emotions, a lingering melody began to serenade the moment, as if timed and choreographed to elicit her final response of affirmation. The rousing cheers suddenly came to a lull, and everyone's attention was drawn to a lone figure sitting in front of the piano. Nimble fingers danced gently across the black and white keys. A passionate melody played from the piano, echoing softly across the venue. The audience fell silent and listened in rapture. "What piano piece is this? Why have I never heard it before? It's truly amazing. Oh, I can even feel my ears getting pregnant. Stop talking and listen quietly." In the crowd, music lovers whispered in admiration. Even the ordinary folk unfamiliar with the genre was enchanted by the music. It seemed to have come from the soul, evoking emotions both tranquil and joyful. Chang Dashan and his companions were awestruck. They all sat in complete silence, staring at the stage with mouths open. The lone figure at the piano was none other than his good brother Xiao Luo. "What the fuck? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Old Xiao can actually play the piano?" he muttered in shock. Xiao Ruyi echoed his thoughts, asking herself, "When did my brother learn to play the piano?" Tong Ren, Feng Wuhen, and Xiao Wu quickly came back to their senses and exclaimed excitedly, Brother Xiao is totally awesome!" It was Xiao Luo. Sun Yu's emotions went from dazed to surprised and then turned to absolute joy. She looked right into Xiao Luo's eyes and melted with deep affection. Fu Guisheng's face twitched uncontrollably. How could this have happened? He had been careful to orchestrate his performance around his confession of love for Sun Yu. He had meant to take full advantage of the cheering crowd, as he had planned with his friends. This would put her in a position that would make it difficult to reject his proposal. In fact, he had already pictured himself rolling in bed with Sun Yu that very night. He was only just a step away, but still just one step too far. As it turned out, it was like a violent stream of water encountering an unmoving mountain. His scheme was thwarted, and all now seemed lost. What had irked Fu Guisheng most was that Xiao Luo had now taken the seat at the piano that was rightly his. When he first realized what had happened, he immediately stormed towards the center stage. Then, as a lingering melody of bright and joyous notes gently resonated across the stage, Fu Guisheng was stopped dead in his tracks. As an accomplished pianist himself, he naturally understood the subtleties and nuances in the piece Xiao Luo was playing. The arrangement of the piece was nothing short of masterful. This man was actually a very talented pianist. Fu Guisheng was in total shock. He couldn't believe it, and more than anything else, he couldn't accept it. What no one had known was that Xiao Luo had a natural talent for music. Aside from singing, he was proficient in many musical instruments, including the piano. As Xiao Luo sat at the piano, he carried himself elegantly with the style and cultured bearing of a professional pianist. He played with skill, and his nimble fingers evoked beautiful and bright-sounding notes from the keyboard. He was indeed a joy to watch and listen to. All who listened to his musical piece were transported to another dimension as the melody carried them through a musical journey of deep and personal emotions. The soulful sound of the introduction evoked for some old memories of their homeland and of long marches through wintry plains. As the music progressed, the tempo picked up, still slow but livelier, arousing images of cheer and revelry, of ripening fields in yellow and gold, and of newfound hope. It was so beautiful. Like pristine landscapes and fine vintage wine, it was at once both mesmerizing and intoxicating. No words could describe the magic and mystery of the musical composition that was played that night. As the music neared its end, it took on a more energetic tempo that seemed to send its listeners soaring through mountains. Then it slowed again, descending to reverberate through the earth and along its running rivers. Then, as it lifted once again, arousing emotions of joy and attainment, it finally flourished into a crescendo, evoking images of a brilliant burst of fireworks illuminating the night sky. Thunderous applause erupted when the music ended, in a standing ovation by a very appreciative crowd. It was simply an auditory feast. Chapter 161. A Bossy Announcement. After the music ended, the audience was in rapture, moved by the lyrical melodies and lingering notes of the virtuoso pianist. Their souls seemed to have been soothed by the tune. For a moment, the entire gala was in complete silence. You could hear the sound of a pin drop. Xiao Luo stood up, bowed to the crowd, and walked towards the dumbfounded host. He took the microphone from the host and, facing Sun Yu, loudly said, "Sun Yu, from today, you are my woman." What? What? Sun Yu was bowled over. She was trembling, half in absolute joy, and the other half in jitters. She felt a sense of breathlessness as she heard him speak those words. The pleasure had come all too suddenly, and she had been caught entirely off guard. Everyone else present was equally in a state of shock. What had just happened here? Why would two people confess their feelings to the same girl at the same time? No, this wasn't just a proposal to come together as one, nor was it merely a confession of love. It was an announcement, a straight-up irrevocable declaration that Sun Yu was his woman. What the fuck? Old Xiao is just fucking awesome. Ha ha ha! Zhang Dashan said. He couldn't help himself. Swearing was second nature to him. No embellishing or elegant words for him. There was nothing like a choice invective to get the point across. It was more direct, impactful, and efficient. Whoa, what the fuck? No wonder he is my older brother Xiao. Nobody can match his courageous spirit, Feng Wuhen said, in his usual straightforward manner. My brother is way too bossy, but I like it. Ha ha ha! Xiao Ruyi said, smiling. Then, looking at Tong Ren, sitting right next to her, she reached out to pull his ear. Naggingly, she said, "Look, see how daring my brother is? Why can't you be more like that?" Tong Ren put his hand up to his ear, exclaiming in pain, "Wifey, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts! Let go! If you don't, my ears will be ripped off!" Xiao Ruyi let go, eyeing him with a look of resentment. Her look said it all. Could her husband ever meet her expectations? "You bastard! Yu is my woman! What are you doing here?" Fu Guisnang, now on stage, shouted angrily, snarling at Xiao Luo like a wild dog on a leash. Everyone listen up. This person is not from our hospital. He is deliberately here to cause trouble. Indeed, we don't have such a person in our hospital. Dr. Fu's planned confession has been disrupted because of him. Everyone quickly throw him out. Fu Guisnang's cohort of rowdy friends were screaming with raised fists from their table below. Fu Guisnang's statement surprised everyone. Wasn't he from the hospital? Rising up from his table, Director He Ronliang, being the man with the highest authority in the hospital, echoed in support. Colleagues, this person is indeed not an employee of our hospital. I don't know what his purpose is here. He has disrupted and jeopardized Dr. Fu's romantic confession, and I urge everyone to not be bought over by his ability to play such fine music. We must stand by our colleague and support Dr. Fu. It was apparent that this fat man without a chin was standing on the side of Fu Guisnang. The audience listened, and a few nodded in agreement. A few of the grumpy old male doctors suddenly stood up, pointing and shouting at Xiao Luo, still on the stage. "Who the hell are you? What are you doing here, sneaking into our hospital's gala? Is it for free food and drinks? Why have you disrupted Dr. Fu's planned program? How could you do such a thing after he had confessed his feelings in public? You better give us a proper explanation. Don't think that a tramp such as you can get out of here so easily. You better get off the stage now. The stage isn't a place for losers like you." Xiao Luo had now become the target of the crowd's wrath and was heckled from every direction. Ignoring the din, he took to the microphone. Calmly, he looked directly at Sun Yu, standing just below the stage. Then, smiling softly, he said, "Sun Yu, as long as you nod and agree, I will take you away immediately." He wasn't concerned about anyone else's opinion. He was only interested in what Sun Yu had to say. Even if the whole world had objected, he would still take her away from all this. She only needed to give him the nod. "Yu, quickly agree to my brother," Xiao Ruyi shouted eagerly. Zhang Dashan, Feng Wuhen, and Tang Ren all looked anxiously at Sun Yu. They anticipated that she would nod and agree with Xiao Luo very soon. Sun Yu felt like she was the happiest girl in the world. When she had first met Xiao Luo, he was a man of few words, the strong, silent type. His handsome features had left an indelible impression in her heart. Later, when the two of them were eating roasted sweet potatoes and talking about their childhood, she realized that she had unconsciously fallen in love with this man. Every time she thought about moments she had shared with him, she would smile to herself and, at times, laugh dreamily. She often dreamed of him, snuggling up in his arms and even holding his hand as they entered a wedding hall. Right here and right now, this man was reaching out to her and asking her to be his woman. It was as though she was drowning in a honeypot full of nectar, beautiful and sweet. I agree." Sun Yu nodded in excitement, but before she could even begin to speak, a harsh voice rumbled next to her. "Little son, have you thought it out clearly? Do you think you can rely on this man for the rest of your life?" This statement was a blatant warning, demanding she exercised caution on her part. Sun Yu was taken aback. Turning around, she was met with a stern face. It was Director He Wanliang. "Director He, Sun Yu became hesitant. He Wanliang's words seemed to have stirred her from her little fantasy. Her face now showed signs of doubt and confusion. Just then, John Young-sun stepped onto the stage. Without saying a word, he walked up to Fu Guisnang, grabbed his microphone, smiling, and said, "Let's not bash anyone indiscriminately. Love is a fair game for all. Does it mean that just because Dr. Fu had confessed to Sun Yu, then others are not allowed to do so? This is being unreasonable. It should depend on the girl who is being wooed, and how she decides on whom she is willing to follow. We have no authority to interfere with this. It's her right and freedom to choose." He walked up next to Xiao Luo. "You people still don't know who he is? Right. Allow me to make a grand introduction. He is none other than the current boss of Luo's workshop, and the reason why he is here today is that I invited him. It has nothing to do with some of you have said about eating and drinking for free. What? He is the boss of Luo's workshop? Zhang Yongsun's remarks had the effect of a bomb blowing up right there in the ballroom. Jaws dropped as they stared in disbelief at the tall and lithe figure of Xiao Luo on the stage. If anyone were to put a name to the most famous company in Zhangcheng, it would undoubtedly be Luo's workshop. Despite having been in the shadow of Weilei since its incorporation, Luo's workshop had suddenly risen and crushed its main competitor all within a short time. It was rumored that the boss of Weilei, Feng Chonglei, was now under investigation for unfair business conduct. In addition, he was also being charged for other shady business dealings. Several hotels that were under his name were caught conducting indecent business. He was now behind bars and was awaiting trial. He probably couldn't avoid spending a few years in jail. News of Feng Chonglei's fall from grace made more people curious about who and what sort of person the boss of Luo's workshop was. How could he bring Luo's workshop back to life and immediately outperform a competitor as strong as Weilei? This man was now present here, standing on stage. Such a young, courageous person, with the ability to play such beautiful music. Everyone was lost for words. They stood rooted to the floor. In their minds, they pictured Xiao Luo as a towering, immovable mountain that could not be passed. The few grumpy old male doctors who voiced their dissent earlier now became embarrassed and quickly sat down. Free food and drinks? Tramp? Loser? Their faces turned red instantly upon being told the name of that enigmatic young man on stage, Xiao Luo.
Chapter 162. Rejection. Having consumed the prescription Xiao Luo had given him for a while, Zhang Yongchun found that his energy had returned. What made him even more ecstatic was that his little brother, who had for a time not responded to the fairer sex, had finally risen from its long slumber. Although it did not return as gloriously as it had when he was younger, he could at least enjoy the intimate company with a woman. He was very grateful to Xiao Luo and became an avid, loyal supporter of his. Therefore, when he saw that those people were creating a scene and were running their mouth off to spurn Xiao Luo, he decided to stand up and disclose Xiao Luo's identity. His purpose was to put a stop to their evil intentions. He was a partner of the hospital, and many esteemed doctors and leaders recognized him, so whatever he said would carry weight. The ones that were most shocked now were Xiao Luo and Tong Ren. My brother is the boss of Luo's workshop? Xiao Luo looked at Zhang Deshan and asked in disbelief. Zhang Deshan shrugged, spread his arms out, and said, Yeah, I said that before. You're the one who didn't believe it. Both of us brothers are working for him. Feng Muhen and Xiao Wu nodded in unison. Oh my God, my brother is so powerful. Tong Ren was in disbelief. This was way beyond his imagination. He had never expected that he would have close connections with bosses having a net worth of hundreds of millions in this lifetime. After all, he was just an insignificant intern and had not even received his doctor's certification. He was a small fry. He did not expect that such a person, the boss of Luo's workshop, with a net worth of at least 7 to 8 billion, was his wife's brother. Sun Yu was stunned. She felt like she had lost the ability to control her actions and stood rooted to the ground where she stood. Her eyes stared at Xiao Luo, who was on stage. She murmured softly to herself, So he is actually the boss of Luo's workshop. This piece of sudden news took her by surprise and put her in a state of shock. She finally understood why her uncle had asked her to hold on to Xiao Luo. But, Sun Yu's lips were trembling. She sat on her seat as though she had lost her soul. This wasn't good news for her.
She imagined an ever-widening gap between her and Xiao Luo that would be too broad to bridge. She likened it to Xiao Luo being in the sky and she on the ground. He was a young entrepreneur and a promising boss of a well-known company, while she was merely a nurse from a humble background holding a monthly salary of 3,000. Suddenly, she felt embarrassed to even be associated with Xiao Luo due to the gap in identity and his social status. "Beautiful Miss Sun Yu, would you be choosing Dr. Fu there or the young and promising President Xiao Luo next to me?" Zhang Yongchun's booming voice brought her back to reality. All eyes fell on her at that moment. It felt like a gigantic, invisible wall had formed, and the pressure was crushing her. Hu Shuirong's eyes were filled with hope and anticipation, and she was unafraid to show her emotions. From the corner where she stood, she shouted excitedly to Sun Yu, "You choose Xiao quickly! He can definitely take you out of this dirty hellhole!" With all the attention on her, Sun Yu just sat in complete silence, staring blankly ahead. It seemed that Sun Yu was experiencing delayed stage fright as a result of having been on stage earlier. "I will not choose either!" She suddenly stood up and announced aloud, before turning and running out the door. Choosing neither? Zhang Yongchun was dumbfounded. Zhang Deshan was dumbfounded. Xiao Rui was even more so. She was shocked beyond belief. This was an unexpected end to an eventful evening. Who would have thought that Sun Yu would choose neither of them? "What's going on here?" Zhang Deshan asked. He looked at Xiao Rui, not understanding what had just happened. Xiao Rui snapped back. "You're asking me? Then who should I ask?" She had once asked Sun Yu about her feelings towards her brother in private. From the way she spoke, she was sure that Sun Yu liked her brother. But why would Sun Yu reject him so suddenly? She was puzzled. Xiao Luo was still staring at the door. Then he shook his head, put down the microphone, and walked straight off the stage. Zhang Yongchun was standing on the stage, not knowing what to do for a while. He wanted to perform a good deed for Xiao Luo, but who knew it would turn out this way? His plan did not turn out as expected, and he had now embarrassed Xiao Luo as well. "Zhang Yongchun, what is your business here?" Xiao Luo suddenly stopped as he was walking past the man, turned around and directed that cold, hard question at him, then walked off the stage without looking back. "President Xiao Luo, Zhang Yongchun really wanted to slap himself right then and there. What a situation he found himself in. Not only had he not gotten any merits, instead Xiao Luo now bore a grudge against him. Zhang Yongchun was dismayed and at a loss for words. "Brother, are you okay?" Xiao Rui asked as she looked at Xiao Luo walk towards her coldly. Xiao Luo patted her on the top of the head, smiled and said, "What could happen to me?" Brother, don't be sad. You probably wasn't prepared for everything that went on in there. I can guarantee that she definitely likes you." "Yeah, based on my 7 to 8 years of picking up girls, pretty girl Sun Yu definitely has feelings for you. But I just can't figure out why she rejected you." As he thought about this, he was touching his chin again, stroking his imaginary beard. Xiao Luo smiled, but did not speak. He wasn't really disappointed. He just thought that Sun Yu seemed to be hiding something, especially after what Sun Yu's friend Hu Shuirong had said to them, "Take her far away." It seemed as though she was hinting something to him. For me, what Xiao Luo said was right. Don't overthink these hypothetical possibilities. Just knock her unconscious and bring her back. Feng Wuhan blurted out his opinion with a firm conviction. Xiao Luo looked at him, speechless. Sun Yu walked to a secluded corner. Then, leaning against a tree, she cried. She cried like a child who was lost at night. "You!" Hu Shuirong had been chasing after her, called when she spotted Sun Yu. Sun Yu began to sob. She tried to cover her pain with her hands, but those restraints were lost when Hu Shuirong rested her hands on her shoulders. She turned around, hugged Hu Shuirong, and wept. "Shuirong, what do I do? What do I do?" Sob. Hu Shuirong's eyes turned red as well. and she stroked the back of her shoulders gently. "Why don't you agree to go with him? I can tell that Xiao Luo is a good man." "It's because he is too good, too outstanding. That's why I dare not promise him. You know, I'm not a clean girl. If that thing—" It left vague and intimates that there was a major seriousness about her illness. "Were to hit, Hu Shrirong could see the pain in her face and the inner struggle within. Sun Yu bit her lips hard and said, "I don't deserve him at all." "Don't be silly. This isn't your fault. It's all that bastard's fault. He has hurt you, and he has hurt me too. I got stuck too deep. I cannot turn back. But you're not the same. You must strengthen your resolve and push on. You can no longer be controlled by him, so be brave and go together with Xiao Luo. That man can save you." I want to think about it properly." Sun Yu lowered her head. Her tears continued streaming down her face.
Chapter 163. Appearance of Trouble. It had been 7 days since the Mid-Autumn Gala. Since then, Xiao Lu had not contacted Sun Yu, nor did she take the initiative to contact him. In all honesty, he had fallen in love with that girl, but after her rejection, he had not been in the right frame of mind, hardly speaking much unless necessary. Like Zhang Dashan, he had started to make a habit of watching blind dating programs in the evenings while sitting on the sofa with a can of drink. His mind was cluttered with conflicting emotions. He wondered if there were unspeakable hardships that Sun Yu had suffered, or if it was that he didn't know how to woo a girl and make a girl happy. The former seemed unlikely, but if it was the latter, he would probably be learning from these blind dating programs. "Old Xiao, good news. Fong Changlei has been arrested for the prostitution racket in his hotels. He has been sentenced to 2 years and 8 months. Wei Lei is completely done for," Zhang Dashan said. He was sitting on the living room floor with Feng Muhen and the rest of them, playing cards as they reported on the latest updates to Xiao Lu. "Prostitution?" Xiao Lu shook his head and chuckled softly. "In that case, he is really done for thanks to his own actions. Isn't it exactly like the saying on the net? No do, no die. That idiot Fong Changlei really is living proof of this phrase." Zhang Dashan slowly opened his 3 cards, and when he saw what they were, a twinkle gleamed in his eyes. All 3 cards were hearts, and it was a straight. That meant he held a straight flush. This would beat all the other suits. He then placed the cards on the floor in front of him, before calling his bet. "Damn it, I call $500. Shouting loudly, he took out a 500 bill from his pocket and slammed it down loudly. "Brother Zhang, you're too scary. We're only just starting the game, and you're playing so big," Xiao Wu said, his usual blank expression changing slightly. "Exactly. Our salary's not as much as yours, so don't play this big," the others began to complain. Zhang Dashan retorted in a loud voice, "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to follow, then follow. If you don't want to follow, then fold your cards. It's as simple as that." Xiao Wu looked at his own cards, his brows knitted together. He said, "Forget it." As he folded, the next 3 were still checking their cards in hand. Then all 3 proceeded to place their hands face down, one after another. They were out of the game. Feng Muhen, on the other hand, decided to start with a dark bet. He didn't even look at his cards before matching Zhang Dashan's bet. It would seem he had placed his faith entirely on luck. "Okay, I'll follow." "Pada," he chimed in as he put in his $500 bet. "Hee, little guy. If you want to cross with me, it's okay. I'll bet 500 more." Zhang Dashan rolled up his sleeves and posturing like he was looking for a fight. Another $500 bet was duly placed. "I will continue to follow." Feng Wuhen was in the chase. He bet another 500, loving the thrill and excitement. "Old bro, you're too awesome. You're thinking of crossing swords with me without even looking at your cards? Just putting up a fight, brother. Even a bicycle can beat a motorcycle, and just with a simple bet, who knows, a trolley can become a BMW. Feng Muhan licked his lips and laughed. "Don't end up losing your pants, too."
Zhang Dashan took 1,000 from his pocket and threw it down. 1,000! Looking at the red banknotes on the ground that were beginning to pile up like a small hill, Xiao Luo and the rest of them couldn't help but swallow hard. Their eyes were glued to the massive pile of cash. In their hearts, they wished that all that money was theirs. Feng Wuhen began to hesitate and considered if he wanted to check his cards first. "Why are you dilly-dallying? I'm asking if you want to follow or not." Zhang Dashan had no fear. He held a straight flush, and it was a winning hand. He needn't be afraid. At that point, Xiao Luo came over and patted Zhang Dashan on his shoulders. "Why are you playing so big? Are you treating my place like a casino?" "Old Xiao, it's just $2,000. It's not as if it's some big egg. It's just a small bet. I just felt like making small bets, you know? If you're not playing, then don't speak," Zhang Dashan abruptly said. Then he pushed Xiao Luo away. Xiao Luo smiled, and as he walked away, he stepped close to Zhang Dashan's cards. With a sleight of his feet, he swapped out Zhang Dashan's cards unnoticed. His movements were clean and precise. Having carried out the deed, he then promptly walked away, holding on to his drink as if nothing had happened. Feng Wuhen had made a big decision, and he declared, "All right, fuck it, I'm going to risk it all. 1,000. I want to see whose cards are bigger." He flipped his own 3 cards over. Damn it, a pair of 3s and the old K as the extra card. He frowned, looking exactly like an emoji. "Hee, little guy, that's what you get for crossing me. Here, let me show you what your brother's big cards are." He laughed endlessly. He picked up his cards from the floor and slammed them down with a forceful fling. 7, 8, 9. It's a straight flush. It's bigger than you imagined. On hearing Zhang Dashan declare his hand, Feng Wuhen and Xiao Luo leaned back, feeling depressed as the thrill of the chase suddenly left them. Then glancing at the open cards, they burst out in laughter. "Brother Zhang, what you have isn't even a straight flush. It's a 6, 8, 9. Why, even the colors are different. Your high card is only 9. Zhang Dashan, still in his victory pose, turned to glance at them in surprise. Then he looked down. What the? His cards really were 6, 8, 9. The 8 and 9 cards were both hearts, while the 6 card was a clubs. He stuttered, what the hell is going on? Where's my 7 of hearts?" Feng Wuhen, ignoring him completely, reached across for the money and grabbed it gleefully from the floor. Hee, Brother Zhang, I'm sorry, but all this money is mine." Xiao Luo was really heartbroken. "If I had known earlier he was scamming us, I wouldn't have folded my cards. Damn it, giving up like this, I really feel like going to eat shit." "Fuck your sister. I really did have a 7, 8, 9 straight flush. I couldn't be wrong. You guys better hurry up, go to the toilet and eat your shit. I just pooped and it's still hot and piping." Aside from the dissatisfaction of losing that way, something else irked him, and he was utterly at a loss of how to explain it. In the end, he could only think of one possibility. Frightened, he ran out to where Xiao Luo was seated and said fearfully, "There's a ghost here, old Xiao. Your rental house definitely has a ghost. It even changed my cards. Let's move out tomorrow. You have money now, so you don't have to squeeze yourself in here any longer." Looking at his pale, frightened face, Xiao Luo couldn't help but laugh. Changshan Pavilion. Chu Yansheng was walking beside Gerzong 10 on the main road where their company office was. They were breathing in the night air as they discussed all that had happened recently. Fang Changni has been sentenced to jail for 2 years and 8 months. Now that Lowe's workshop is in a stable position, they will be the leading company in Zhongsheng's baking industry. With a tone of concern in his voice, Chu Yansheng said, "This Fang Changlei has been unlucky. However, while he has fallen, there is still another foe standing in the way of little Lo." "Boss Chu, are you talking about the Dragon Gang?" Gerzong 10 asked, second-guessing his friend. Chu Yansheng nodded. "Even those hotels that were searched were Fang Changlei's in name only. Their real owner is actually Long Song Kui. In addition, 30% of Weilei actually belongs to Long Song Kui. With Fang Changlei's fall, it will have a direct impact on Long Song Kui's interests. Knowing how petty Long Song Kui is, one would not expect him to do nothing." Gersong 10 exhaled deeply. Yes, even if it has nothing to do with his interest, he would not let Xiao Luo go because Feng Changlei has helped him out of a predicament in his early years. Feng Changlei helped Long Song Kui out? Chu Yunsheng smiled and said, "Those are merely rumors. Feng Changlei is merely Long Song Kui's proxy. To put it another way, he is nothing more than Long Song Kui's puppet. Losing a puppet won't hurt Long Song Kui, but if his profits are threatened, he would not think twice taking action." "It appears that Xiao Luo is in big trouble again," Gersong Ten said, expressing his sympathy for Xiao Luo. "It might be true, but it's hard to say who's the one in big trouble," Chu Yunsheng smiled.
Chapter 164. Anger. As Xiao Luo was standing on the top floor of his home enjoying the night view, his phone rang. It was his sister, Xiao Ruyi. He picked up the call. "Ruyi? Brother, Sun Yu is not worthy of your affection. Don't contact her any more. I must have been blind. I just can't believe that she's that kind of girl," Xiao Ruyi snarled. Xiao Luo could almost hear her grinding her teeth over the phone. Close by, Tong Ren could be heard whispering from the side, "Wife, don't jump to any conclusions. We might be wrong, or it might not be what we think it is." "What do you mean it might not be what you think it is? She already went to the hotel with that fat man without a chin. Will you only believe it when you see them rolling around in the sheets?" Xiao Ruyi said. She was unable to control her emotions and lashed out at Tong Ren. Checking into a hotel with someone else? Xiao Luo's mood took a nosedive. He couldn't believe it, and even more than that, he couldn't accept it. Sun Yu could possibly not be that sort of girl. "Are you sure it's her, sister?" "I'm 200% sure. I even secretly took a picture of them. I will send it to you later." Xiao Ruyi felt heartbroken at the unfortunate turn of events for her brother. She thought it was unjust, and at the same time she also blamed herself for encouraging them to be a couple. "Brother, don't be sad. She's just a flirtatious woman. She's not worth your sorrow. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have introduced you to her," she said, hoping it would somehow make him feel better. "Old Xiao, what's going on?" Zhang Dashan asked curiously, as he had just stepped in to catch Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo nodded in response and replied quickly, "I got it," and hung up. Unable to calm his heart down, he searched for Sun Yu's contact information on his contact list, only to find that Sun Yu's ham phone was switched off. Just then, a notification lit up on his WeChat, alerting him that he had received a new message. After clicking on it, it was the picture that Xiao Ruyi said she'd send over. The photo was taken outside the hotel, showing a man and woman about to enter the hotel. Although it was only a side view, one could tell at a glance that the woman was clearly Sun Yu. Looking at the picture, Xiao Luo laughed coldly. He squeezed the can in his left hand with all 5 fingers, compressing it until it made a clink sound. The remaining fluid squished out through the small opening at the top of the can, onto the floor. Gulp. Zhang Dashan, who was standing beside him, found it hard to even swallow down his saliva. He could feel a chill coursing down his spine, then through his entire body. Xiao Luo had a cold, hard smile on his face, if one could call it a smile. But right now, Xiao Luo was in a murderous mood, and if looks could kill, Dashan felt he'd already been dead. "Old Xiao, He's going out." Saying that, Xiao Luo turned to leave, heading straight towards the corridor. "Where are you going, old Xiao? Drive my car there," Zhang Dashan shouted after him. "There's no need." A voice that was clearly repressing anger came reverberating back from the corridor as Xiao Luo stormed off. Fu Muhan and the rest of the blood brothers came out to check what was going on, hearing the loud voices. When they found out that Xiao Luo had gone out, they expressed their concerns. Fu Muhan asked, "It's already 10 p.m. Where's Xiao Luo going?" "God knows," Zhang Dashan sighed. He looked concerned. Fu Muhan looked at his face, his brows knitted in deep worry. He couldn't help it. Thinking it, he somehow thought that Zhang Dashan resembled a crumpled old rag. He kept his thoughts to himself.
Zhang Dashan touched the side of his face and suddenly said, "Damn it! My eyelids keep twitching. It feels like something bad is going to happen soon." "Why don't we follow him and take a look too?" Fu Muhan suggested. "Follow your head. Didn't you see the look he had in his eyes earlier? It was like he was going to kill someone. If you want to go, you can go yourself, but I'm not going," Zhang Dashan said. Recalling the murderous glint in Xiao Luo's eyes, he couldn't help but feel the chills run down his spine again. He turned around and walked back into the rented house. In his heart, he prayed silently, hoping that it was just his imagination and nothing more. Nothing was going to happen tonight. Murderous eyes. The four companions and Fu Muhan looked at each other. They suddenly recalled the incident at the old warehouse at Jiangxing Pier the other night. They now pictured Xiao Luo in the fight against the members of the Dragon Gang, bringing down his foes one slice at a time. It was like a bloodbath. He was ruthless and methodical, like a bloodthirsty death god. It was a vicious affair, bloody and horrifying. At the thought of this, the five trembled and immediately dropped the idea of going out to take a look. Xiao Luo had called for a taxi and was headed to the hotel shown in the picture. He tried his best to calm himself down, but no matter how hard, he found it hard to control his bitterness and rising rage. It was like he was in the eye of the storm, swirling chaos around him, and the wall was closing in. It was beginning to overwhelm him, and he found it harder to control. He had a strong urge to smash the world with a single punch. "Hurry up!" "Big brother, this is the fastest I can go. Any faster and I'll get a speeding ticket," said the taxi driver as he looked through the rear-view mirror. Xiao Luo swept aside those dissenting words, giving him a dark stare with wolfish eyes. In a threatening voice he shouted, "I want you to drive faster." The angry, commanding voice made it hard for the taxi driver to disobey. The taxi driver got frightened and immediately increased his speed. The man was frozen in fear, and he couldn't help wondering if he was ferrying a dangerous criminal. With his mind in turmoil, he thought of calling the police, but later thought against it as he saw that Xiao Luo had an honorable bearing and certainly did not look like a ruthless gangster. He hesitantly took his hand off the emergency police button that was installed on his dashboard. He asked, "Brother, did something urgent come up?" Xiao Luo remained silent and didn't say anything. The taxi driver continued to question. "Brother, there are no obstacles you cannot overcome in this world. Let's remain calm. When you reach my age, you will come to realize a lot of things. People come when they cry, and cry when they leave. Eventually, we come from dust, and to dust we will return. Think positively." Xiao Luo continued to remain silent. Ahead at the traffic light junction, the red light came on, and the taxi driver stopped the car immediately. "Drive past," Xiao Luo said, coldly. This shocked the driver. He turned around. "Boss, it's the red light now." "I want you to drive." Xiao Luo raised his voice menacingly. At this moment, the taxi driver was sure that he had come to face with a gangster. He locked eyes with Xiao Luo, who returned the stare with eyes cold as frost. He had a strong feeling that if he had not followed Xiao Luo's instructions, he would die on the spot. Gritting his teeth, he geared up and floored the accelerator and rushed forward. The taxi's dangerous maneuver angered the other vehicles, abiding the traffic rules and keeping within the speed limit. When it stopped, all the other drivers pulled down their windows and began scolding. "I know your license plate number." "So if you don't want to cause trouble, take your hand off the alarm button." The taxi driver's actions did not escape Xiao Luo's eyes. These words put fear into the taxi driver, and he immediately took his hand off as if he was shocked by an electric current. "Brother, it's not easy being a taxi driver. You don't make things difficult for me," said the taxi driver with a forlorn look. "We come from dust, and to dust we will return. Think positively," Xiao Luo said softly. The taxi driver was close to tears. He had uttered those words in goodwill, but he certainly did not mean them to be applied to himself this night. An hour later, before arriving at his destination, the taxi driver was already prepared for the worst. Death did not seem such a bad thing after all. The number of red lights he had beaten could no longer be counted with his 10 fingers. He was expecting to have to retake his driver's license, and on top of that, he would have to pay hefty fines on these offenses. It would just feel like going back to living in a life in constant debt. Xiao Luo's phone rang. He took it out and saw Sun Yu's name. Suddenly, everything changed. It was like gushing torrents of water crashing through a crack in a dam wall. Xiao Luo was taken by a great sense of urgency, but somehow he managed to restrain himself. Calming himself, he answered the phone.
Chapter 165. Struggle and Despair. Sun Yu donned a red hoodie and was sitting at the top of the hotel, looking out at the dimly lit urban city. The wind blew strong, and it was a very chilly night, yet she didn't feel the cold. Perhaps her heart had already frozen. Tears poured out from the corner of her eyes and rolled down her delicate face, their trails reflected in the moonlit night. She sat leaning against the wall, hugging her knees. She had her phone held against her right ear, waiting for a response. She was sobbing quietly, like a lost child. Xiao Luo answered the phone. When he heard her crying voice, his anger was immediately replaced by a grave sense of dread. He asked urgently, "Are you all right? What's with you?" Sun Yu spoke in between sobs. "Brother Xiao Luo, that day when you announced to everyone that I was your woman, I so badly wanted to say aloud that I liked you too. When we first met, I was already strongly drawn to your charm. I am deeply attracted to you. I like your easy smile. I like looking at you, and I like the times I've spent with you." Sun Yu didn't sound like her usual self. Her speech was giddy and incoherent, almost childlike. She was crying and laughing all at once. There was a touch of desolation in her sad voice. "How I wish time could stop forever that night, on the night when we were eating roasted sweet potatoes together. You said to me that those times were best, remember? When we were kids with no troubles and no worries, trying to touch fish in the stream, digging rat holes in the field, folding paper aeroplanes and playing in the mud. I was always happy then. I still remember that nursery rhyme, Brother Xiao Luo. Let me sing it for you if you're okay." Without waiting for Xiao Luo's reply, she started singing softly, and her sweet voice was pleasant in his ears. "You clap once, I clap once, frequent showers, frequent change of clothes. You clap twice, I clap twice, remember to bring a handkerchief every day. You clap 3, I clap 3, don't spit everywhere. You clap 4, I clap 4, kill the flies and the mosquitoes. You clap 5, I clap 5, exterminate bed bugs and mice." As she continued singing, tears began to flow down uncontrollably. The tears had long blurred her vision. She felt an emptiness within herself. She longed for a place to get away from all this. By this time, Xiao Luo had arrived at the hotel's entrance. As soon as the taxi stopped, he immediately pushed the car door open and rushed out. Shouting desperately into the phone, he asked, "Where are you?" "I'm at home." Sun Yu smiled a vacant smile, and then took the phone closer to her. "Brother Xiao Luo, I've wanted to tell you these last few days that, in fact, I love you." Beep, beep, beep. The cadence of the busy signal streaming out from Xiao Luo's receiver sent a sudden rush of panic through his very soul. Just then there was a commotion from the crowd on the street. "Quick, look, someone is jumping from the rooftop from above!" Sharp, piercing cries and screams of panic came from all directions. Xiao Luo turned towards the directions the crowd was facing, raising his head to scan the night. He focused his sight, and there he saw a slight figure in a red hoodie jumping off the roof of the hotel.
For a while she appeared to float in the air like a drifting crimson rose, then suddenly plunged towards the ground at an alarming speed. She was falling with her back to the ground, staring up to the heavens, with her arms apart, no signs of fear or struggle, like she had a sincere wish to meet with death. Sun Yu. Call it intuition, but Xiao Luo knew that was Sun Yu, even without seeing her face. There was not a second to spare. This was a matter of life and death. In a flash, he bounded over in several powerful leaps with muscular cat-line grace. As he landed on his chosen spot, he planted his feet firmly, bent his strong legs, and leapt forward, high towards the falling body as it neared its point of impact. Stretching fully, he got his arms to her, pulled her into him even as they were airborne. Rotating himself forward while keeping her tucked in his chest, the entangled bodies were thrown in a lateral direction, landing not far from where she would have fallen. Xiao Luo broke the fall, rolling off his back, and the momentum caused him to rotate several more times. Sun Yu was flung from his grasp, landing not far away, but he had broken her fall, saving her from certain death. Without even reaching its terminal velocity, the impact still had a violent effect on Xiao Luo. His constitution of king of mercenaries skill was unable to bear the load of such a force. Click! At the point of contact, Xiao Luo's arm had instantly been dislocated. It all happened in an instant. The pain flashed through the entire left arm, causing him to black out for a split second. Intuitively, his body reacted in the way he had visualized, pulling her body into his own and rolling over as he hit the ground. Sun Yu, having been thrown from his grasp, fell a short way away and remained unconscious. Fresh blood slowly flowed from where she lay. Xiao Luo picked himself up and limped over desperately. Endured the pain in his left arm, he picked her up and returned to the waiting taxi. Looking at Sun Yu covered in blood, the driver was in shock and turned pale. "Is this your friend? Drive!" Xiao Luo couldn't keep calm and roared at the driver to move that very instant. Without further delay, the driver quickly put on his seatbelt and drove directly to the People's Hospital. They arrived within minutes. The strong smell of disinfectant permeated the hospital air. Sitting outside the trauma room, Xiao Luo stared at the dried bloodstains from Sun Yu's injuries, still visible on the ground. He had reset his dislocated left arm himself. As long as he didn't exert any pressure, it would be fine. A few days of rest would suffice. With his hands on his head, he sat there, a despondent figure. There was so much going through his mind at the moment. He kept recalling everything that happened since that night, from Hu Suiran's reminder to Sun Yu's rejection. Everything pointed towards a sinister intrigue that he needed to unravel. What kind of unspeakable suffering would make a girl choose to jump off the building to end her life? Xiao Luo couldn't understand any of it. He only knew that Herr Ruanliang was involved in this somehow. "Brother." After receiving the news, Xiao Ruoyi and Tong Ren rushed over immediately. They were breathing hard by the time they got to him. "Brother, what happened exactly? Why did Yu try to commit suicide?" Xiao Ruoyi asked her anxiously. Xiao Luo did not answer her, but he immediately demanded of her, "Get Hu Suiran over here." Despite not knowing what was going on, Tong Ren immediately replied, "I will get her." Then he turned and immediately left. "How could this be? How could this be?" Xiao Ruoyi looked at the closed door of the trauma room and muttered to herself. Her mind was in total confusion. Elsewhere, the site where Sun Yu had jumped off had been cordoned off by the Jingsha, specifically its investigation department. Team Leader Gu, according to a certain taxi driver's account, the girl who jumped off the building has been sent to People's Hospital for treatment. He also responded to a situation in which a strange male passenger was ferried from Gong Village in Taihei District. The passenger's destination was this hotel. Also, the male passenger kept telling him to drive faster and even threatened him to run the red lights. He seemed to know the girl was going to jump off the building, and the girl was also taken to the hospital by this same male passenger. Gong Village. Guang Qianlin raised her eyebrows in a dramatic arc. She was quite familiar with the name of that place. This was because the number one suspect of the September 12 incident, Xiao Luo, lived there. She then looked up at the hotel. It was a dozen floors high. She thought to herself, jumping from the top of this building would have made anyone minced meat. Could it be possible to save anyone? Have you checked the identity of the jumper? Her name is Sun Yu, a guest of this hotel. Wan Hanzuan nodded and replied, she is a nurse in the People's Hospital. In addition, residual traces of crystal meth and other drugs were found in the room she stayed in. Crystal meth and other drugs. Guang Tianlin furrowed her brows intently. Drugs had always been the target of this country's crackdown. All law enforcement personnel were extremely sensitive to these words. That's correct, Wan Yanzuan said. There was also a middle-aged man who had entered the room with her. The investigation team is looking for his information based on what we have picked out in the surveillance video. I believe there will be results soon. Something worth mentioning as well is that he had had sexual intercourse with the girl in the room. The woman who jumped off the building had likely exchanged her body for crystal meth and drugs from the middle-aged man. Hearing this, Guan Tianlin, who was familiar with similar cases, immediately assumed the reason for the girl's suicide by jumping off the building. The girl must have been addicted to drugs. Addicts usually appear to live a normal life and behave like the
Chapter 166. Competition. Hu Shuidan had just happened to be on the clock when she heard the news of Sun Yu's attempted suicide. She made her way back to the trauma room as fast as she could. When she arrived at its entrance, she broke down and cried in grief, falling to her knees. Xiao Luo took a step up, looked coldly down on her from above, and said, "You should know the reason for this. Now tell me." It wasn't a casual discussion with room for compromise, nor a simple question. It was a command. Hu Shuidan looked up, disheveled, and answered with a hiss, "It's He Rangliang." Jia Ruyi's expression changed slightly. Tang Ren's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe that his own boss, He Rangliang, had something to do with Sun Yu's incident. Hu Shuidan lost her composure as tears ran down her face. Seething with hate and remorse, she cried, "He Rangliang is not human. He's an animal. He tricked us, purposely got us addicted to drugs, and forced us to become his toys. Yu tried fighting back before, but every time her addiction kicked in, she couldn't help but beg him for more drugs. He hurt Yu and me, and he also hurt many young girls in the hospital." What? The revelation was shocking, unbelievable. It stunned both Xiao Ruyi and Tang Ren. No wonder Sun Yu was willing to get a room with He Rangliang at that hotel. No wonder Sun Yu started crying after a few words from He Rangliang at the Mid-Autumn Gala, rejecting Xiao Luo's proposal and running off. No wonder. These were the reasons for all her actions. So that's how it is. That's how it is. Xiao Luo lifted his head up, smiling darkly. He straightened his posture as he clenched his fists tight. He suddenly asked, "Where does He Rangliang live?" Hu Shuidan's whole body trembled. She clearly saw the murderous intent in Xiao Luo's burning eyes. "You should have been to his place before, right?" Xiao Luo asked coldly. Hu Shuidan nodded. "He has a house in Lishui Bingjiang that he purchased without his wife's knowledge for—" "What's the area code, building number, and floor number?" Xiao Luo interrupted her. "Area C, Building 9, 7th floor. Where do he and his wife live?" "Hengshi Park, Area B, Building 6, 3rd floor." Xiao Luo turned away as soon as he received the two addresses. "Big brother, where are you going? Don't do reckless things," Xiao Ruyi called to him as her heart jumped out of her chest.
Tang Ren added, "Let's call the police. Let the JC handle this." "Don't worry, I'm just going out for a walk." Xiao Luo turned and gave them a smirk before leaving without a second word. Deep down, Zhao Ruyi was still concerned. If her brother broke the law because of Sun Yu, she would never be able to forgive herself. Gu Qinglin arrived outside of the trauma room not long after Xiao Luo had left. After seeing Zhao Ruyi, the sister of Xiao Luo, recorded in the visitor's log, and recalling the evidence given by the cab driver earlier, her speculation was proven correct. That strange passenger was indeed Xiao Luo. "Where is your brother Xiao Luo?" Gu Qinglin asked Zhao Ruyi directly as she arrived. Zhao Ruyi was a little taken aback by the sudden question. She looked at her quizzically, wondering how this female cop knew who she was. Looking at the stern countenance of the JC standing behind her, she decided it would be best to cooperate. He just left." "Where did he go?" Gu Qinglin questioned in a hurry. "He went out for a walk," Zhao Ruyi said. "For a walk?" Gu Qinglin didn't believe this excuse and asked, "How did Xiao Luo act before he left? Anything strange, such as asking for the home address of the hospital director, He Rongyong?" Zhao Ruyi and Tang Ren stood stunned in silence. Their minds raced as they questioned themselves about what exactly was going on. Why is the JC so familiar with their older brother, as if they were keeping a close eye on him? From the look in their eyes, Gu Qinglin got the answer she sought. She immediately issued an order to Wang Hanxuan to inform headquarters to locate He Rongyong's cell phone and find him as fast as they can. "Understood." Wang Hanxuan nodded and took out his phone as he turned around to carry out the order. As a precaution, Gu Qinglin had already dispatched the junior officers to head out to He Ronglong's residence in Hongxi Park immediately and ordered them to protect He Ronglong as soon as they found him. "What's your brother's cell phone number?" Gu Qinglin continued to ask. Zhao Ruyi quickly found Xiao Luo's number on her cell phone. She had to do what she could to prevent him from walking down the wrong path. "Here it is." Gu Qinglin dialed the number on her cell phone, only to receive a notification that the phone was turned off. "Damn it!" She shoved her phone back into her pocket and left in a huff. This was turning out to be a race between her and Xiao Luo to find He Ronglong. Even though He Ronglong deserved to die, he was still a key witness for their case. If they captured him before Xiao Luo found him, they would have the evidence to destroy the entire illegal drug market within Zhengshang. But regardless of that fact, she could not let Xiao Luo ignore the law and kill a man on a whim. "Wait!" Zhao Ruyi rushed over to stop him and said, "My brother is a good man. If he ended up breaking the law—" Her voice trembled a little, as she suspected her brother was already on the JC's blacklist. It was very likely that he had already broken the country's law in some way. So she pleaded in a desperate tone, "I'm begging you, please, don't." "Nobody is above the laws of the nation," Gu Qinglin interrupted. She sympathized with Zhao Ruyi, but she was still a law enforcement official, and she could never act on personal sentiments and bias. She would not let anyone breaking the laws walk free. It was her sworn obligation and responsibility. Nothing could change her mind. Zhao Ruyi watched, slumped in despair, as she walked off with her team of JCs. Tang Ren walked up to her. She turned and hugged him tightly, and tears ran as she sobbed quietly. "Oh, what should I do? If my brother really breaks the law, what am I supposed to do? Mom and Dad, Grandpa and Grandma would all be upset and hurt." "Don't worry, big brother, we'll be okay. These JCs must be mistaken about the whole affair." Tang Ren patted her back in consolation and set out the first thing he thought would console her. He was in a state of confusion and trepidation. He hadn't felt such a sense of dread and agony for some time, but he knew Zhao Ruyi needed him now, and he had to be strong for her sake. A man couldn't show his weakness in front of a woman, he used to be told. Gu Qinglin had already put out a warning to both of the HINT teams about how quickly Xiao Luo could move, and she told them to absolutely capture He Ronglong before he could be found. Captain Gu. We've tracked down He Ronglong's cell phone through the GPS, and we've taken a man in, but he's not He Ronglong. Wang Hanshuan updated Gu Qinglin on the cop car. Gu Qinglin raised her eyebrow. What do you mean? He's a petty thief. According to his account, he stole the phone from He Ronglong at a bar. Wang Hanshuan let out a stiff chuckle. What are the chances? Gu Qinglin clenched her teeth. That sure is a coincidence. I know, right? He just happened to steal it at the time when we're looking for He Ronglong. It sure is hard to predict what will happen in this world of ours. By the way, we've discovered something else. He Ronglong doesn't only have one property in Hongxi Park, but also another house in Lishui Bingzhan. He bought under his father's name. Apparently, his wife doesn't even know about this place, so I think it's very likely that's where he's keeping his drugs. Are teams 1 and 2 heading to Hongxi Park right now? Gu Qinglin asked, a serious look on her face. They're on their way. Then we'll go to Lishui Bingzhan. Gu Qinglin had a gut feeling that He Ronglong wouldn't be returning to his home in Hongxi Park and instead would head for Lishui Bingzhan. She then ordered the driver, turn around.
Chapter 168. Cold-Blooded. Lying there in the dark, He Huanliang's rotund form was a bleeding mess, his wide eyes with fear, as sweat ran down his thick, chinless face. He stared at Xiao Luo's depraved smile in abject terror, to the point he dared not even breathe. Those 4 short words from Xiao Luo told him everything he needed to know about what was about to happen to him. Wasn't this the man who single-handedly confronted the Dragon Gang in the September 12th incident? Gang enforcer Bu Jianghu had led more than 100 of his fighters against Xiao Luo. But the Red Cudgel was defeated and killed along with all his gang members that fateful night. He had heard from an inside source he had in the JC that a single fighter had annihilated an entire group of gangsters in that incident. By some providence, he had been helped through certain actions taken by the JC. Could the 12-9 incident have anything to do with this man? Random thoughts flashed through his mind without any logical reason as he shrank in fear from the ominous presence of his tormentor, Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo reached for the knife sticking out of He Huanliang's left shoulder, gripped it tightly, and yanked it out. As he did so, he said in that familiar cold voice, "Long Sung Kui gloats about his 3,000 fighters. I'll arrange for him 3,000 coffins." Without a further word, the blade came down and pierced He Huanliang's open palm, pinning it to the ground. "Earn!" The pain was unbearable, and the screams now unrestrained. Xiao Luo smiled cruelly. He once again withdrew the blade from the impaled palm. His attention wandered to other parts of He Huanliang's shivering body as the fat man whimpered. Xiao Luo wielded his blade like a surgeon's scalpel as he filleted the fleshy parts of his victim's torso like a knife through butter. He Huanliang lost control of all bodily functions, shamelessly discharging his fluids amidst cries of pain and anguish. His screams echoed in the empty space. In a matter of minutes, He Huanliang had turned into a bloody mess of flesh and blood. Strips of flesh hung like ribbons where his shirt had been ripped off. Blood flowed copiously from his open wounds. What was left of his garments was stained in a morbid red. A gaping mark was drawn across his forehead, revealing the white bone of his skull. The cut was deep and continued down to the right side of his chin, causing his face to appear like it was falling off to one side. He Huanliang's body now twitched uncontrollably, as if in his last throes of death. His body was soon coming into a state of shock, and he only stared blankly at Xiao Luo. He was trying to speak. His mouth was opening and closing like a fish out of water, even as he choked in his own blood. In his mind, he was begging for his life. He couldn't have imagined he would die such a horrific death. Xiao Luo finally stood up.
He looked down at He Huanliang with no emotion, as if admiring a piece of fine art. Xiao Luo didn't plan on taking his life with a single strike, and he wanted to quietly watch this man suffer in pain and grow in despair before he finally died. He had no intention of giving this man a quick death. It would be a long and painful one. Bang! The high-pitched report of a handgun pierced the silence. A single bullet sped through the darkness and found its mark, hitting Xiao Luo on the rear of his left shoulder. The impact from the low-velocity round threw him forward, almost tripping him over. Within a split second, he had identified the direction of the shooter, and instinctively he immediately grabbed He Huanliang off the ground. He pulled him up and held him like a human shield. "Release him!" Gu Qingling held her piece in both hands, aligned with her line of sight, as she quickly made her way over. She stood facing him now in her shooting stance, her left foot slightly forward, dropping her cheeks close to her biceps, lining up the gun with her eyes. With a stern voice, she warned him not to make a move. Wang Hanxuan was positioned just behind her, with two other JCs as backups. Xiao Luo now held his knife against He Huanliang's neck and faced the rescuers. For a brief, tense moment, there was complete silence. The officers stared in horror at what they witnessed. They felt their palms get sweaty, as an unexplainable sense that they had come face to face with a beast. "Help me! Help me!" As adrenaline surged through his body, He Huanliang's instinct for survival returned. He called out weakly for help when he saw the JC team right in front of him. "Did you hear us? Release him!" Gu Qingling repeated the order firmly. She wasn't sure if the perpetrator was Xiao Luo, but had a reasonable suspicion that it was. If he really was Xiao Luo, then she now had an ID on his real face. A chill shot through her spine as she looked at He Huanliang, his face barely recognizable. He was soaked in blood and his flesh virtually shredded. Whoever they were facing was a pro, an intelligent and steady, cold-blooded killer. He carried out his assault within such a short time, given the JC was already en route to apprehend He Huanliang. The fact that their opponent could react in such a short time and held He Huanliang as hostage proved that this person was a real, intelligent, cold-blooded, and calm killer. Even with her experience, Gu Qingling felt goosebumps rise out of nowhere. Xiao Luo kept hid behind He Huanliang's body as a shield. Gu Qingling's arrival had messed up his plan, so he might have to leave the man behind. Without another word, Xiao Luo lifted He Huanliang and carried him off like a beast towards another exit. He kept to the darkness as he made his way there. The pursuing JC team could see the knife pressed against He Huanliang's neck as it glistened coldly under the dim light. Gu Qingling followed closely, waiting for a chance to take a shot at Xiao Luo. The chance never came. As Xiao Luo successfully reached the exit, the stalemate continued. He Huanliang now felt the knife pressing on his neck and knew that Xiao Luo was about to take his life. In fear and horror, he called out again in a coarse, guttural voice, "No, please don't. Stop it! I'm telling you to stop! Do you hear me?" Gu Qingling yelled. She could sense what would soon be happening. She cringed at the thought of a human life brutally taken right in front of her. Then the sound of a grunt. The knife mercilessly sliced through He Huanliang's throat, and blood oozed out in an instant. "Damn it!" Gu Qingling lost her control and immediately opened fire. Bang! 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 A volley of shots tore through the exit area, but Xiao Luo had already made his escape, and the bullets lodged harmlessly in the wall. When they arrived at the spot, He Huanliang was already lying dead in a pool of blood, his eyes open, staring blankly at the wall. "He's brutal, a cold-blooded murderer," Wang Hanxuan said, staring chillingly at the corpse. Gu Qingling's furious. Clenching her teeth, she ordered, "Send a request to the headquarters immediately. Get a warrant of arrest out for criminal suspect Xiao Luo." Committing a crime right before her eyes was not only an affront to her, but more so an insult to the law. He must be captured at all costs. He cannot escape the long arm of the law. "Understood." Wang Hunxuan nodded and acknowledged her order. Xiao Luo arrived at the pavilion on the mountains in the Garming Park. Even though Gu Qingling's shot wasn't life-threatening, the bullet had lodged deep in his shoulder, causing hemorrhage and massive trauma to the affected area. The loss of blood dramatically affected his physical and mental state. He slowly reached his hand back towards the injury and, clenching his teeth, pushed his finger into the wound, attempting to dig the slug out. A sharp pain flashed from the wound the moment his finger reached into the wound, his face twisted in anguish. After what seemed like a long, agonizing time, he finally managed to extract the bullet from his injury. He felt his legs giving and collapsed to the ground. The cold-blooded assassin rolled over and lay where he fell, his face a deathly pale.
Chapter 169. Grade A Dangerous Personnel. Ding! Detected severe injury on the host, life energy rapidly decreasing. The system will automatically deduct 100,000 healing points from the host account. An emotionless digital notification from the genius system played inside his head. As Xiao Luo was about to lose consciousness, he could feel a burning sensation from the injury on his back. It felt like it was a fire. However, it didn't hurt nor itch, but instead it gradually began to feel quite comfortable, like a large and warm hand gently placed on the injury. What? Deduct 100,000 points for healing treatment? Xiao Luo laughed incredulously as he questioned how the system could forcibly deduct points without even getting his approval. He felt the urge to scorn loud, though, on the flip side, healing a gunshot wound for only the cost of 100,000 was quite a steal. It was way past midnight, and the mountains in the park were cold and silent. Even the path lights on the mountain trails were turned off to save energy. Xiao Luo laid on the stone bench inside the pavilion, with his eyes closed, allowing the system's healing function to do its job. In the city, located a distance away, sounds of police sirens wailed as patrol cars drove by like a gust of wind. This didn't pose any threat to him, because he had already had an escape plan before he carried out his attack on He Rongliang. The routes he planned to use would remain in the shadow of the Skynet system. The JC would not be able to track him from their surveillance cameras. His only worry had been the scar left by the bullet wound on his back. He was high on the list of Gu Qinglin's suspects. The shot she fired prevented him from killing He Rongliang outright, and it was also proof that he had been present at the scene of the crime. Gu Qinglin made the shot at his upper torso, safely away from the body's kill zone. By avoiding his vital organs, she clearly planned to keep him alive. "Will it leave a scar?" Xiao Luo asked. The question was obviously directed at the system that had already merged with his body. Ding! Injuries sustained by the host, including but not exclusive to bullet wounds, knife wounds, burns, and near-fatal injuries that do not pose a threat to the host's life, can trigger the automatic response of the healing function. Points will be deducted to initiate the healing process on the detected wounds. The healing function will result in a permanent recovery and will not leave any scars. A permanent recovery that leaves no marks? Xiao Luo couldn't help being sarcastic in responding to the notification. He remarked, "You say it like an advertisement." The system didn't respond, as if it couldn't give a proper response to this kind of command. What happens if you have less than 100,000 points? Then the healing function will not be able to activate. Precisely as he expected, Xiao Luo stopped talking, losing the urge to continue the banter with the system's AI. Half an hour later, the treatment process was completed. Xiao Luo recovered fully, feeling energized once again. He moved his shoulder around and couldn't even feel a hint of pain. He reached over to his back and touched the spot where the bullet had penetrated. What was earlier an entry hole pouring with blood was now smooth as new.
Even without seeing it with his own 2 eyes, he could confirm that no trace of a scar was left. Good! Xiao Luo gave high praise to the system. Just as he was getting ready to leave, he saw a couple making their way up the mountain. The man appeared to be leading the woman up the steep path, and then they headed towards the wooded area by the side. Not long after, he heard the coital sounds of soft moans and grunts from where the pair was last seen. They were clearly a young couple who had sneaked out in the middle of the night, seeking temporary refuge to share a blissful moment. Xiao Luo didn't walk in their direction to watch them on purpose, but his eyes had already grown accustomed to the darkness. There he saw 2 white bodies in an intimate embrace. They were bare of any items of clothing, and not fearing the night chill, Xiao Luo felt uncomfortable. He wasn't a voyeur, unintentional or not, and turned around immediately. Before he left, he stealthily picked up the clothes the man had left close by and put it on himself. Along the way down, he tossed his gray coat in a nearby trash can. "Captain Gu, we have located Xiao Luo. He's in the public hospital in the Guangming area," the voice of a subordinate announced on the comm speaker. "In the hospital?" Gu Qinglin immediately responded. "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him run, or you won't need to come to work tomorrow." "Understood." The JC on the other end of the line realized the urgency of the matter and replied with clear affirmation. "Start up the engine. We're going to the public hospital." Gu Qinglin told the JC on the driver's seat. The JC driver immediately tossed his half-eaten cup of noodles into the trash can outside the car and started up the engine, speeding towards the public hospital. "Captain Gu, this isn't right. Why is Xiao Luo in the hospital? Does he plan to turn himself in?" Wang Hanshuan scratched his head and couldn't think of a logical reason behind this. The police were actively searching the residences and keeping a close eye on the hospital as well. Who knows what a cold-blooded criminal like him is thinking? Either way, we need to capture him this time, Gu Qinglin said, clenching her jaws. Wang Hanshuan nodded in agreement. Recalling the horrific scene of He Rongliang's murder at the underground parking in Li Shui Binsang, he shuddered. If the criminal really was Xiao Luo, they would be walking into a perilous situation. He was a ferocious beast and not to be trifled with. Back at the hospital, Sun Yu was still in the emergency room. Outside, a group of about 7 to 8 JCs held up their J-guns and kept them pointed at the approaching figure. It was a tense moment. Everyone remained on their toes. Xiao Luo held the paper cup in his hands and looked at them casually with no sign of panic on his face. As Xiao Rui, Tong Ren, and Hu Suriang looked on, they froze in panic and held their breaths in anticipation of what would occur. What happened? Why are these JCs pointing their guns at Xiao Luo? And why do these JCs look so nervous? A host of questions ran through their mind right there and then. They saw this man before them standing upright, showing no fear, and standing there perfectly calm. While at the other end, a squad of armed JC on full alert, with their guards up, pointing their guns at him. He was like a mystery of secrets waiting to unfold. Xiao Luo shook his head, laughing softly to himself, and he started to walk towards their direction. "Don't move!" The leader of the squad of JC shouted loudly at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo shook the paper cup in his hands and said, "Don't worry, I'm just going to get a cup of water. It's in the corner. I won't leave your sights." As he spoke, he continued towards the water dispenser in the corner of the room, not waiting for a response from the JCs. The guns followed him as he moved past them. Some of the JCs had visible crops of sweat forming on their foreheads. From the information they received, Xiao Luo was a Grade A dangerous personnel. To get a perspective of the situation, a bank robber would be labeled as Grade B, so the JC officers couldn't imagine just how dangerous this person before them was. Xiao Luo placed his paper cup under the hot water dispenser spout and turned it on. As the cup filled, the sound of dripping water broke the monotony of the tense, quiet moment. He filled the cup half full and then brought it to his mouth. It felt a little too hot, so he added some cold water. When it was just right, he began to take sips out of the cup casually. The JCs kept their eyes on him the whole time, looking on nervously. The squad leader felt a deep sense of fear at the sight of this man casually sipping his cup of water, even when there were guns pointed directly at him. He could feel an aura of invincibility around the man.
Chapter 170. Losing Sanity. Gu Qinglin arrived at the scene just as Xiao Luo finished the water in his cup. She had a fresh and neat look, and her slender body gave away hints of an active lifestyle. She kept her hair short and sassy, framing a pair of the loveliest light brown eyes. Gu Qinglin had a certain allure that drew eyes everywhere she went. "Officer Gu, what's with all the flashy act you guys are putting on?" Xiao Luo spoke calmly to Gu Qinglin, turned around as he placed the empty paper cup inside the trash can next to him. Gu Qinglin sneered in reply. "Xiao Luo, you don't need to pretend anymore. The person that killed He Ruanliang an hour ago in the underground garage of Li Shui Binzhong was you. Admit it." "What? He Ruanliang was killed?" Listening in, the trio of Xiao Ruyi, Tong Ren, and Hu Shuirong were shocked. They just stared wide-eyed at Xiao Luo, unwilling to believe that he had killed He Ruanliang. Especially Xiao Ruyi. In her eyes, her brother was also an honest man that cared very much for his family. How could he possibly be the culprit? Her worst nightmare seemed to have come true and felt as if the whole world around her was falling apart. Xiao Luo lifted a faint smile and said, "Officer Gu, as a JC you should be careful of what you say, or be held responsible for your own words. If you don't have evidence to prove that I am a murderer, I can sue you for defamation." "Are you threatening me?" Gu Qinglin was furious. "You want evidence? Fine. Can you take off your shirt and show us your back?" The bullet wound on his back would be indisputable evidence. As long as she could confirm that he carried this wound, then Xiao Luo would indeed be the culprit that killed He Ruanliang. Is he trying to wiggle his way out with such threats? That won't work. She rated the arrest of Xiao Luo for his crimes as a more significant accomplishment compared to losing her chance to completely destroy the entire drug market of Zhongchang. Xiao Luo kept silent. His face was hard and impassioned. He stared at her without a word. The cold silence created a rising tension that was felt by every single JC present. The tense atmosphere vanished as soon as Xiao Luo smiled. "Of course I can." Xiao Luo responded to Gu Qinglin's request in a seemingly light-hearted way, carefully unbuttoned his shirt and turning to expose his back towards Gu Qinglin's team. He dropped his shirt down toward his waist and revealed his bare back before the entire group of JCs. They were stunned. No sign of wounds showed on Xiao Luo's back. "There's no injury. How is that possible?" The person that spoke up was Gu Qinglin's assistant, Wang Hanshu. He said in disbelief, "We certainly shot him. He can't possibly be unhurt." Gu Qinglin was taken aback. She was confident he was the man, and her confused look said it all. She even blinked her eyes a few times to make sure she wasn't dreaming, but there was still no wound to be found. She was absolutely dumbfounded. "That's impossible. Did I run into a ghost?" She muttered under her breath as she walked towards Xiao Luo and unconsciously reached out to touch his back, and then carefully studied the front of his body as well. There wasn't even a hint of scarring or any marks on him, let alone a bullet wound. She couldn't help noticing how clean and taut his skin appeared. Xiao Luo put his clothes back on and buttoned up his shirt. He readjusted his collar after he had buttoned up his shirt and said in an exaggerated whisper, "This is a hospital. We need to remain quiet. You should probably take your subordinates out of here soon." He walked around Gu Qinglin towards Xiao Ruyi as he spoke. Gu Qinglin refused to believe it.
How was it not Xiao Luo? She lost it. Her instinct as a JC told her that there was no doubt the cold-blooded killer was Xiao Luo. However, if it really was Xiao Luo, how is it possible that he didn't carry the bullet wound on him? There was no logical explanation. Captain Gu, it looks like we made a mistake. The killer isn't him. Wang Hanshuang walked up to her and spoke to her quietly. He was in a way slightly relieved that he didn't see the wound on Xiao Luo's back. This meant they could clear Xiao Luo off the suspect list for the murder of He Ranyang. It's not him? How could it possibly not be him? Gu Qinglin could almost feel herself go insane. She had been working in the force for 8 years now, and never had she been in a situation where her deductions and theories were so wrong. This had not only hurt her pride and confidence after such a long history of successfully solving cases, it even made her question her ability to carry on conducting future investigations. He Ranyang, the only person that could give them enough evidence to bring down the entire Zhangchang drug market, is dead. To add salt to the injury, their investigation into the murderer had now faltered. Xiao Luo's relaxed silhouette walking away from her was like a slap to her face. Gu Qinglin could feel her blood boiling as anger overcame her good sense. She clenched her fist tightly, and within a matter of seconds, the demure figure had reached Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo! Gu Qinglin screamed as she flew towards him without warning. She was on him within seconds and threw her fist in a wide arc, attacking his flank. Xiao Luo reacted instinctively, without even looking. Sensing the oncoming attack, he instantly leaped away as he elegantly swiveled around, keeping his opponent in his sight. In one seamless motion, he had swept his right foot across the air in complete balance and control, intending to parry the blow. Bang! The insole of his foot met with the deadly incoming fist, and like two roaring floods of water suddenly crashing, the fierce clash of the fighters threw them both back. Xiao Luo's right leg felt slightly numbed as he fell to the ground after losing his balance. Gu Qinglin staggered a few steps back, but stopped herself by stumping her right foot on the ground. Maintaining her composure, she settled into a low stance. She looked every bit like a ferocious predator protecting her young. Turning to a row of heavy-duty plastic seats attached to the wall, she stepped forcefully down on a single chair. The retaining bolt flew off, and the chair broke free from the metal brace that held it in place. Clash! Gu Qinglin lifted the broken chair in the air with a flick of her right foot, then hollering out loud, kicked her right leg out again with the force of her whole body behind her. She sent the chair hurtling toward Xiao Luo with incredible force. As the chair spun forcefully in its trajectory, it created a whooshing sound as it homed in toward its target. A display of speed, power, and unbridled force was the outcome of Gu Qinglin's explosive anger. Wang Hanshuan and the JCs watched in fascination and disbelief that a woman of her stature could generate such formidable force. Xiao Luo's expression hardened as he tracked the incoming flying object, then he released a high roundhouse kick. Fancy, sharp, and without hesitation. Xiao Luo's reaction was timed to perfection, sending the chair crashing into the wall of the hallway. Following up quickly, Gu Qinglin rushed in just behind the flying projectile. Leaping forward directly toward Xiao Luo, he fully extended his right knee outward to strike his upper section. That's enough! Xiao Luo had enough. A fierce aura formed around him as his anger rose. He shifted forward towards her left flank, breaking her momentum even as he struck out with his left arm. His striking hand, like cold steel, aimed at Gu Qinglin's neck, vicious and merciless, unparalleled and powerful.
Chapter 171. A Will to Die. Slightly stunned, Gu Qianlin instinctively crossed her arms to block the incoming strike. Bam!
Yet another dull thud resounded in the hallway as the impact exploded through her defense, in an instant sending powerful shock waves right through her body. Gu Qianlin's body flew backward uncontrollably, and a tingling sensation of numbness shot through both arms. Wang Han-suen and several other police members reacted quickly enough to catch her, preventing the embarrassment of falling to the ground. She was both angry and surprised. She had not expected Xiao Luo to be this strong. Even with a sneak attack and imparting all her strength, she was unable to come out with yet a slight advantage. Whether it was his reaction speed, fighting instinct, or power, Xiao Luo's ability exceeded any of the Special Forces soldiers that she had known. He was a monster in human form. "This brat assaulted a police officer. Hurry up and cuff him." Wang Han-suen barked out the orders, seeing that Gu Qianlin seemed to be bruised quite severely. "Yes, sir." A team of tough-looking police officers pulled out their handcuffs and closed in on Xiao Luo. "Just a minute," Xiao Luo called out coldly, then pointed at a security camera fixed on the ceiling of the hallway. "It's been recorded here who clearly attacked first, so unless you want to say that our police officers somehow have special privileges to assault citizens, I'd say that would be a bad idea." Hearing this, the police members all froze in their tracks, looking at each other in uncertainty, before turning to Gu Qianlin. They were waiting for her orders. Gu Qianlin waved a hand and motioned for them to back off. Then she walked to stand in front of Xiao Luo, her beautiful eyes glaring at him with steely determination. "Let me ask you, where were you an hour ago?" "I was taking a walk at the hospital." Gu Qianlin pressed on. "Why did you turn off your phone to take a walk?" "I wanted to be alone and did not want to be disturbed," Xiao Luo replied casually. "Is that a problem?" The corners of Gu Qianlin's mouth shivered slightly, then issued a cold warning. "That's all the questions I have, but here's a phrase for you to keep in mind. The webs of the law might seem thin, but it never leaves anything out. Anyone who breaks the law will receive their due punishment without exceptions." "Got it," Xiao Luo said, nodding his head slightly. Xiao Luo fixed her eyes on him for a long while before calling out fiercely, "Dismissed!" Although in her heart she was sure that Xiao Luo was the one who killed He Runliang, and on top of that was a suspect in the 9/12 incident, she didn't have sufficient evidence. Even if she arrested him, he couldn't be tried, so it would just be a waste of time and effort. Gu Qianlin only turned to leave after the rest of her subordinates had gone out. But after taking only a few steps, she stopped. Turning back around, she said to Xiao Luo, "Ah, I forgot to tell you, you look absolutely terrible in those clothes." Saying that, she left without a second glance. Xiao Luo let out a small humph and ignored the comment. "Brother!" Xiao Ruyi ran up and hugged Xiao Luo tightly. Tong Ren, on the other hand, stood haplessly without moving, still reeling from the shock from all that had just taken place. The police were pointing their guns not at anyone else, but at his wife's brother. He really didn't know what to make of any of this. "Brother, why were the police looking for you? Did you really kill He Runliang?" Xiao Ruyi asked worriedly. Xiao Luo nodded his head and patted her head and said convincingly, "No. They've got the wrong person." He had no choice but to lie to put his sister at ease. "Really?" Xiao Ruyi was still a little skeptical. Xiao Luo gave her a gentle smile and said, "When have I ever lied to you? I really just took a walk at the hospital and got some fresh air." "Team Leader Gu, if the perpetrator isn't Xiao Luo, then whom could it be? What if it was He Runliang's associates looking to silence him?" Outside the hospital, Wang Han-suen was giving voice to his own speculations. Gu Qianlin's eyebrows furrowed together as she gave him an unpleasant glare. "Associates looking to silence him? My intuition tells me that the perpetrator has to be Xiao Luo." "Xiao Luo?" Wang Han-suen frowned. "But he doesn't have any wounds on his body. Doesn't that clear him of any suspicion?" Even a bulletproof vest couldn't completely block out gunshots. After being shot, there had to be a bruise or wound somewhere on Xiao Luo's body. This was common knowledge. This was precisely what Gu Qianlin couldn't figure out. She had definitely hit him. So why wasn't there a wound? There was nothing to prove that Xiao Luo was the perpetrator, and on the face of the current evidence, it had cleared him of any suspicion. But her intuition and judgment as a police officer told her that the perpetrator had to be Xiao Luo. The contradiction that the two presented was making her head spin. Suddenly, she grabbed hold of Wang Hansuen's collar and demanded, "Do you think there's any kind of medicine in the world that could instantly close a wound?" "What?" Wang Hansuen's mouth gaped open in shock. This seemed like a little childish question. How could there be such miracle medicine in the world? "What? Your foot? Just answer the question," Gu Qianlin barked. Wang Hansuen quickly said, "I've heard that there's a prescription of Yunnan Baiyao that could quickly stop bleeding to a wound, but the prescription's formula has been lost for a while. The Yunnan Baiyao one can find in the market wouldn't have that effect." Gu Qianlin's eyes lit up. Then could it be that Xiao Luo just happened to have that prescription? Gulp. Wang Hansuen swallowed hard, wondering if maybe his boss had been possessed by the devil. It seemed that she would not stop until the crime could be connected to Xiao Luo. He shook his head and said, "That's impossible. And even with the prescription, there's no way the wound could close in such a short time, not to mention without a single scar." Hearing this, Gu Qianlin let him go reluctantly. She took a last look at the hospital behind them and then walked away. After 2 full days since the rescue, Sun Yu's condition had stabilized. The doctors had successfully pulled her back from the brink of death. Sun Yu's parents had also rushed from their hometown on the day of the accident. Upon seeing her daughter lying with an oxygen mask on the hospital bed, her face pale as a sheet, Mrs. Sun fainted right then and there. When Sun Jiannan arrived, his eyes also turned red, and he could not stop wiping tears from his face. After a week, Sun Yu's condition had stabilized entirely. However, the doctors had some bad news. Speaking in a concerned tone, he said, "The patient is already out of danger, and her body's condition has also stabilized. However, her intention to die is too strong. She doesn't want to wake up. We've done everything that we could do, but if the patient insists on dying, there's nothing we can do to help with that." "What is it like this? What exactly did you experience?" In anguish, Mrs. Sun rushed into the sick room, tears pouring out, almost on the edge of swooning. Mr. Sun also wiped tears from his eyes and walked shakily into the room with grief. "You can't accept herself the way she is right now, and she also can't face Xiao Luo. She really just wants to die." Hu Suirong was sobbing incessantly. As a victim herself, she understood very clearly what was going on in Sun Yu's head. Xiao Ruyi's eyes reddened and pressed herself into Tong Rin's arms, sobbing softly. Tong Ren didn't know what to say to comfort her and just gently patted her back.
Chapter 172. Forgetting Pain. In the sick room, Sun Yu laid recuperating on the hospital bed, had her eyes shut. Her face was chalky and pale, and even then she appeared like a tranquil sleeping beauty. The oxygen mask she had on did not in any way hide her exquisite beauty. Xiao Luo was sitting by the side of her bed, flipping through the pages of a pink-covered notebook, a page at a time. This was Sun Yu's secret diary that Mr. Sun and Mrs. Sun had found at her house. "I am finally heading off to the big city. I'm both so excited and exhilarated. Movie theaters, big shopping malls, beautiful parks. Here I come. I came to Zhongcheng filled with bright hopes for the future, but I didn't expect that this place would be so cold and vile. In the past half-year, not a single good thing has happened to me. It is like I have been falling into a bottomless pit. I'm struggling, and I'm fighting back, but more and more I feel that I will never be able to get past this.
Filth is gradually filling up my body and corroding my soul. It is like there are thousands and thousands of ants crawling across my body, tearing and biting at my skin, and causing me so much pain that I want to die. I want to be rid of the devil's control, and yet every time I yield to this torment, I sink deeper. This is worse than death." It was a large stack of paper, filled with the words of struggle, rebellion, and of drowning, until a page is reached where the ink seemed a little fresher. "I am very happy today. I've met a really cute guy. His name is Xiao Luo. He's Sister Ruyi's brother, and also my big benefactor. He's clean, handsome, mysterious, like a bright ray of sunlight that's now shining through my dark life. I feel that I'm falling in love with him. For him, I have to escape from the devil's control. I can do it. Big benefactor, you have to wait for me." Big benefactor finally confessed to me, but why did he have to be the owner of Luo's workshop? He's so outstanding, and I, on the other hand, am so tarnished. Big benefactor, forgive me for rejecting you, but I don't deserve you. The feeling of being bitten by bugs is swelling back up. What should I do? Big benefactor, what should I do? The journal came to an abrupt stop here, leaving Xiao Luo in an unusually dour mood. He turned his head and looked at the ailing girl who was silently lying on the hospital bed. It was now clear to him that he was the main reason why Sun Yu had jumped off the building. If it was not for his rash confession and her knowledge of his true identity, even though she had not been able to escape from He Ruanyang's grasp, she would not have come to the ultimate decision of suicide. Looking at her now, she seemed like a flower that was withering away, and Xiao Luo could not help the feeling of guilt. "I never thought that my presence would have brought you so much pain. I just knew that whenever I was together with you, I felt no pressure. In my eyes, you will always be a beautiful, kind, and tender girl. The dance that you performed at the Mid-Autumn party, it was lively, charming, and elegant, and you were like an angel that had descended to earth. At that very moment, my heart was captured, and it belonged to you. I wanted the whole world to know that you were my woman." Xiao Luo, who was generally a man of few words, suddenly flowed with expressions in that instant as he sat alone with Sun Yu. They were all words from his heart. But there was no response from Sun Yu, not even with the slightest twitch of her fingertips. She had sunk into a state of suspended animation. While her bodily functions were all working well, her consciousness continued to die. This was a natural instinct of self-preservation in human beings. When faced with unbearable realities, choosing to fall unconscious, to lie in a coma forever. Everything happened because of me, so I should also be the one to finish everything. Xiao Luo closed his eyes, then came to a painful decision. The only way to save Sun Yu now was to have her forget about what happened in Zhongcheng. Everything, including himself. "Ding, congratulations, you have redeemed the hypnotic master talent for 8,000 points. In his head, the system notification announced. Xiao Luo gently pressed on Sun Yu's forehead, between her eyebrows, and closed his eyes. Clearing his mind, he began feeling out for Sun Yu's subconscious world, the ID. Forget this pain. Return to the bright hopes for the future that you had. Movie theaters, big shopping malls, beautiful parks, they are still things you can look forward to. Everything that you have experienced was but a dream, and by the time the sun rises tomorrow, you will wake up from this dream. You will forget everything that happened in this dream. Those people and those events will slowly become blurry and blank, and your life will once again be filled with meaning." Xiao Luo used a deep, soulful voice to penetrate through Sun Yu's subconsciousness, causing significant parts of the memory in her subconscious to reform. This continued for a time, allowing her mind to slowly heal, removing those painful experiences of her past struggles. It was a long process. Until midnight, the hypnosis finally completed. Due to the long period of concentration, Xiao Luo was exhausted, feeling as if he had just recovered from an illness. He stood up, picked up Sun Yu's diary, and walked with slow, heavy steps to exit the sick room. It was like he had lost a part of his soul. "President Xiao! Brother!" In the corridor outside, Sun Junnan, Xiao Luo, and Teng Ren hurried forward to support him. Xiaolun waved a hand, gesturing them not to worry about him, then turned towards Mr. Sun and Mrs. Sun. "When she wakes up tomorrow, transfer her to another hospital. Leave Zhongcheng. Don't let her come back here ever, and don't ever mention anything about Zhongcheng." After saying that, he left without a second glance. Zhang Dashan and Feng Wuhan were already waiting outside the hospital. Xiao Luo got into the car without saying a word. Adjusting his seat to lean farthest back, he lay down and closed his eyes. He was slowly recovering his strength, but at the same time suffering through heart-wrenching grief. Although hypnosis would allow Sun Yu to forget about everything that happened in Zhongcheng, she could also never meet anyone she had seen in Zhongcheng, especially him. Otherwise, the hypnosis would quickly lose its effect, and Sun Yu would once again remember everything, which meant that they could never meet ever again. This goodbye was an eternal one. "Lao Xiao, are you all right?" asked Zhang Dashan worriedly from the driver's seat. Xiao Luo said, "Drive." "Where are we going?" "Anywhere." Zhang Dashan let out a long sigh. It was the first time he had seen Xiao Luo in such a depressed mood. He knew it had to do with Sun Yu, but there was nothing he could do. After hearing about what happened to Sun Yu, he could only offer his support and sympathies. "Brother, you have to get yourself together," Feng Wuhan advised from the back seat. "Yeah, the Dragon Gang is running rampant right now. They keep coming to destroy our Lowe's Workshop storefront. You can't fall right now." Xiao Zu's words were like an elixir shot right into Xiao Luo's veins, making him sit up with a jolt. "What are our losses right now?" "Around 50 million. Although he didn't know what state Xiao Luo was in and what he was thinking, Zhang Dashan still reported the total losses truthfully.
Chapter 173. Using Balls as a Threat. Madame Gu, Xiao Luo went to Long Sanqui's Yellow Skies Casino. As Zhang Deshan's white Corolla stopped at the Yellow Skies Casino's entrance, a black car behind them stopped not far away. The two plainclothes police officers in the vehicle immediately reported the situation to Gu Shanlin. To gather evidence of Xiao Luo's transgressions against the law, Gu Shanlin had placed him under strict surveillance, or, as her subordinates put it, the dumbest and most straightforward method. This meant monitoring around the clock. Whenever Xiao Luo went or took action, a message would be passed to her immediately. Holding the handphone at the other end of the line, Gu Shanlin took a moment to ponder before giving the order, "Continue monitoring him. Report to me at once if he does anything unusual." "Yes, madam," came the reply. The officer nodded forcefully and hung up the call. However, the looks on both of their faces changed instantly as they saw that Xiao Luo and several men headed right their way after they alighted from their car. Had they been found out? The two exchanged glances and couldn't help noticing the shock in each other's eyes. As experienced plainclothes cops, tracking and monitoring suspects were necessary surveillance skills they'd been practicing for a long time. They'd never been detected by their targets so far. It was a first for them and was totally beyond their expectations. They could almost feel their hearts leaping out of their throats. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the car window resounded inside the vehicle. Both the cops turned to look, trying hard to appear disinterested, only to see Xiao Luo's handsome, chiseled face staring indifferently at them. They did their best to appear nonchalant as he approached, as if unconcerned with the goings-on. The plainclothes cop sitting on the driver's seat warily rolled down the window and asked casually, "Is something the matter?"
Xiao Luo said impatiently, "You have been following us all the way from the hospital. Gu Shanlin sent you all, didn't she?" He pointed at the handphone in the hand of the plainclothes cop sitting in the passenger seat. "Call her, I have a word or two with her." His words seemed to carry a finality in its tone, as if something very terrible would happen if they refused. The two cops sat up straight, not even daring to breathe loudly. The plainclothes police sitting in the passenger seat quickly dialed Gu Shanlin's number and passed the mobile phone over to Xiao Luo's waiting hand. "Any new development? What's going on?" At the other end of the line, Gu Shanlin spoke urgently. Xiao Luo replied, "Officer Gu, this is Xiao Luo." His voice stunned Gu Shanlin. Recovering immediately, Gu Shanlin asked loudly, "What have you done to them?" "They are perfectly fine. I just want to tell you that their surveillance skills are about as bad as it gets," Xiao Luo said coldly. His words made the two plainclothes cops lower their heads sheepishly, feeling immensely embarrassed. They had nothing to say for the undeniable truth that they had been discovered. "You—" Gu Shanlin gritted her teeth in anger. Xiao Luo snickered. "Officer Gu, you really are neglecting your duties. For the past days, the shops belonging to my law company have been smashed up by scoundrels one after another. I don't see you arresting them and compensating my losses. Instead, you are fixated on me. What happened to the justice you told me about a few days ago? Xiao Luo, don't you dare stick labels on me as you please. There are clear divisions of responsibilities. There are other police departments in charge of the case involving your company's shops being smashed up. I am only responsible for my own." Xiao Luo laughed mockingly, saying, "Your duty is to monitor my actions? Madam Gu, you really must have a lot of time on your hands." "Stop waffling. We both know why I am monitoring your actions. You don't need me to explain that to you." "It seems that there is no way to eliminate your suspicions of me." He raised an eyebrow and laughed lightly. "In that case, why don't you come over now? I'm preparing to make a scene at the Yellow Skies Casino, and without you, a police officer, to monitor my actions on site, I'm worried that I might accidentally do something illegal." Without waiting for Gu Shanlin to reply, he hung up the phone and threw it back at the plainclothes cop sitting in the passenger seat. "Old Xiao, what are you trying to do? Asking the police to come and watch while you create trouble? Did your brain just short-circuit?" Deshan was both exasperated and puzzled over Xiao Luo's actions. He thought to himself, other people would get it over and done with when they smashed other shops, and they'd be far gone by the time the police arrived. But no, instead you told the cops in advance. What the heck can we still do? Xiao Luo shook his head and said with a smile, "Do you know why I let you represent Law Company in court?" Deshan couldn't answer, and he didn't get why Xiao Luo suddenly changed the topic to the public trial, which he was very proud of. He nodded knowingly, humility not being his strong suit. I know. It's because I am someone you trust most. Other than that, there is one more thing of the utmost importance." Xiao Luo looked at him and said thoughtfully, "It is to build your reputation so that others would have faith in you when you take over Law Company in the future." Deshan was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Luo to make such plans for him. "We have taken down Fang Chonglei, and now we face Long San Kui. To deal with Long San Kui, we would need to use extreme measures for the most time. You will represent Law Company's image in the future, and you mustn't be tainted by anything negative now. That is why I will be the one to carry out all these extreme measures." "Fuck, what do you mean? You're casting me aside?" Deshan caught on to the hidden meaning in Xiao Luo's words. He patted him on the shoulder. "I'm not casting you aside. It's called task division. Just like how Long San Kui has retreated to the back line and never takes charge of anything other than specifying the representatives for each of the assets under him, I'm doing the same here and assigning you to be the representative of Law Company. You will be in charge of the company's affairs, and I will be in charge of the rest. Understand?" "Understand my balls. What the heck? Deshan was getting emotional, as he couldn't shake the feeling that Xiao Luo was making arrangements for what would happen after his death. Before he could even finish his sentence, Xiao Luo kicked him in the crotch, making him double up from the agonizing pain. He clutched at his groin, squeezing his thighs together, with a sorry expression on his face. He swore he heard a testicle pop. He shouted at Xiao Luo, "Fuck you and your ancestors! Why did you kick me in the balls?" "You said you wanted to understand your balls. How is it my fault?" Xiao Luo said in a deadpan as he cocked an eyebrow, as if what he had told justified his action. Then looking at Feng Wuhan, he said, "Wuhan, from now on, you and Little Five are to monitor Ryu Yi and Tong Ren around the clock. Do not let them out of sight. Bring the boys with you. If there is anything unusual, report to me immediately." He had learned this trick from Gu Shanlin very quickly. Since they were going to battle with Long San Kui, naturally they must get rid of all the trouble back at home. "Rest assured, Brother Xiao, leave it to us," Feng Wuhan promised, patting a hand on his chest. After giving the orders to Feng Wuhan, Xiao Luo returned his gaze to Dai Shan. "Are you feeling better? Don't play dead on me. I didn't use much force." "Your ass! Why don't you let me kick you and see? Fucker, I'm dying from the pain here." Dai Shan's face was a dark red, and he felt as if his nuts had been crushed. A black SUV drove towards them at high speed, then skidded a short distance in full control as its driver slammed on the brakes, stopping dead close to them. The door opened, and Gu Shanlin, dressed smartly, got out of the car. "She's here. You should all leave first," Xiao Luo said to Dai Shan. "You really want to cast me aside?" But Dai Shan's expression did change, and at the same time quickly turned sideways just in case Xiao Luo sneaked another attack on him once more. "Fuck, I have to give it to you, old Xiao." Dai Shan always wanted to have the last word said before leaving. Then turning to the Feng Wuhan, he added, "Brother Feng, let's go. Leave this bastard to act all lovey-dovey with the policewoman. If his love affair ends up landing him in jail, I will immediately strike gongs, beat drums, and celebrate the incident by setting off firecrackers. Fuck!"
Chapter 174. Seeking Trouble. Dressed in a white t-shirt and cropped skinny jeans, with a pair of white sports shoes to match and an orangish-red cardigan draped over her, Gu Shanlin looked nothing like the fearsome, angry police inspector in her stiff uniform. Instead, she was trendy and had the fresh, raw beauty of a feminine young woman. "Xiao Luo, what the heck are you trying to do?" Gu Shanlin asked assertively as she headed toward Xiao Luo in quick, urgent strides. Giving her a nonchalant shrug, Xiao Luo said, "I'm worried that I might get beaten up after winning too much money, so I asked you to come over and protect me." "Ask me to protect you?" She repeated his words. "What a joke!" Gu Shanlin couldn't help a sneer. "Pah! You still need someone to protect you?" Xiao Luo replied, looking very serious, like he meant it. "Yes, I do." Having said so, he turned and walked into the Yellow Skies Casino. Gu Shanlin stood contemplating. She had a bad feeling about this, as if being led into another of Xiao Luo's schemes. She glared at the two plainclothes cops in the black car, cringing as her eyes sending them angry messages, then turned and headed towards the Yellow Skies Casino. What on earth is Xiao Luo up to? Xiao Luo exchanged cash for $5 million worth of chips and headed for the dice games area directly. "You ask me to come and watch you gamble?" Gu Shanlin snorted. "Is there a problem?" he replied. Xiao Luo eyes her with a raised brow. "I didn't say that I was going to stir up trouble. If you feel bored, you can go. But I might start stirring up trouble immediately after you leave. Don't regret it if you miss getting the evidence." Gu Shanlin hissed through gritted teeth. "Enough of your tricks. Sooner or later, I will personally arrest and handcuff you." "Officer Gu, why are you always prejudiced against me?" Xiao Luo asked. "I don't think I need to answer your question. If you really are a law-abiding citizen, I think we can be friends. But it's hard to ignore your murderous qualities, and they have given you away. I was in the Special Forces and had personally subdued many despicable criminals, so I am confident of my intuition and judgment, so I am sure that I am not misjudging you. You have definitely killed before." Gu Shanlin looked at Xiao Luo with scathing eyes. Xiao Luo gave her a cynical smile. "I have indeed killed someone before. Have you forgotten that I was the one who accidentally killed the mercenary you all were after? However, that does not constitute a crime. On the contrary, I thought that the police should have awarded me a banner and prize money."
Don't be so pleased with yourself. You will be monitored constantly until you give yourself away someday, Gu Chanlin snickered coldly. Fine, I'll be waiting, Xiao Luo replied, nodding with a slight smile. Before they knew it, the two were already standing in front of a gambling table. As always in casinos, the house was the dealer. Before casting the dice, the dealer would look at the gamblers around the table and wait for them to place their bets. Without a second thought, Xiao Luo bet all $5 million worth of his chips on big. Usual bets are worth 1,000 or 2 or at most 50,000. The fact that someone had suddenly put down such a large sum shocked not just the dealer and the gamblers gathered around them, but also Gu Chanlin. She had personally witnessed Xiao Luo pay for the chips with his card. What he threw down was not just the plastic chips they seemed to be, but actually $5 million. You're really betting that? She couldn't help asking. Surely there isn't such a thing as a fake bet, he shot back. You're throwing down $5 million just like that? Gu Chanlin asked again. Xiao Luo nodded and repeated her words in affirmation. I'm throwing down $5 million just like that. Sorry, I had forgotten that you were a big shot and you're rich enough to be extravagant, Gu Chanlin retorted coldly, in derision. She was determined that Xiao Luo was culpable of the unsolved crimes, and she could only feel enmity towards him. She was obsessed with finding the evidence that would finally expose him for what he was. Xiao Luo did not answer her. He turned, his gaze on the dealer who had already shaken the dice, and urged, "Why haven't you shown us the dice? What are you waiting for?" The croupier looked horrified. In Xiao Luo's mind, he looked as if he had eaten a pile of shit. On seeing Xiao Luo's face, he suddenly dared not to reveal the roll of the dice as a deep sense of apprehension got to him. Xiao Luo's face was instantly recognizable as it was ingrained in all the croupier's minds. He had come here a while ago and won $2 million with just a capital of $100,000. Whenever he bet on big, that would be the outcome, and the same goes for when he bet on small. To them, Xiao Luo was a freak. Now that Xiao Luo had placed $5 million in a single bet, the croupier was shaking so hard that his legs trembled. But, heckled by the gamblers around him, he had to reach out and lifted the top lid of the large bowl slowly. He was clinging on to a thin shred of hope and hoping that Xiao Luo wouldn't possibly make the correct judgment 100% of the time. However, it was one thing to not believe, but the truth was another. After lifting the lid, the 3 dice showed 4, 5, 6. Big. Xiao Luo's $5 million had now become $10 million in the blink of an eye. The excited crowd began mumbling and gesturing around him, creating a deep droning sound as more gathered to watch. It fed to the growing awe of the intrepid gambler. "Manager Gang, we're in trouble. That fellow from the last time is here again." Upstairs, in the Yellow Skies Casino, a waiter burst into the manager's office, causing Gang Kaoqing, busy with a lady and fondling her all over, to startle and jump. Gang Kaoqing, enraged, picked up the ashtray on the table and threw it hard at the waiter. "Fuck! Why didn't you knock before coming in?" The ashtray hit the waiter on the forehead, and he fell on the floor, seeing stars. It was throbbing with searing pain, and he almost teared up. "Baby, leave us for a moment. I need to deal with some matters first." Gang Kaoqing snickered lewdly at the lady. "All right, manager." The lady kissed Gang Kaoqing on the cheeks, then adjusted her wide-open collar, drew up her knickers from around her thighs, straightened her dress, and walked out. When she passed by the waiter, she stomped her feet and snorted angrily to express her annoyance at him. As she did so, the poor waiter couldn't help thinking about how she gave off incredibly sexy vibes. Gang Kaoqing coughed dry a couple of times and glared darkly at the waiter lying on the floor after the door to the office closed. "Stop playing dead on the floor. Get up now." The waiter hurriedly got off the floor, picked the ashtray, and put it onto Gang Kaoqing's table deferentially. Gang Kaoqing put a cigar in his mouth, lit it, inhaled deeply, and said, "Go on. What's the matter?" "Manager Gang, the fellow who had won more than $2 million in our casino is here again. At the moment, he had won almost $40 million. "What? $40 million?" Gang Kaoqing shot up from his chair. The net profit of the casino over 3 months barely hit 40 million. How could he remain calm? He quickly strode out of the office to the corridor and looked down from the balustrade. At a glance, he instantly recognized Xiao Luo, who had a crowd gathered around him. Many gamblers and onlookers were loudly cheering him on and calling him the god of gambling. Fuck, it really is him! I heard Master Long said that the gang had recently smashed up the shops belonging to Rose Company. From what I see, he intends to get his own back from our casino. What should we do, manager? This guy is a freak. Whatever he bets comes out. If we let him continue betting, our casino would go bankrupt overnight. The same way, change the dealer, change the dice, faster, go. Gang Kaoqing was anxious and became even more nervous when he saw that the chips in front of Xiao Luo had piled up into a small mountain, and it was at least 50 million as far as he could tell. If they allowed him to continue winning, the casino would face severe cash flow constraints, making it challenging to maintain capital turnover in the short term. Master Long would not show him any pity after knowing about it.
Chapter 175. Chaotic Fight. 345. Big! When Xiao Luo won again. This time, it was a $40 million bet on Big, and he duly received an $80 million payout. As the stacks of chips continued to grow into skyscrapers in front of him, the excitement of the crowd had now turned into a carnival-like atmosphere, with everyone enthusiastically shouting, "God of Gambling!" The noise and commotion attracted more and more onlookers, and the table quickly became the center of attention. Gu Chanlin was in a state of total shock and awe. Winning 4 rounds in a row was simply just unbelievable. At the moment, the croupier found an excuse to take his leave, and another replaced him. The corner of Xiao Luo's mouth curled up in mockery. The old trick again. Enough. I'll stop here today. Xiao Luo asked a casino employee to cash in the chips and bank in the money to his account. Wait! Since you are so lucky, isn't it a pity to not continue playing for a couple of more games? Geng Chuthing dashed down at almost the speed of a 100-meter sprinter. $80 million were at stake. The casino was already making one hell of a loss. If the money was taken away just like that, Master Long would probably cut him up alive. So it was definitely impossible for him to just stand aside and watch Xiao Luo leave. Can't I even stop if I don't feel like playing anymore? Xiao Luo laughed coldly. Can. Of course you can. I just feel that you can play a couple of more games since you are so lucky. It's a suggestion. Just a suggestion. Geng Chuthing said with a smile. His face was all smiles, but his eyes were dark and gloomy. Officer Gu, what do you think? Xiao Luo turned to look at Gu Chanlin and asked with a smile. Officer? Police? Geng Chuthing's expression changed slightly. With a cop here, it would really be quite hard for him to threaten Xiao Luo. But he couldn't just let Xiao Luo walk away with $80 million. He was conflicted and at a loss for a while, unable to decide on how to make his move. Gu Chanlin was a good reader of vocal and physical expressions. She immediately was aware of the warnings and threats within Geng Chuthing's words and gaze. Now she finally understood why Xiao Luo had asked her to come over, and it was purely to use her for protection. Although she hated the casino's shady methods, she wasn't so sure if she now hated Xiao Luo even more for playing her like a fool. Clearing her throat, she said, I think you can play a couple of more games. Geng Chuthing's expression relaxed, and he laughed sinisterly. This beautiful lady here is right. Surely it is unreasonable to stop since you are so lucky. Then I'll play a couple of more games. Xiao Luo shrugged indifferently and sat back down at the table. I'll stop when I have 100 million. Hearing his words, Geng Chuthing laughed to himself as he thought, you would be lucky enough to walk out of the casino with as much money as you came in with, and here you are still wanting to make 100 million? In your fucking dreams. As the new croupier took his position on the table, Geng Chuthing gave him a meaningful look.
The croupier nodded in response, then deftly switched the 3 dice. "Let's start." He smiled at Xiao Luo and then placed the lid over the bowl and prepared to start shaking. "Wait!" Xiao Luo directly reached out and grabbed the croupier's wrist. Before he could react, Xiao Luo had taken off the ring on the other man's finger. Xiao Luo then opened the dice-casting bowl and waved the ring over the 3 dice. As the ring moved, so did the dice, which would allow the croupier to alter the dice roll as he wished. Xiao Luo gave an innocent, inquiring smile. "Pardon me for asking, is this considered cheating?" The croupier's expression changed dramatically, as a cold sweat broke out, and he couldn't believe that Xiao Luo saw through his trick. Meanwhile, the gamblers around them, seeing what had happened, reacted immediately. They now understood why they had lost most of the time in this casino. Recalling how much money they had lost in vain, their anger surged at once. "Cheaters! There are cheaters here! Bastard! You assholes! Return me my hard-earned money! Everyone come and see this! The casino has cheated! The casino has cheated us of our money!" The crowd was furious. As more and more gamblers heard the commotion, they made their way over. After knowing what happened, they all joined the ranks of protesters against the casino. For a while, the shouts and protests were overwhelming. The offending croupier was beaten up outright by the crowd. A lot of the gamblers who had lost all of their cash and assets began smashing up everything in the casino. It started with only one person and quickly grew into a mob. "Xiao Luo, you!" Gu Chanlin had underestimated Xiao Luo. She knew that Xiao Luo had just intended to stir up some trouble in the casino, but now she realized he actually had a well-thought-out plan from the very start. The Dragon Gang had smashed up shops belonging to Ro's company, so he used the fury of the angry gamblers to achieve his goal of smashing up the Yellow Skies casino, and he got his vengeance without having to actually do it himself. "I'm just letting everyone know the truth and help them quit gambling," he said in mock concern. Gu Chanlin knew that he could not be reasoned with. Watching hundreds of gamblers madly smashing up the premises and beating up the casino employees, she took out her phone to contact the headquarters to send a team immediately. But a protester knocked into her in the chaos, causing her phone to drop right under the feet of the stampeding gamblers. Broken, it could no longer be used. Standing amidst the mayhem, Geng Chufeng was in a raging fury, his face ominous and dark. Xiao Luo had exposed the casino's hidden scams, and the casino's reputation would be destroyed, causing its business to plummet. How could he possibly stay calm with his casino being smashed up by angry gamblers? "The casino is in trouble. Send 40 to 50 men over." He made the call, and in less than 10 minutes, 5 vans screeched to the front entrance of the casino. A cohort of burly men armed with long knives, axes, and iron rods alighted from the vehicles. In an instant, the doors of the casino burst open, and the armed men charged into the massed crowd of protesters, hacking them down with no mercy. "Officer Gu, the villains are here! Do hurry and arrest them! Look at them, how ferocious they are, hacking away at people!" Xiao Luo said to Gu Chanlin, flashing a sardonic smile to her face. "Shut up!" Gu Chanlin's thoughts were in a whirl. She long since knew that the Dragon Gang members were ruthless, but seeing it with her own eyes, her understanding of ruthless took on a whole new meaning. Hacking away relentlessly with their weapons, how could these people do it to unarmed folk? "Stop hitting me! We dare not continue! We dare not continue! I'm sorry, please don't kill me! Stop, don't kill me!" As the Dragon Gang hacked away, the gamblers in the casino cowered in fear and kneeled down to beg for their lives. "Everyone, fucking get out and shut your mouth after getting out! Don't spread rumors, or I'll bury you all alive!" Geng Chufeng roared fiercely as he issued his threat. The gamblers were grateful to get away with their lives and promptly fled. It didn't take long before everyone cleared out, leaving only Xiao Luo, Gu Chanlin, and the fierce-looking members of the Dragon Gang in the casino. "Little bastard! Don't you know what place this is? How dare you misbehave yourself here? I think you don't know how the devil looks like." Gang Chu Thing's expression was grotesque, and he bellowed in a cruel voice, as if he wanted to swallow Xiao Luo alive. Xiao Luo didn't answer him, but said to Gu Chanlin, "Officer Gu, surely you wouldn't stand aside and watch them hack me to death." Gu Chanlin knew that Xiao Luo had blatantly manipulated her, but at the moment her sense of duty took precedence, and she suffered her angst in silence. She strode forward and pointed at Gang Chu Thing. "I am a police officer Gu. Hurry up and ask your men to put down their weapons and plead for leniency, or else your head. Go and hack this bitch and that little bastard into a paste. You bunch of shit." As the Dragon Gang members swarmed towards them, Gu Chanlin rushed towards them in measured steps, and with a feint and a slap of her hand, she drove off the man at the front of the mob and skillfully snatched away his steel rod.
Chapter 176. Do you need my help? Gu Shanlin was a former member of the Special Force and was highly trained and extremely skillful. As she quickly relieved the mobster of his iron pipe and was now armed for battle, she was fearless and brave as a lioness, but her responsibilities as a police officer discouraged her from being ruthless. Her techniques were flawless, and she sought only to knock her opponents back and disarm them, but they took the blows and kept coming back at her. The Dragon Gang members, however, were no mere street fighters. They were relentless and attacked her incessantly like a pack of jackals. Within a short time they had gotten through her defenses several times and drew blood. Gu Shanlin has been stabbed and sustained lashes on her back and lower torso. She looked powerless in the face of the concerted attacks, like a cornered tiger fending off a wolf pack. Gu Shanlin's warning to the Dragon Gang to disarm had drawn all their attention and made her the sole target of their attack. No one took notice of Xiao Luo, who was seated at a nearby gaming table, somehow doing an excellent job of keeping him unnoticed. He was enjoying himself to a glass of orange juice he took from a tray left by the fleeing staff workers. He did not show any urgency nor inclination to go to Gu Shanlin's aid, seeming quite blasé about the goings-on. At this point, Gu Shanlin had sustained multiple wounds that were sapping her energy levels, and with it, her fighting spirit. The exhaustion and pain were beginning to tell on her, and she couldn't help feeling a sense of regret for being merciful to the gang members at the start. How quickly they overpowered her with their ruthlessness and relentless attacks. She was faltering, and her resistance being overwhelmed. Her only option was to retreat to safer ground. Her clothes were now in shreds, and she was soaked in blood. Boom! Two senior members of Dragon Gang broke through and struck squarely on her upper body. These two were well-trained pugilists and regularly practiced their combined techniques for close street combat. The power and force they could unleash with their coordinated attacks were unparalleled. Gu Shanlin stood no chance. Her body was thrown back in the air, crashing heavily on the ground. She was in extreme pain, as if her body was broken. "Officer Gu, do you need help?" Xiao Luo put down the empty glass and walked up with a smile. Even in her state, Gu Shanlin was terribly infuriated. She only moved her eyes and stared at Xiao Luo, clenching her teeth. She was silent, but her eyes burned with extreme hate. "Don't have to show mercy to these people. The situation you're in now is the result of mercy. I'm forced to attack now, and you'll be my best witness. Who else could prove my innocence, right?" Xiao Luo smiled innocently. To Gu Shanlin's eyes, his smile just seemed inappropriate for a time like this. It looked creepy. Xiao Luo turned around and dropped his smiling countenance instantly. He took on a cold and ominous bearing as he faced the group of armed Dragon Gang members. It sent a shiver down their spines. "It's this son of a bitch! What are you guys waiting for? Charge! Slash him into pieces!" Gang Chu Sing roared.
His casino was as good as gone, and Lord Long would never let him go. Having to lose his fingers would be considered a light punishment, and all he could hope for. But he was afraid that would not be the case, expecting worse punishments, and perhaps even slow death through decapitation, multiple stabs or gunshots. As he thought about that, his hatred toward Xiao Luo grew, and he could not wait to witness Xiao Luo's death. The men from the Dragon Gang pounced on Xiao Luo with murderousness, and flashing blades they charged. Xiao Luo did not retreat and instead advanced towards the mob. In a flash, he was in the air, and before anyone could move, a man was sent flying off like a missile from a single kick. He crashed on the floor just before Gang Chu Sing. He let out a howl before fainting from the blow. The broadsword he wielded had fallen into Xiao Luo's hands. With sword in hand, he gave out a haughty, murderous aura as he stared across the hall. The Dragon Gang took a step back. "Kill him! Kill him at once!" Gang Chu Sing roared loudly with his fists clenching tight. 5 men with long knives charged in, their blades slashing towards Xiao Luo in a frenzied manner. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist and slashed horizontally with speed and balance. The slash was swift, sharp, and precise. The 5 men only sensed a flashing arc of light before their eyes, before they realized their right hands had been decapitated cleanly at the wrist. The stumps now left behind had turned a bright red as blood was spurting before the pain could even reach their brains. Chopped off! These were their hands! How could it be possible? As with all fearsome fighters, the pain would not come immediately. The need to survive in a fight kept their minds numb to the pain and alert for new dangers. Then, after a moment, would the realization hit. Ah! They broke out in shrill screams of sheer pain, dropped to their knees and holding on to the bloody stumps in agony. Xiao Luo intensified his attack, slashing the broadsword in precise attack patterns without respite. He struck hard the nearest man in a single stroke, immediately putting him on the back foot. Taken by surprise at the speed of the attack, he raised his metal pipe to parry the next blow. Slash! The metal pipe was sliced in half as the broadsword came down hard and swift. As the blade cut through, it was brought across horizontally and cut through the man's right wrist. Just like that, another hand was taken. Spinning around, his sword in the high ready position, he charged into the mob as his blade slashed intricate patterns in all directions. Where he passed, hands were taken, and the sword had become a hand reaper. His techniques were flawless, and his execution fierce and unrelenting. Stronger than Gu Shanlin, and undoubtedly more vicious, there could be no mercy in this fight. The mob from the Dragon Gang was beaten. They were retreating in disarray and cowering from his advance. There was no way to retaliate, so complete was his domination. Gu Shanlin swallowed hard, and her expression changed from anger to relief, then to terrified. She was first a pawn in Xiao Luo's scheme when he destroyed the reputation and the very survival of the casino. Then he allowed her to be the bait for the Dragon Gang's vengeance, where she nearly paid the price, saving her in the 11th hour only for her to remain incapacitated, leaving her able to observe but not able to act. He finally exacted his revenge on the Dragon Gang by making them pay a bloody price, and he had done that in front of her. He had deliberately made her a witness of his act of self-defense against the Dragon Gang mob. Step by careful step, he had cracked down on the casino, countered Long Song-Kui's aggressive attacks on Loi's workshop assets, and escaped from the jurisdiction of the law. Such shrewdness and scheming had her trembling, witnessing Xiao Luo slashing the Dragon Gang members like chopping cabbages, convinced her that Xiao Luo was that cold-blooded and cruel killer. 10 minutes later, there was not a single standing member of the Dragon Gang. They were all moaning on the ground in pain. Their right hands were chopped off and lay scattered across the halls. It was a shocking scene, and even Gu Shanlin, who was used to seeing bloody scenes, was mortified. The only standing person was Geng Chu-sing, who was now pale with fear and rooted to his spot. Xiao Luo walked towards him with the blood-stained sword in hand. He looked just like an evil asura emerging from hell at this moment. I'm the Dragon Gang." Geng Chu-sing could not even complete a sentence. "Rest assured, I won't do anything to you. If I harmed you, then wouldn't it be excessive self-defense?" Xiao Luo gave a soft smile and turned towards Gu Shanlin. "Am I right, Officer Gu?" Gu Shanlin's whole body trembled. She was stunned by Xiao Luo's cruelty. 80 million. I've won 80 million here in total, and your casino cannot repudiate this sum. You have to transfer the money to my account, understand?" Xiao Luo rested the sword on Geng Chu-sing's shoulder suddenly and said coldly, "Understood, understood." Geng Chu-sing had lost his arrogance and kept nodding his head, nodding without stopping.
Chapter 177. Geng Chu-sing's Fate. Once the 80 million was banked into his account, Xiao Luo threw away the sword and said to Geng Chu-sing, "Tell this to Long Song Kui on my behalf. It's time for a change of the black representative in Jiangchang." He patted Geng Chu-sing firmly on his shoulder, then turned around and walked towards Gu Qianlin. Gu Qianlin was covered in wounds. As she saw Xiao Luo approaching her, she snapped coldly, "You're a demon!" "I've just saved you. Shouldn't you thank me?" Xiao Luo smiled. Then he squatted down and reached out to give her a hand. "What do you want?" Gu Qianlin looking at him cautiously. "Bringing you to the hospital. You're the only eyewitness who could prove that I was forced to retaliate when faced with life-threatening dangers. On top of that, you're with the police force, so I have to ensure that you're safe and sound. If not, I'd be in all sorts of trouble," Xiao Luo said softly. He helped her to get up without too much bother. "I'll surely bring you to justice." Gu Qianlin glared at Xiao Luo. She was feeling both ashamed and angry. "I shall wait for that." Xiao Luo still gave her the same response. "Boss, Xiao Luo stirred up a trouble and a big fight broke out at Long Song Kui's Yellow Skies Casino last night. All 53 of the Dragon Gang Inner Circle disciples had their one hand chopped off. Geng Chu-sing, the person in charge of Yellow Skies Casino, had escaped with 10 million of money in fear of Long Song Kui's condemnation." At the Chongshan house, Leng Zhou was reporting on the latest situation to Chu Yunsheng, who was seated comfortably with his friend Ge Zhongtian and playing a game of Go. Ge Zhongtian responded to the report with shock. Chopping off 53 people's hands, and how would the police be willing to let him go? What was Xiao Luo thinking? He's taken a path of self-destruction. Chu Yunsheng placed a stone thoughtfully and spoke softly with a wizened smile. "Don't underestimate Xiao Luo. If he was daring enough to do that, he must have had ample preparation." Leng Zhou nodded. Gu Qianlin, the criminal investigation captain from Jiangchang headquarters, was with Xiao Luo. He has given evidence that Xiao Luo's act was in self-defense. Besides, the closed-circuit television from the casino also recorded that a group of Dragon Gang members were hacking down the gamblers indiscriminately, and they eventually even threatened Gu Qianlin's life. It was Xiao Luo who came to her rescue at the critical moment. Jiangchang headquarters had issued a pennant of honor to Xiao Luo in gratitude of his service to the police force. As Leng Zhou finished speaking, he felt elated at the news, but at the same time felt a deep sense of horror. His expression turned out to an awkward one, seeming to laugh and cry both at once. He truly admired Xiao Luo from the bottom of his heart. Dragon Gang had a fearsome reputation. They had been smashing up a few outlets of Luo's workshop in retribution for his actions that incurred considerable losses to their organization.
But it turned out that Xiao Luo had just wrecked a profitable casino operation run by Long Song-kui, and in the process even chopped off the hands of 53 elite Dragon Gang enforcers. He exacted his revenge by way of blood and iron in protest of Long Song-kui's excesses. He indeed was a fearless hero who was not afraid of anything. Ha ha! Bravo! If Xiao Luo had been born in the 30s of a century ago, he'd definitely be an ambitious and famous hero of those troubled times. He has the courage, strategy, and even the ability to carry out his schemes without flaws. Chu Yunsheng praised Xiao Luo generously, smiling, and then he sighed and continued. But he's too visible and exposed, and this could trip him over. There are not many experts around him whom he can count on, and with his current ability, it is difficult to match up to Long Song-kui. But he's done excellently well to take down Yellow Sky's casino. However, I disagree with his approach. Long Song-kui is a short-tempered, vicious man, and the Yellow Sky's casino was his jewel in the crown. With his prime asset destroyed and his pride trampled on, his revenge would come violently and strike across the board like a tsunami. Xiao Luo will not be able to face it at all. Having just recovered, Luo's workshop will crumble again under the weight of Long Song-kui's vengeance. Yes, Long Song-kui is not easy to deal with, and he never acts with his own hands. In Jiang Cheng, he's the living king of hell. If he wants someone dead by midnight, that person would never live till dawn. As Xiao Long had now annoyed him, he can't possibly be living much longer. Gu Jiangtian sympathized with Xiao Luo. Chu Yunsheng did not say anything, but played another stone slowly, with deliberate thought. Gu Jiangtian studied the board and said with a surprise, "Triple ko? It's a draw then." "Yes, let's count it as a draw." Chu Yunsheng laughed shrewdly. "I'll be the peacemaker this time." Upon hearing that, Gu Jiangtian lifted his head up and looked into his eyes. Chu Yunsheng's words may be signaling his intention to support Xiao Luo, may it not? How could it be possible to quell Long Song-kui's anger? It was nightfall, and the outskirts of Jiangchang was in dead silence. 3 black cars drove by and came to a halt in an open area free of vegetation. Their headlights exposed a light mist hanging over the ground and cast long shadows as they hit the nearby brush. "Lord Long, I dare not any more. Never ever again. Please spare my lowly life." A middle-aged man tied up with thick ropes and was roughly bundled out of the first car by a few big men. His greasy hair was disheveled and his face bruised from beatings. It was Gung Chu Sing, Yellow Sky's casino's manager, who had absconded. He no longer was in high spirits, but now resembled a drowning dog, all beaten up and in a sorry plight. He was kowtowing repeatedly to the black limousine, positioned between the other 2 vehicles. He kept banging his forehead to the ground, in deep reverence, even penance, and each kowtow accompanied by a dumb thud as it struck the hard ground. His forehead was soiled with dirt and dead grass, and the skin on his forehead was scarred with abrasions, bleeding profusely. Standing beside him, 2 large, hard-looking men were digging a hole with shovels. They had no expressions on their faces. "Gung Chu Sing, Lord Long treated you fairly well and allowed you to manage the Yellow Sky's casino. Instead, you ran away with 10 million of his money in fear of Long Song-kui's condemnation." "Ha ha, you've got great courage." A blond-haired individual spoke to Gung Chu Sing as he stepped out of the car. He was around 30 years old and was dressed in a white jacket and trousers. He looked cruel, with brows that seemed perpetually raised and creases on his forehead that added to his vicious countenance. "Da Yuan, based on our past friendships, please help me with Lord Long. Please help me with Lord Long." Gung Chu Sing begged, his hands clasping onto his thigh. Da Yuan laughed, then put on a cold, dark expression. "Fuck off." He kicked Gung Chu Sing squarely in the face. A tooth flew out of his mouth as his head spun around from the force of the kick. Blood burst from his bruised mouth and poured profusely down his chin. As he lay prone, the dark, viscous fluid dripped steadily to the ground. Gung Chu Sing fell to the feet of another man with a hooked nose, wearing a black suit and his hair in a buzz cut. He Long looked at him nonchalantly and hummed lightly. Then he kicked him to the next man, just like Dai Yuan did before. The third man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had his hair parted in the middle. His spectacles did not hide the cold and venomous look of his viper eyes. He was a frightening sight. He grabbed Gung Chu Sing's hair tightly and lifted his head up. "I, Leng Bao, hate those who betray Lord Long the most." He delivered a powerful kick that sent Gung Chu Sing sprawling to his side. Then a man in a neat suit with his shiny hair combed sleekly back walked up, and as he adjusted his tie, he spat at Gung Chu Sing. "Trash!" Grabbing a dagger from an underling, he grabbed Gung Chu Sing's hair, lifting his face up, and without any mercy, he slowly shoved the blade into Gung Chu Sing's left cheek all the way through until it protruded out from his right cheek. He released the dagger and left it there, making Gung Chu Sing's face look just like meat on a skewer. "Ah! Ah!" Gung Chu Sing screamed and shook uncontrollably. He just kept screaming in a weird, throaty howl. There was blood pouring out of his mouth. It was all over his face, his whole body now soaked in blood. Yellow-haired Dai Yuan joked, sniggering heartily. "Ham Yen, this stab was painful to watch even for me." The man in suit wiped his hands with a handkerchief and said, "A trash like this deserves such punishment."
Chapter 178. A New Beginning. Anyone from the underworld society would instantly recognize that these four men were the infamous four protectors of the Dragon Gang: Dai Yuan, He Long, Leng Bao, and Han Mian. They were the most capable of the men under Long San Kuei. During the Dragon Gang's rise to prominence in the early years, these four had rendered him exceptional services time and time again. They were highly trained and skillful pugilists with extraordinary martial strengths. Geng Chao Sing had been tortured dreadfully. He groaned in anguish as deep, gurgling sounds emitted from his throat. A hole about 2 meters deep and 1 meter wide had been dug, and Dai Yuan kicked him directly into the waiting hole. At that moment, the car door of the sedan in the middle opened. A gentleman, dressed like someone from Shanghai in the 1930s, walked out of the car. He was about the same age as Chun Chong and wore a pocket watch hanging from the front of his chest. Judging by his demeanor, at first glance, he seemed more like an accomplished magnate than the bandit chief who would kill and plunder. He had salt and pepper hair and was slightly plump and rounded in shape. Wearing a vintage jade ring on his left index finger, the man leaned on a dragon-headed stick and walked toward Geng Chao Sing in the company of a young woman. The four protectors of the Dragon Gang saluted him in deference and addressed him as Master Long. In the hole, Geng Chao Sing stirred when he saw Long San Kuei getting out of the car. Unable to utter any words coherently with his damaged mouth, he pleaded with his eyes and beseeched Long San Kuei to let him live. Frowning, Long San Kuei made a face of regret, like an elder who was disheartened by the actions of one from the younger generation. He let out a deep sigh and said, "Chou Xing, I am very disappointed in you." Geng Chao Sing heard him, and his face was awash with despair. Crying like a child, he knew he wouldn't be able to survive this. Long San Kuei knelt down, stretched out his large hand and patted Geng Chao Sing on the head. Then putting on a sad smile, he said, "Don't blame me. Go to die peacefully. Rest assured, I will send your families to you to have a reunion very soon, so that you won't feel lonely." Long San Kuei stood up, waved his hand to the two men who were holding the shovels, and uttered 2 words in a muted voice. "Bury him." "Yes!" 2 men nodded in response. They started to fill the hole with dirt and were burying Geng Chao Sing alive. The sound of Geng Chao Sing struggling in panic grew louder as the hole began filling up shovel by shovel. It stopped abruptly when the dirt was high enough to cover his head, leaving only his forehead visible.
Eventually, his entire body was buried under the ground with a small mound on top. The two men from the dragon gang pressed down and compacted the earth tightly with their shovels, leaving behind a low mound that looked like an unmarked grave. The ordinary gang members of the dragon gang that witnessed it were shaken by the gruesome act of burying someone alive. The four protectors, however, didn't even frown. On the contrary, their faces were lit up with excitement as they each looked on with a cruel grin. "Master Long, you can let me handle that young guy named Xiao. I will go chop off his head tonight." Cupping his fist in the other hand before the chest, Dayuan asked for instructions. Long Sanquei shook his hand and said, "We can't make a move on him yet." The four protectors were all stunned. Dayuan asked immediately, "Why?" Long Sanquei waited a moment before he continued. "Based on our investigation, he is very likely to be the backstage manipulator. It was he who caused our enforcers to die at the hands of the police. He even seemed to be related to the destruction of our beggar's lair, the hideout controlled by Baldy. This guy is our sworn enemy." "All you're saying is bullshit." Long Sanquei knocked his stick harshly on the ground and bellowed. "He smashed my Yellow Skies casino. I only wish that I could tear him to pieces alive. Much to my surprise, however, Chunyang Sheng is determined to protect him." "Chunyang Sheng?" Hearing the name, the look on the four protectors changed. As the representative of the circle of officials, Chunyang Sheng had significant influence. In Jiangsheng, Chunyang Sheng was the de facto overlord. They realized that the situation was not so straightforward anymore, since Chunyang Sheng was now involved in it. "Chunyang Sheng should just mind his own business. It seems he is not abiding by the society's rules if he chooses to poke his nose into our dragon gang's affairs." Leng Bao spoke quietly. Long Sanquei uttered a soft snort and said, "He has a bigger fist. Of course he will do whatever he wants." Pondering for a while, he continued, "He has set up a banquet at the Maple Leaf Hotel tomorrow night and invited me to attend. It appears that he wants me to reconcile with that young hooligan. Dayuan, Leng Bao, you two go with me tomorrow night. Remember, take your cues from reading my face." "Yes, Lord Long." Dayuan and Leng Bao bowed slightly. "When I have someone I desire to kill, even Chunyang Sheng won't be able to change his fate." Long Sanquei squinted with a vicious expression. His eyes were brimmed with menace. The morning sun rose slowly above the horizon and woke the city up from its repose. Zhang Dashan put on his suit and prepared to go to work at the Luo's workshop. He had taken over from Xiao Luo and was now shouldering the responsibility of making executive decisions for the Luo's workshop. Of course, when it came to matters of importance, he would still consult Xiao Luo, the real head of the Luo's workshop. "Try to go out as little as possible these next few days. Eat, sleep, and do whatever you need to do inside the company compound. I'm afraid the people from the Dragon Gang might attempt to harm you." "Fuck off. Stop worrying about me. You should pay more attention to your own security." Xiao Luo raised his head and shot him a glance and said, "Don't worry. I dare to provoke Long Sanquei because I'm confident I am able to protect myself. The most important thing is Ru Yi, Tang Run, and your safety. Long Sanquei will try all means to tackle the people around me since he can't deal with me. Therefore, you'd better listen to me and stay in the company compound. Don't come home for the time being. I really don't know where you got the courage and confidence, but I believe in you, and I will wait for you to crush Long Sanquei under your feet." Xiao Luo nodded and smiled at him. "I'm going to work now. By the way, you can drive my crappy car for now. Do whatever you want with it. It would be best if you can scrap it. I don't have any outrageous demands. I'm only expecting you to buy a new sports car and when you decide to return it." Xiao Luo scowled at him and said, "Fuck off." Zhang Dashan took to his heels. Just then, Xiao Lao's phone rang with a new message notification. He picked it up and saw that it was from Sun Jiang'an and had a video attachment. He clicked the play icon. The video panned the balcony of a hospital ward. On the terrace, Sun Yu, awakened, was sitting in a wheelchair and basking in the warmth of the sun. She appeared to have fully regained her faculties. Wearing a hospital gown, she looked as beautiful as an angel when the sunshine poured over her bright face, smiling like a blooming flower. Xiao Luo beamed with a gratified smile. Looking at Sun Yu in the video, he said to himself, "You can start afresh now, a brand new life now. Even though I am no longer in your world, I will be most satisfied as long as you can live a happy life. Farewell, Sun Yu." As he ended his words, his voice broke with emotions. He turned off the video and put his phone down. All that he had shared with Sun Yu would now be sealed and stored as his most cherished memories. Today was the beginning of her new life. As for Xiao Luo, it was the start of another journey. Now he could put aside all other thoughts and deal with the Dragon Gang in a fight to the finish.
Chapter 179. The Battle of Internet. Xiao Luo took 2 eggs out of the fridge and fried them on a skillet, and breakfast was made. He knew he couldn't deal with the Dragon Gang all by himself. He had to get help from somewhere. The most potent and capable force in the Hua Nation was the government. That would mean leveraging on the government's resources was the most effective and straightforward way to combat and suppress underworld organizations like the Dragon Gang. Xiao Luo immediately browsed the official websites of police stations in every district in Jiangshang. To his pleasant surprise, a small police substation in the Guangming district happened to be recruiting auxiliary police officers. Age, education, background, Xiao Luo met all the requirements from the job description. He submitted his resume immediately and was ready to take on a new role. After submitting his resume, Xiao Luo suddenly detected anomalies with certain activities on the Internet. He launched his Tor browser, typed in a series of codes, and entered the dark web. He stiffened when he realized the Internet gateway and all major networks of Hua Nation were being subject to massive cyber attacks from several foreign hackers. At the headquarters of the National Security Agency of Hua Nation, everyone was strenuously typing on their keyboards with unprecedented urgency. The clamor of hurried voices echoed across the large room incessantly. Everybody in the room was on edge. "The Southern Internet battlefront is in a critical condition. Request for reinforcement," a distressed voice screamed a cryptic warning. This was a smokeless and borderless war, and the Hua Nation never lacked in enemies. The opposing states wouldn't dare to provoke Hua Nation in the open. Nonetheless, they had been building an army of black hat hackers to sabotage and attack the Hua Nation. With the pervasive adoption of the Internet, the inherent risks of cyber attacks were always a thing waiting to happen. As soon as hostiles breached the network center and its gateways, the banking, transportation, national security, and all other infrastructure systems of Hua Nation would be compromised. This would lead to a breakdown. The country could not run. Its security would be compromised, ultimately leading to complete chaos. It was not hard to imagine. Bank accounts suddenly being depleted, traffic lights switched randomly, and worst of all, unauthorized launching of missiles. The impact was devastating. The unsuspecting population would continue with their daily lives, working hard for their tomorrows and persevering for their dreams, not realizing that a grave threat was looming. The executives of the NSA were overwhelmed and were breaking out in a cold sweat. They were swamped and reeling from the offensive. All of a sudden, an excited shout pierced the air. "Bai Ling's showed up!" Bai Ling? On hearing that name, the head of the NSA breathed a sigh of relief and was almost excited to tears. Who was Bai Ling? No one knew, and the NSA only assigned a gender by virtue of name. She was a white hat hacker that went by the handle Bai Ling.
She surfaced unexpectedly 3 years ago and helped NSA fend off an attack from a foreign entity. For the past 3 years, whenever hostile powers from overseas launched attacks on Hua Nation, Bai Ling had always shown up in the 11th hour and beat them off. Bai Ling was hailed as the protector of Hua Nation. Bai Ling's arrival signified doomsday for the attackers. This put the entire NSA back in an exalted mood. Zhangsheng, Huaye University. Bai Ling sat in the study room in the library. Her fingers were clicking away on the keyboards of the laptop in front of her. The corners of her lips lifted into a playful smile, a mischievous girl discovering something funny and exciting. Her white fingers were like little dragons dancing and serpents slithering. Sometimes they moved with overwhelming speed of a fierce tiger dashed down from the top of the mountain. Yet sometimes they sauntered, meandering in a tranquil garden. She had accessed the NSA, and their firewalls were quickly reconfigured to block the intrusions. Traffic was rerouted away from key nodes, malware identified and isolated. And this continued in a constant cat and mouse as she tried to stay ahead of the attackers. "Bai Ling, what are you doing?" Chu Yue took a peek. She craned her head over curiously, and all she saw was a screen full of codes, looking like DOS commands in the first few seconds when a computer boots. As she kept typing, lines upon lines of codes filled her screen, as if being printed out by a printer. "I'm just coding." Bai Ling turned her head and smiled at Chu Yue. "Coding?" Pursing her lips, Chu Yue was not entirely convinced. She said, "All right, I will leave it to you. I'm going to continue cursing the pretentious." She picked up the doll in front of her again, stuck a piece of paper with Xiao Luo's name on the doll's chest, and began to mumble in indignation. "Pretentious Dick, I hope you can't find a girlfriend all your life. You will have a flat tire if you drive. Your phone will ring loudly if you're in an important meeting. You will be stuck in a traffic jam if you're pressed for time. All the bad luck will keep pestering you." Bai Ling was at a loss whether to cry or laugh at Chu Yue's curse. Ever since Xiao Luo left without saying goodbye, she had found her best friend had been acting strangely. Besides shouting "pretentious Dick" in her dreams from time to time, she had given up her penchant for sweet things and occasionally would use a voodoo doll to put a jinx on Xiao Luo. There was no way that Chu Yue did not like Xiao Luo. But she couldn't be distracted now. These hostile forces were launching a massive cyber attack on Hua Nation, and the consequences would be dire if she didn't stay focused. Looks like these guys have been well prepared this time. Bai Ling's expression turned grave. Her blush on her cheeks made her look like a delicate porcelain doll. She had rerouted a large portion of the attack to secondary firewalls within the NSA architecture, but the intrusions were overwhelming. She now deployed a library of tools and protocols that she had developed for remotely setting up virtual firewalls. As she now battled the black hats, she kept setting up these new firewalls, one after another. Yet time and again, she was overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the attacks. As fast as she could set up firewalls, the intruders would breach them. She was one girl against a well-organized, concerted effort manned by an army of top-notch hackers. The NSA did not stand a chance, and incredibly left it to her to withstand the offensive alone. The headquarters of the NSA. The experts were at their wits' end. Their computers were compromised, and they were shut out from the battle. They could only monitor the situation helplessly. These here were the elites in the field of information technology, and yet they found no way to counter the massive cyber attacks. They were forced to depend on a mysterious master hacker, Bai Ling, to defend Hua Nation's honor. It wasn't just embarrassing, it was shameful. And yet they were too busy to be ashamed of themselves. This virtual war was bearing upon the very foundation of the society and nation, and something had to be done. Under these grave circumstances, they did the only thing possible. They rooted for Bai Ling in silence. The situation, in reality, was turning a dark turn. The firewalls created by Bai Ling were being breached by wave after wave of relentless attacks across the entire network. The speed with which she could set up firewalls could not match their breaching speed of the intrusions. As this trend continued, it was only a matter of time before Bai Ling would lose the rearguard action. The nervous tension returned to the executives of the NSA. Even though Bai Ling was not an employee of NSA, she was acknowledged as a computer genius. They couldn't think of anyone else capable of warding off this attack if Bai Ling failed. Was the eve of chaos upon them? Many were now preparing for the worst. The very foundations of their society would be devastated. Life as they knew it would soon cease to exist. Armageddon cometh. Xiao Luo put down his unfinished drink and muttered to himself, "Let me help you guys." Before his voice even faded, his 10 fingers were dancing on the keyboard as a pianist would the piano. A string of codes was quickly sent into the dark virtual battlefield.
Chapter 180. Me. Inside the study room of the library of Huaye University. A sheen of sweat reflected off Bai Ling's forehead and nose. She had been typing rapidly for quite some time and felt extremely tired. Her fingers were sore and tingling, as though they could turn numb at any minute. She was wholly absorbed in the ongoing battle. There could be no distractions in her mind, not even for a split second. As it stood, she was already staring defeat in the face. Despite her best efforts to stop the attack, the opposing forces were breaking through, bearing down menacingly across a broad front this time. The coordinated strike of their 4 top-class hackers could best be described as an unstoppable tsunami. Bai Ling suffered one defeat after another, steadily losing grounds. Her desperate rearguard action was to no avail. Her face grew grim, and she bit on the lips so hard that her delicate red lips looked about to bleed. It's over. Bai Ling has lost. In the headquarters of the NSA of Hua Nation, everyone gasped with shock and anxiety. They could not accept that their enigmatic protector of Hua Nation had finally met with failure this time. In the study room of Huaye University's library, Bai Ling stopped coding. She was utterly devastated and demoralized. She stared blankly in a stupor, unable to come to terms with what had just happened. Her face looked a deathly white, as if her soul had left her. She was defeated. She couldn't believe she really lost, not just the battle, but the war. She had worked hard over the last 3 years specifically to prevent such an attack, studying the attack patterns by opposing hackers, developing new tools and bots, testing her betas, enhancements. She had worked out simulations for future attacks and defense strategies strenuously, and had been making continuous progress. All this effort just so that she could have the ability to help her nation ward off the never-ending cyber attacks from hostile foreign powers. She was raised with the idea of loving and serving her country, and she had taken it to heart. As soon as she realized she was especially gifted in information technology, she felt duty-bound to protect the internet frontier of Hua Nation. No one in the non-virtual real world knew that she had been the key player in helping Hua Nation overcome more than a dozen cyber crises. Each of these attacks would have brought about catastrophic consequences. No one knew, not even her best friend Chu Yue. She led a double life, and she enjoyed it. She was the proverbial silent profession, a covert life of never seeking glory for herself and never seeking public attention. Only she would know about each event, and these would be secrets she would cherish dearly for the rest of her life. But in this life, there was only her. There was no one else she could depend on, no one else to seek solace from. When the defeat came, she felt a deep sense of not just frustration, but emptiness, a void. Her dreams were now dashed, and she was feeling lost.
Bailing of Hua Nation has been finally defeated. From now on, Hua Nation will become our back garden where we can stroll in whenever we want. Ha ha ha. Somewhere on the globe, a group of blonde-haired men was in celebration. Everyone was exhilarated and shouting in excitement. Someone even popped a bottle of champagne. Breaching the internet of Hua Nation meant that they would have access to its networks, which means access to all of the country's information. She was entirely now at their mercy. It wasn't just the loss of hundreds of billions from the treasury and trade, but infrastructure, communications, and even defense would immediately be compromised. This was a disaster of biblical proportions. As she sat staring blankly in a stupor, she noticed a series of codes appearing rapidly on her screen. The unstoppable incoming flow of digital traffic through the main gateway seemed to have stalled. Packets of malicious data designed to corrupt and steal were being identified and neutralized across the networks. Bailing switched to a graphic interface. A new firewall appeared to have been set up very quickly and acted like a deep chasm halted the hackers' offensive. What happened? Astonished, the group of hackers stopped their celebration and immediately started to analyze the event before launching another round of attack against the newly identified firewall. They switched to graphics. An army of bots zeroed in on the new firewall, finding ways in through its defenses. Wankan and savage destruction everywhere. Much to their disbelief, the firewall had been written with a different set of codes, and their frenzied attack was only able to tear a small corner open. The moment they finally broke it through, another firewall rose up in front of them, blaring with red alarm and preventing them from advancing. What the fuck? The hackers' eyes widened in consternation. Not discouraged, they clenched their teeth and continued their attack. The headquarters of the NSA of Hua Nation was in dead silence. The mood was despondent. Everyone looked dispirited and had their heads lowered. Suddenly, a heart-stirring cry broke out and broke the lull. "It's not breached yet. A new firewall appeared and stopped those bastards outside of the border." The excited voice was infectious, and very soon everyone was alive again. Everybody was either looking at the main screen or focused on the computers in front of them. They were speechless. The executives of NSA were glued to their computers, cheering on incoherently. "Ha ha! God bless Hua Nation! God truly bless Hua Nation!" A middle-aged man in a suit jumped up excitedly and cried out, "Look at those bastards! Don't they look like the zombies who were blocked by the walnut in Plants vs. Zombies?" A wave of laughter filled the room upon hearing his comment. It was indeed an apt analogy. Nevertheless, the room quieted down again quickly. The foreign hackers had not given up yet. Gnawing at the firewall that blocked them, unlike the walnut in the game, they were still persisting like a horde of zombies with a single-minded purpose of finding fresh blood and meat. This doesn't seem to be Bailing's firewall. Yes, the key feature of Bailing's firewall is its ability to be rebuilt speedily. But the current firewall takes a much longer time for reconstruction, but it's unique for its sturdiness, and that has made it difficult for the attackers to penetrate the wall. This can only mean one thing. Someone else has joined in the battle. The computer experts in the hall instantly spotted the new firewall's uniqueness and exchanged their thoughts and opinions. They finally concluded that it could not be Bailing, but someone else who was defending Hua Nation against the hostile foreign hackers this time. What? There was another person? The news was passed on to the executives of NSA, and it immediately caused quite a stir. Did this mean that there was another computer genius besides Bailing that was hiding in Hua Nation? Most of the people present were shocked, several were excited, and some also felt personally responsible. They blamed themselves for failing to do justice to such talented people. No effort had been made to find gifted people and to nurture them so far. They came to deeply regret this, and at the same time wondered how many more geniuses were neglected in Hua Nation. After convening a special meeting, the senior officials of NSA reached a unanimous decision to consent to a mission to locate, support, and nurture these brilliant minds hidden among the population of Hua Nation. They would form the core of a future virtual space force that will defend the country for the next decades. 5 minutes later, a rousing cheers and applause broke out from the hall. "Retreated! The bastards have retreated! We won! Those bastards finally realized they couldn't move forward even an inch more when they went against the third firewall. Good job! How awesome!" In the study room of Huaye University's library, Bailing's wide-eyed expression said it all. She continued to stare at the computer screen in disbelief. All the codes from attackers vanished in a flash. She imagined an impenetrable firewall composed of new lines of code was standing in between like the Great Wall. As she checked the networks, Bailing couldn't find any bugs or loopholes, at least not from the first look. Who is this person? Bailing was in awe and admiration for whoever had achieved this. It was overwhelming. She saw clearly how this person intercepted the fierce attackers with only 3 firewalls. The walls served collectively as a defense in depth. As the first wall breached, the second would be formed before the opposing force could break through. As the second wall faltered, the third wall was raised to prevent further breaches. How is it possible for a human's brain to figure out the millions upon millions of permutations needed to set up those firewalls and code instructions to instantly locate and fix the breaches in the firewalls in such a short time? Besides her deep admiration for this expert, Bailing's own ego as a hacker had also taken a blow. Overcome with curiosity and impatient to wait even a moment longer, she sent the person a message. "Who are you?" Xiao Luo recounted with the same question. "Who are you?" "Bailing." "Bailing?" Xiao Luo chuckled. He thought for a moment and then typed on the keyboard and replied, "Me." The only reason he called himself Me was that it was his generational name. This was based on the Xiao family's genealogical tree, and Xiao Luo's generation happened to have Me as their name. Chapter 181. The Banquet. "Me?" a voice exclaimed in surprise from among a group of executives at the headquarters of the NSA. If it was indeed another person, that would mean that there was another computer genius besides Bailing in Hua Nation. Me. Bailing was burning with curiosity about the enigmatic Me who had repelled the massive cyber attacks launched by hostile foreign forces. She typed and asked, "What's your real name?" Xiao Luo smiled and replied, "Is Bailing your real name?" He didn't say anything else and logged out of his browser after responding to Bailing. "You rascal! How dare you drop out of our conversation like this?" Determined, Bailing immediately keyed in several more codes, trying to trace Mi's IP address. But a firewall instantly appeared and blocked her access. This same firewall that was used to thwart the massive cyber attacks on the national internet gateway. She couldn't find any backdoors to force her way through his security measures. "I can't believe I can't bypass the firewall." Pursing her lips, Bailing kept trying to get around the firewall when she realized that people from the NSA were spying on her activities. She typed a line of words in vexation. "What are you looking at? Mind I don't infect all of your computers with a virus." Then she wiped out her digital footprint and went offline immediately. The group of executives at the NSA was amused by her antics. A middle-aged man, bespectacled and dressed in a business suit, spoke up first. "This is obviously the temperament of a little girl. I bet you Bailing couldn't be more than 24 years of age." "Chief, we already know that. After 2 years of investigation, our agents' findings have determined that Bailing is currently a student at Huaye University. Her real name is Bailing, and she's only 21 years old. I believe the 2 agents we sent out should confirm if she is the one involved in this battle." The person speaking was one of the 6 who were present in the room that day. The others smiled derisively and couldn't help thinking to themselves how brazen the chief was. He only made the statement about her age after their agents had already known Bailing was a college girl. Wasn't he the wise man here? The chief motioned for everyone to get back to the topic of discussion and assumed more serious expression, saying, "Bailing's ability has been long known to us all. She is definitely a computer genius and one of the best in our Hua Nation. Now Mi is a new find, and appears to be someone even more proficient than Bai Ling. Both of them are invaluable assets to us. We must locate these two talents. With them, those foreign aggressors would never be able to breach our defenses again." They all nodded in agreement. "It seems to me that Bai Ling is very interested in me. If we can confirm Bai Ling from Huaye University is Bai Ling, I think we can possibly find me through her. She is the only one who is capable of finding me." Another person said matter-of-factly, "He was merely making an assumption, yet no one disputed his opinion, as they would be in no position to trace me if even Bai Ling couldn't do it." Xiao Luo had not expected to attract the attention of the NSA. He only got involved after detecting some anomalies when he submitted an application form on the government website, but ended up getting involved in an internet battle and easily beat back a massive cyber attack launched by the foreign agents. Otherwise, he would never have gotten involved. After all, he honestly didn't want to be in the spotlight. After passing the screening test of the police substation at Guangming District that afternoon, he waited for several hours before he finally sat before the interviewers. A cliched but ever-popular question was asked. "Why do you want to be a policeman?" The auxiliary police reserves were also addressed as police officers. However, their primary role was to provide assistance to the regular police force, and they would remain under the command and supervision of real police officers. "To combat crime and protect justice," Xiao Luo answered with a smile. He didn't believe that, of course, but these statements were necessary given his plan to get into the police force. As Xiao Luo had expected, the two policemen who were interviewing him exchanged looks, nodded, then made a check mark on his form. After the interview, a political appraisal would be conducted to vet the candidate's family background and examined if the person had taken part in any antisocial, disruptive activities in the past. Xiao Luo would then be called up for the auxiliary police officer training once he passed this political appraisal. This would take at least 5 days and would then be followed by the final physical test. Wouldn't it indeed be a form of justice for him to crack down on illegal groups like the Dragon Gang after putting on his police uniform? Maple Leaf Hotel, at night. It was already 8 o'clock at night when Xiao Luo arrived. He couldn't refuse Chu Yongsheng's kindness and good intentions. Besides, he had 5 more days to go before he could confirm if he'd been accepted for the auxiliary police officer training. It wasn't too bad an idea to call a truce with the Dragon Gang during this time. "Welcome!" Wearing scarlet kippas, several stunning women were in the lobby of the hotel waiting to usher arriving guests. They were a picture of charm and grace. Their gestures, posture, and even how they walked were exquisite, and along with the posh interior, provided the hotel with a more sophisticated and classy ambiance. "Are you Mr. Xiao Luo?" Shortly after Xiao Luo walked in and looked around, a slender woman welcomed him with a warm smile, as if she was expecting him. Xiao Luo nodded and answered, "I am. Mr. Chu has been waiting for you. Please follow me." The slender woman extended her left hand and led him forward. Xiao Luo took the elevator and arrived on the 3rd floor, where the slender woman brought him to the front of a wing room. She opened the door, bowed slightly to Xiao Luo, and then turned around and made her way back to the lobby. "Here comes Luo. Sit." Xiao Luo sat down comfortably, having a conversation and drinking tea. He looked a modest and unassuming man. The person he was talking to was none other than Long Shangkui, head of the Dragon Gang. Leng Zhu and Leng You stood respectfully on either side of Chu Yongsheng, while Da Yuan and Leng Bao stationed themselves just behind Long Shangkui. The two camps, black and white, were strikingly different, yet were drinking tea in harmony. It was quite a rare scene. "Hello, Mr. Chu." Xiao Luo greeted Chu Yongsheng, walked in, and closed the door behind him. Long Shangkui pointed his chubby finger at Xiao Luo and looked over to Chu Yongsheng, said, "Mr. Chu, this is the rascal you want to protect. Such an effeminate boy with the guts and ability to chop off my 53 people's hands. I don't believe it." Da Yuan, standing behind Long Shangkui, stared at Xiao Luo with cruel, vicious eyes. He suddenly rushed out like a ferocious beast, striking without warning. Yuan moved with incredible speed and dexterity, flowing into his attack with graceful yet deceitful movements as he opened up Xiao Luo's defense. His exceedingly flexible body bent into an uncanny arc and delivered a swift kick toward Xiao Luo's face with deadly force. Xiao Luo kept his eyes fixed on his opponent and quickly shifted his body to his right. Leaning back, he shot his hand and struck at Yuan's ankle. The seemingly light tap transferred a penetrating force and made Yuan lose balance. Xiao Luo immediately pivoted on his left leg, then snapped his right leg, striking Yuan on the arm like an iron whip. Staggering back several steps, Yuan steadied himself against the wall. The quick exchange left several marks on the wooden floor, a testament to the inner power both opponents had called upon. "Mr. Long, please control your subordinates. I don't want to leave the floor bloody and disturb Mr. Chu's tranquil mood." Xiao Luo spoke coldly. His words passed on a hidden warning and kept Yuan at bay. "Damn rascal, you really know your stuff." Long Shengkui waved his hand and motioned Yuan to step back, then rolled up his left sleeve and grunted irritably. "Making Mr. Chu and me to wait. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the stature to be so unrestrained and ragged in front of me? You were still sucking on your mom's tits when I started to make my living."
Chapter 182. Good Liquor. Xiao Luo remained silent. He had taken notice of Chu Yunsheng's subtle gesture and his meaningful wink, signaling for him to restrain himself for now. He walked towards the table, smiled courteously, and took a seat beside Chu Yunsheng. The moment Xiao Luo sat down, Long Shengkui turned to Chu Yunsheng, saying, "Mr. Chu, let's not to mince words. I know this damn rascal once protected your dear daughter. You intervened and mediated on his behalf because you owe him a favor." He said it in a seemingly harmless, yet in fact menacing way. Having made his point, he continued, "But he cut off the hands of 53 disciples of mine and totally destroyed my Yellow Skies casino, which I managed painstakingly for many years. This kind of debt can't be written off by a few words." Chu Yunsheng put his teacup down and smiled calmly, said, "So what does Mr. Long think we should do?" Long Shengkui shot an angry glance at Xiao Luo and said in a threatening voice, "It's easy. He chopped off my disciple's hands, so now I want to cut off his right hand. He smashed my Yellow Skies casino, so I will have to ask him to compensate for all of my losses. That is all." "If you really wish to cut off his hand, wouldn't I have set up the banquet tonight in vain?" Chu Yunsheng answered with a sardonic smile, looking right into the eyes of Long Shengkui. Long Shengkui backed off slightly, still wary of Chu Yunsheng. Although he might seem to be a gentle, harmless type, he had a reputation of being a brutal operator in his heydays. He'd use any means necessary to achieve his goals, and he was not one to trifle with, even to this day. Long Shengkui considered himself above everything and everybody here in Zhongshan, but not Chu Yunsheng. Aggrieved by the stance Chu Yunsheng had taken, Long Shengkui now vented his anger at Xiao Luo. "You little rascal, you truly are a nasty son of a bitch. I would kill you now if not for the due respect I'm giving to Mr. Chu's feelings. In Zhongshan, I can destroy you as easy as squashing a bug." Long Shengkui's expression changed abruptly into an angry scowl, and he grabbed the bottle of wine in front of him to smash it over Xiao Luo's head. Xiao Luo promptly raised his arm to parry, and the bottle exploded dramatically into myriad pieces, spilling its contents all over the floor. "Ha! You damn rascal! How dare you block my blow!" Long Shengkui bellowed in his rage. Xiao Luo looked sternly at Long Shengkui,
His lips pressed tightly together into a thinly veiled smile, but his eyes remained cold. In an instant, he had a bottle of wine in his hand and smashed it on Long Sung Kuei's head. Long Sung Kuei still retained his reflexes even with his age, quickly raising both his hand up to protect himself. Crash! The wine bottle broke against his arm, and both its shards and the spilling wine fell upon Long Sung Kuei's garments. "Ha! You damn rascal! Is one bottle enough? Do you need another one?" "Wah!" Leng Zuo and Leng Zui gasped in shock. They thought to themselves, "This young guy is really fearless. He is definitely the only person in Zhongshan who would dare to smash a bottle of wine over Long Sung Kuei's head." "You rascal, do you want to die?" Leng Bao and Da Yuan yelled out, snapping out of their momentary shock and with fierce looks and their teeth gnashing, ready to rush in to strike Xiao Luo. Long Sung Kuei waved his hand and stopped his bodyguards. His eyes stared steadily at Xiao Luo, but could not stop his eyelids from twitching nervously. Suddenly, he burst into a loud laugh and said, "Plucky youngster! This damn rascal truly has balls!" He quickly turned to look at Chu Yunsheng and said, "You see, Mr. Chu, did you see that? This rascal doesn't have a conciliatory attitude at all. It's not about the fact that he doesn't give face to me. He doesn't respect you." He was implying that while Chu Yunsheng was willing to protect Xiao Luo, yet he had not shown the due respect at all in appreciation of the favor. His kindness was instead taken for granted. "Lu," Chu Yunsheng called out gently, his wizened eyebrows knitted together. He also sensed that Xiao Luo didn't appear to be interested in making peace. It almost seemed like he came here intentionally to pick a fight with Long Sung Kuei for purposes only known to himself. Chu Yunsheng started to question if he was meddling unnecessarily. "Mr. Chu, I have already accepted your proposal for conciliation by showing up here tonight. Long Sung Kuei displayed his hostility to me explicitly from the moment I got here. But now this villain is making charges against his victim. Isn't he the one who really doesn't respect you?" "What a glib tongue! Why would I be here if I don't respect Mr. Chu?" Long Sung Kuei pounded on the table and roared in rage. Chu Yunsheng, seizing the opportunity, quickly articulated, "Since both of you have come here to make peace, why don't you show some good faith? Mr. Long, please alter your previous demand a little bit." His commanding tone left little room for any discussion. Long Sung Kuei felt cornered, and the corner of his mouth again twitched nervously. He was not ready to have Chu Yunsheng save Xiao Luo from right under his nose. As he turned the matter over in his mind, he happened to see 2 bottles of Mao Tai on the table. His eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly said, "Okay, Mr. Chu, I will do this favor for you. He can keep his hand and money as long as he can drink up these 2 bottles of Mao Tai right now. I guarantee you that I will write off all the grievances between us once and for all." Leng Zuo and Leng Zui turned pale after hearing Long Sung Kuei's words. Mao Tai was a powerful spirit with an alcohol level of 53% proof. Even drinking half the bottle would land a person in the hospital, needing to flush the gut to prevent alcohol poisoning. How would Xiao Luo be able to finish 2 entire bottles? How was this making peace at all? He clearly wanted Xiao Luo to die this very night. Chu Yunsheng's face darkened. He said, "Mr. Long, is your request in good faith?" "Correct. This is indeed my good faith. He mutilated my people and smashed up my casino. Mr. Chu, I would have to say you're biased if you can't even see the fairness in my request," he said, pressing the point with a mirthless smirk. His play had put Chu Yunsheng on the back foot. Granted, his stature might fall a little short in comparison with Chu Yunsheng, but he was still a mafia head and controlled the entire underworld of Zhongshan. He was confident Chu Yunxiang would not dare to start a war with him, especially not over this rascal. After all, they were not young anymore, and there were many other factors to consider. Mr. Long has an excellent point. It's just 2 bottles of Maotai. I will drink them up. Xiao Luo stood up and duly opened the caps of the Maotai. Raising his head back, he started to chug the baijiu directly from the bottle. Ding! Congratulations! The host has mastered the I Jin Jing system, redeeming 100,000 points from host account. The digital voice chimed in Xiao Luo's head. The balance had now plummeted to a little over 2,000 after spending 100,000 points. Xiao Luo felt a warmth running through his bones and internal passages as ki energy circulated throughout his body, rebuilding the cells. A surging wave washed through as the inner force sequestered the baijiu that had been consumed, preventing it from being absorbed into his vital organs. Seeing Xiao Luo gulping down the baijiu, everyone in the room was amazed. This damn rascal is really bold enough to drink it all? Long Sun Kui was in a stupor. Then an insidious smile slowly formed on his face. So what the Chu Yunxiang was protecting him. He could still have the youngster die a violent death right here and right now. Who can believe that Xiao Luo would still be standing after drinking 2 bottles of Maotai baijiu? How could he now fend off an attack from his 2 henchmen? Leng Zuo and Da Yuan couldn't help but sneering. Turned out he is just an arrogant fool. Chu Yunxiang remained still and was anxious for Xiao Luo, but he didn't have any excuse to stop it. As soon as a whole bottle of Maotai was downed, Xiao Luo started to work on the next one. Long Sun Kui looked on, surprised that even after consuming large amounts of the alcohol, he was not showing any signs of succumbing to the potent baijiu. What was going on? Xiao Luo quickly
Chapter 183. Fearsome Power. The entire wing room was in dead silence. One could almost hear a pin drop. Both Long Sun Kui and Chu Yunxiang were amazed as they stared in disbelief at Xiao Luo. If they had not witnessed it themselves, they would never believe that a man could drink 2 bottles of Maotai baijiu with a 53% alcohol content consecutively. Besides alcohol intoxication, his stomach would have been literally burnt through by the alcohol, making it impossible for him to remain standing. It's indeed a good liquor. I've never tasted such delicious liquor in my entire life. Xiao Luo glanced at Long Sun Kui meaningfully, aware of his devious scheme. His words had infuriated Long Sun Kui to the extent of spitting out blood. If he had not detected the intense fragrance of the potent drink from the 2 empty bottles before him, he would have thought that Xiao Luo just had 2 bottles of water. Fuck! What the hell? Long Sun Kui was incensed and slammed hard on the table. Initially, he thought he could take on Xiao Luo with 2 bottles of liquor easily, but they didn't seem to affect him after he comfortably poured them down his gullet. This was a monumental slap in his face for Long Sun Kui, especially as Xiao Luo praised the liquor's quality. He felt his cheeks burn like they were on fire. You rotten asshole! You truly are a freak! Chu Yunxiang smiled softly. Boss Long, Xiao Luo had drunk 2 bottles of Maotai as you asked, so is the hatred between you and him considered... He did not finish the line and expected Long Sun Kui to get his meaning. Sure, I'm keeping my word. The resentment between this rotten asshole is considered over and done with. My dragon gang will never lay a finger on him. Long Sun Kui tilted his head slightly in acknowledgement, then turned back to Leng Bao and Da Yuan abruptly and said coldly, Leng Bao, Da Yuan, you both are expelled from Dragon Gang from this day on.
cut every tie and connection you have with the Dragon Gang, and from here on, everything you do has nothing to do with me. Do you hear that?" Upon hearing those words, both Leng Bao and Da Yuan were stunned. Expelled and to cut all ties with Dragon Gang? This couldn't be happening. "Lord Long, what have we done wrong? Why'd you expel us from Dragon Gang?" Da Yuan bellowed loudly, deeply agitated. He could not accept the fact that he had been expelled from Dragon Gang. He had been serving the gang loyally for so many years. How was he expelled so suddenly? "Leng Bao, let's go." Leng Bao dragged out Da Yuan forcefully as he was losing his composure. "Why'd you drag me? Lord Long's gone nuts. He actually expelled us from Dragon Gang, and you're not questioning him?" Da Yuan roared continuously. Leng Bao adjusted his glasses, looking over its frame with his chilling, viper-like eyes. "Don't you see? Lord Long did not want to let the Xiao off, but he had already given his word to Chu Yun Xiaring that Dragon Gang would not lay a finger on Xiao. If you still cannot make sense of it by now, you're truly an idiot." Since leaving the room, Da Yuan's face had been contorted with rage, but after hearing those words, he suddenly felt like he had dispelled the clouds and seen the blue sky. The cold, insidious smirk returned to its rightful place in his countenance as he merrily remarked, "He is a sage. Lord Long's move is unfathomable, so now that we're not part of Dragon Gang anymore, naturally we can lay our fingers on that Xiao. Ha ha ha!" Leng Bao nodded and simply stared impassively in silence. In the wing room, Chu Yun Xiang looked hard at Long San Kui and said coldly, "Boss Long, this is an excellent play of yours." Long San Kui sighed in mock innocence. "Boss Chu, you are really joking. There is nothing such as a play here. Those brats had violated the rules set by me, and they must be expelled from Dragon Gang. This is Dragon Gang's affair, Boss Chu. Are you not going to interfere? Right?" His tone was enigmatic as he postured to leave, saying, "All right, since we're done with the talking, I should be leaving. We meet again, Boss Chu." With that, he finished gulping down the cup of tea before him and stood up. He held up his dragon-headed stocking and stopped briefly beside Xiao Luo, giving him a pat on the shoulder. "You rotten asshole! A storm may arise from a clear sky, and a man's fate remains uncertain like the weather. Take good care of yourself. Ha ha!" As he finished speaking, he laughed aloud and left the wing room. Chu Yun Xiang finished drinking the last cup of tea and asked in genuine concern, "Xiao Luo, do you need some medication for a hangover?" "Oh, no need." Xiao Luo shook his head. Fortified by the system's I Jing Jing, the potency of the Mao Tai was effectively sequestered and released slowly, avoiding any damage to his vital organs. This did not go as expected. Long San Kui had only pretended to obey. Chu Yun Xiang held the teacup tightly, squeezing it between his thumb and index finger. Had Long San Kui dared to fool him in his younger days, he would have been strong-armed into accepting or faced destruction. However, things were different now. Many people were relying on him for their jobs. His daughter, Chu Yu, was the most important thing to him now, and he would ignore everything else for her sake. His wish was to give her a peaceful and harmonious life. As they say, the virtue is 1 span tall, and the devil is 10. Long San Kui is exceptionally cunning, but I'm very thankful to Boss Chu for everything you've done for me today. Xiao Luo smiled, understanding his disappointment. You should be more careful from here on. Both Leng Bao and Da Yuan are extremely skilled fighters. Xiao Luo nodded. By the way, I came here for another important matter today. He took out a bank card from his pocket as he spoke, passing it to Chu Yun Xiang. This is the money I owed you. Everything is inside, including bank interest. The password is 8888, Xiao Luo smiled. Standing close by, both Lang Zhou and Lang Yu were shocked but kept their composure. The deadline was supposed to be in 1 year, but Xiao Luo had cleared the debt of 600 million in under 3 months. Although they knew Luo's workshop's operation was in full swing and had captured a large chunk of the market in Zhongshan, they were still surprised that he could return such a large sum to his boss in so short a time. Xiao Luo, I now realize that I have greatly underestimated your capacity, Tru Yunxiang said, equally stunned as he stared at Xiao Luo. I'm just lucky. Xiao Luo returned the compliment with a polite smile. Frankly, aside from Luo's workshop's business performance, the other factors that allowed him to settle his debts so quickly were the indemnity from Feng Chonglei and the 80 million he had just won at Yellow Sky's casino. Perhaps it was the age difference, but Xiao Luo felt cautious when it came to communicating with Tru Yunxiang. He had always kept a respectful distance from Tru Yunxiang, or perhaps it was his pride that made him not want to owe a favor to a big shot such as Tru Yunxiang. He did not feel that he would cross paths with Tru Yunxiang too often in the future. Xiao Luo drove Zhang Dashan's white Corolla towards home after he left the Maple Leaf Hotel. The Yi Jing Jing he had just redeemed felt a little different than he understood it to be. According to the system notification, Yi Jing Jing would give him full immunity to all toxins. Its inner power presence was endless, and he could sense it like a rushing river. He only needed to clench his fist lightly, and he could feel a powerful force gushing out. How strong could I be now? To find his answer, Xiao Luo increased the pressure of his grip on the steering wheel lightly, and the aluminum-constructed steering wheel immediately shrunk and deformed. His 10 fingers were stuck deep within. Even mentally prepared for it, he was still taken aback by his newfound strength. He hardly applied all of his power, about 10 to 20%. Even then, he easily deformed the steering wheel by merely squeezing into it. Since the car belonged to Zhang Dashan, it would be pretty embarrassing to return it with its steering wheel in such a state, so he immediately went looking for a car workshop to replace the damaged part.
Chapter 184. I am Lei Feng. When the car slowed down, arriving at the junction, all seemed well. Then, unexpectedly, and without any warning, a huge truck sped over from its right, colliding with the white Corolla Xiao Luo in a horrendous crash. With force equivalent to the weight of a mountain, the accident would surely be fatal. Bang! Amid a deafening blast, the white Corolla was smashed entirely, its middle section caving in like cardboard. Glass fragments shattered into 1,000 pieces, littering the crash site. The car was thrown about 40 meters from the point of impact, rolling several times before coming to a rest. A path of destruction was strewn with debris along where the vehicle was thrown. On the empty street, the badly damaged car laid on its side, with its horn wailing incessantly in mourning, piercing through the quiet of the night. The truck came to a stop, and both its doors opened. 2 men alighted, hopping down from it. Dao Yuan, blonde-haired, and Leng Bao, spectacled, walked towards the white Corolla. Dao Yuan looked at his compatriot with a cruel smile on his face. That rascal should be dead, right? Yes, not far from it, even if he isn't, Leng Bao said solemnly while subconsciously adjusting his spectacles. Well, who cares? I'll go give that rascal another stab. Dao Yuan chuckled savagely as he unsheathed a dagger from his waist and strode purposefully towards the broken Corolla. As Dao Yuan approached, a loud report came from the crumpled vehicle, just as its right front door flew open, thrust by a tremendous force. Xiao Luo emerged, grabbed the window frame with both hands, climbed out, and carefully hopped to the ground. He was bleeding profusely from cuts inflicted by the shattered glasses and soaked in blood. Huh, he's not dead yet.
Dao Yuan said with a look of surprise on his face. Almost immediately, he began to laugh excitedly. "This is great. I can flex my muscles now. He. From afar, Leng Bao intuitively sensed something amiss and warned, "Do not underestimate your enemies." "Relax. That rascal could barely even stand. To kill him will be a piece of cake," Dao Yuan replied with a maniacal laugh. It was true that Xiao Luo was severely injured and would be in no state to resist. The truck's impact was devastating, and the force it had generated at that point should have killed anyone in the vehicle. If he hadn't redeemed the Ijin Jing skill from the system, he would have died instantly. As it turned out, Ijin Jing had shielded his heart and vessels with his inner power in the nick of time. As he stood there watching Dao Yuan approach, his inner power began circulating rapidly. His intent to kill began rising like a colossal tide. Like a cornered beast, he gave Dao Yuan a deadly gaze as he said word by word, "You will die." A raging fury had manifested as he drew himself to his full height. He had only one thing in mind. Die? Huh, even garbage like you dares to say that. Dao Yuan flexed his lithe, muscular frame and entered into an attacking stance. In a series of quick, measured steps, he advanced toward Xiao Luo at a good speed. Before reaching striking distance, he suddenly lunged forward, his dagger slicing the air to strike the flank, before he pulled it back and thrust the pointed tip of the blade to his opponent's throat, in one swift motion. As the blade was about to pierce its intended mark, a hand appeared out of nowhere. It gripped his hand above the thumb with strong, vice-like fingers. Dao Yuan's striking hand pushed upwards to his left, bringing his right arm across his face and exposing his upper body to a counter-strike. When it came, the blow hit like a sledgehammer as it pummeled into Dao Yuan's chest. Kaboom! The deadly force reverberated through Dao Yuan's crumbling body in waves of excruciating pain. Dao Yuan was thrown back, flying through the air uncontrollably before crashing to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stared hard at Xiao Luo. But Dao Yuan was no ordinary street fighter and retained his fighting mettle. The trained pugilist had quite some moves in his repertoire, and his mind was already working out steps to defeat his opponent. He slowed his breath and blocked out the pain. He shifted his center of gravity and raised himself steadily on one knee. As he attempted to rise, he spat out another mouthful of blood, and an unbearable pain followed, emanating from his chest. He glanced down to his chest, his eyes widened, shocked at what he saw. Several ribs were protruding out, and his chest had collapsed inwards. Blood that was oozing out from his open wound, soaking his shirt red. From the bloody cavity, he could almost see his own heart thumping rapidly. He was horrified. He had practiced martial arts all his life and had cultivated his inner power to protect his body. How could his body be broken with a single punch? Was this even possible? "Dao Yuan, be careful!" Leng Bao cried out in panic. Dao Yuan lifted his head, only in time to see Xiao Luo moving in swiftly, on the balls of his feet, bounding forward a distance of more than 10 meters. Landing within striking distance, his weight was transferred to his left leg. He then executed a quick skip to channel the energy to a frontal snap kick, extending the same leg upwards right into Dao Yuan's exposed chin. Swift, violent, without mercy. Oomph! Dao Yuan could almost feel the force smash into his brain, turning it to slurry. His ears were buzzing, and before he could even shriek, he lost consciousness. He crashed into the ground some 20 to 30 meters away. Blood oozed out from his nostrils and mouth. His chin was shattered. His left eyeball was dangling out from his eye socket due to the tremendous impact, lolling from side to side against his cheek as he lay on his side. He didn't look human anymore. "Aya!" Leng Bao gasped in terror as he stared at the bloody mess that was Dao Yuan. From the moment Xiao Luo began and the moment Dao Yuan was felled, everything happened in less than 10 breaths. Leng Bao did not get the chance to help him. "It's your turn now." His voice was clear and cold, devoid of emotion, coming from the depths of the netherworld. Blood was dripping down from Xiao Luo's face, and his clothes were all torn, but he exuded a fighting intent that was ever so intense. In his burning eagerness to fight, the flame smoldering in his eyes appeared dark and sinister. Leng Bao trembled in fear. He saw before him a ruthless beast from head to toe. He wasn't someone that could be fathomed, still possessing such immense powers when he should have died in the crash. He did not answer the call of battle. After a quick moment of thought, he turned around, lifted Dao Yuan's corpse, and hastily left the scene, succumbing to the call to retreat. Xiao Luo gasped as he looked at Leng Bao scamper away. When he was no longer in sight, he closed his eyes and slumped onto the ground in a pile. Even with Ijin Jing, he still sustained substantial injuries after being hit by a truck traveling at more than 90 miles per hour. His organs and blood vessels were shielded by his inner power, but the wounds inflicted on his outer body were severe. Pieces of glass fragments, like parasites embedded in his flesh, shimmered against the street light. Xiao Luo regained consciousness, opened his eyes, and realized that he was in the hospital. He wanted to move, but felt as if his limbs restrained. It was at that moment that he realized that there were bandages wrapped around him. The white bandage wrapped around him made him look like a mummy. At that moment, a man with a large body and chubby face walked in with a bowl of ravioli. When he saw that Xiao Luo had reawakened, struggling on the sickbed, he was shocked. He quickly put down his ravioli and went forward to calm him. "Brother, you shouldn't be moving. You got more than 100 glass fragments removed from your body. The doctors went around the clock to stitch your wounds up. If you move, they'll crack open easily, and you'll have to suffer again." "Who are you?" asked Xiao Luo. "Me?" The chubby-faced man was startled. Then he grinned. "I'm Lei Fang, remember? I saw you lying unconsciously by the road. Nobody dared to save you, so I called 120 to get you to the hospital. I even took care of you for a whole day and night. Who could I possibly be if not Lei Fang?"
Chapter 185. Are you his father? Lei Feng. Xiao Luo looked at the man from top to bottom. He was much chubbier than Zhang Dashan. There were evident signs of aging on his skin, especially the 3 conspicuous lines of wrinkles on his forehead. He put the man's age at around 45 years. Putting aside his thoughts, he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, old brother." Addressing him as old brother was common courtesy, but little did he expect the reaction when the man heard him. He flew into a rage and said, "What old brother? You are the old brother. Your whole family is an old brother. Let me ask you, how old are you?" Xiao Luo was confused. After some thought, he replied, 26. "You're 26? I'm just 22. "You're 22? Xiao Luo consciously kept his eyes from opening wide in surprise. He could not believe that this man with the appearance of a middle-aged man in his 40s was still this young. "You don't believe me?" The man fumbled for his identity card, and finally, getting it out from the inner pocket of his shirt, held it in front of Xiao Luo's eyes. "See for yourself. Am I 22? Xiao Luo got a good look at his identity card. He was really 22. He also had a rather bumpkinish yet down-to-earth name, Lu Tieguo. "See it now? Don't just simply call someone old brother. You are 4 years older than me. I should be the one calling you old brother," Lu Tieguo said with a snort of contempt, keeping his ID back in his pocket. Xiao Luo was unsure whether to cry or laugh.
When he looked at Lu Tiegua's overly mature appearance, he had to doubt whether his birth date was altered 20 years forward when he applied for his ID. Knock, knock, knock. A nurse appeared at the door, followed by 2 police officers alongside her. "The one on the bed is the car owner that was sent to our hospital after the car crash last night," the nurse introduced to the cops. The cops nodded and then stepped towards the bed. The male officer saluted Xiao Luo. "Good day, sir. Are you the owner of the car C0019 Zhang Dashan?" "No, I'm a friend," I answered honestly. The other female cop hurriedly recorded the information. The male cop asked again, "What is your name?" "Xiao Luo." "Can you still remember what happened yesterday?" The 2 cops asked more than 10 questions consecutively. The scene of the car crash last night was at the blind spot of the surveillance cameras. They were unable to observe the entire incident through surveillance footage, hence they could only question the people involved. Besides, based on their preliminary deduction, this car crash wasn't as simple as it looked. The truck that opened up its throttle from the incident yesterday was reported as scrap 1 year ago. Someone had deliberately fixed it to be used in the accident. "Thank you for cooperating with us." The 2 police officers once again saluted Xiao Luo. "My friend, I heard you said that the car accident last night was premeditated. What in the name of heavens is going on?" Lu Tiegua asked curiously. "It's nothing. Don't ponder on it. We'll investigate it thoroughly." The other female cop echoed with a gentle smile. "Rest assured, we will definitely arrest the wrongdoers. Are you his father? Uncle, your son is already past 20, but you still look so young. You are really blessed." As a woman, she was naturally better than the opposite gender when it came to comforting words. She was smiling pleasantly, and her comfort words were from the depths of her heart. But for Lu Tiegua, this wasn't comforting at all. This was blatant in humiliation. Lu Tiegua was once again piqued. "What blessed? You are the one who is blessed. Your whole family is blessed. Since when did I have such an old son? Maybe you can make one for me." As he continued, he again took out his ID to show it to the female cop. "Look clearly, I'm only 22. Don't think that you can just simply call other people old brother because you're a cop. You're humiliating me as a person, you know?" Upon citing the ID and getting a clear look at Lu Tiegua's date of birth, the female cop got really embarrassed. Her face immediately flushed liver red. She quickly apologized. Sorry, I misunderstood." Lu Tiegua angrily returned his identity card into his pocket. Xiao Luo was amused. He couldn't remember the last time he was mistaken for being the son of someone else. At that moment, the male cop asked, "Mr. Lu Tiegua, what is your relation to Mr. Xiao Luo?" "We're totally unrelated. I'm just a passerby. I sent him to the hospital as I saw him lying unconscious on the ground." Lu Tiegua raised his chin to the left and snorted. "Oh yeah, since Uncle Cop or I lay Fong to remain." He turned to Xiao Luo. "Old brother, the ravioli I bought you is on the table. Eat it while it's still hot. If it's not convenient for you to do it yourself, ask Uncle Cop and Auntie Cop to feed you. You know, they're government servants. They should do this kind of stuff. I'm leaving, so bye." He had intentionally emphasized the words uncle and auntie. He was obviously just being sarcastic. Then he turned away without looking back. He was in a mood of melancholy. He got called old brother because his face looked like it was in a hurry to age, and what's worse, he got mistaken as the father of a 26-year-old. What was going on in his life? The 2 cops took on an awkward expression, but they were thinking, "Well, you looked old, how could you blame us?" Zhang Dashan rushed over as soon as he received the news. His rough voice preceded his entrance. "Xiao Luo, old Xiao Luo." He pushed the door open, and when he saw Xiao Luo, who was on the bed wrapped like a mummy, he ran over hurriedly. "Are you Xiao Luo?" "Who else can I be?" Xiao Luo replied brusquely. "What the fuck? Which quack wrapped you up like this? Aside from your mouth, nose, and eyes, you are all wrapped up. How to pee and shit like this?" Xiao Luo put down his briefcase, making a point to daringly yell the word quack inside the hospital. "Shut up and pay up my medical bills." Xiao Luo said in mock anger. "What's the hurry? Let me ask you, did the dragon gang did this?" Xiao Luo nodded. "Fuck, I really want those bastards dead." "Enough. Just take care of Luo's workshop for me, all right? Don't worry about the other stuff," Xiao Luo advised him, knowing he meant every word of it. Then he was reminded of Feng Wu Hen and his companions. "Consider Feng Wu Hen and rest working for me. You mustn't mistreat them in terms of wages. When I finally destroy the Dragon Gang, you have to recruit them back to the company and give them a chance to train and improve themselves. Only in that way can they be given high posts when Luo's workshop expands to other cities. Old Xiao Luo, you'd better settle these things yourself after you get better. Your priority now should be to take care of your injuries." Saying that, Zhang Dashan took his briefcase and went to settle his medical expenses. Funnily, Xiao Luo suddenly thought of Lu Tiegua, who had brought him to the hospital. If he were to let Zhang Dashan know that there was someone with a bigger and chubbier face than him, he should feel very comforted. Then his mind wandered to yesterday's car crash. A cold glint emerged within Xiao Luo's eyes. Da Yuan was dead, and Leng Bao, who got away, had now made his way into his must-kill list.
Chapter 186. A Tooth for a Tooth. In the dimly lit room, Da Yuan laid face up on the ground. His blooded face was white as a sheet, and he was dead. Han Mian and Hei Long stood at the side with solemn looks on their faces. They were incensed, deep in anguish. Compared to the other two, Leng Ba appeared relatively calmer. He hadn't recovered from the fact that Da Yuan was kicked to death by Xiao Luo. When he remembered Xiao Luo's eyes brimming in a fury and on the warpath, and dark unspoken emotion returned to haunt him. Long Sun Kui was sitting on the master's chair, holding a cane shaped like a dragon's head with his right hand and playing with two baoding balls with his left. With aging eyes that were glowing like the stars in winter, he glared at Leng Bao. "He was kicked to death by that kid?" Leng Bao wanted to answer no, but the fact was yes. He nodded. "Yes." "What the fuck? Is that kid really so extraordinary?" Long San Kui clenched his left hand. The two baoding balls made of metal shriveled and deformed instantly, like two clumps of plasticine being squeezed together. Leng Bao adjusted his spectacles, then said, "We hit him with a truck. Even the car he was driving broke apart, but he was unscathed. Master Long, I suspect that he's a past master in martial arts, with a not at all weak inner power." "Bullshit. Even if his inner power is strong, he would still have suffered some serious injuries under the circumstance. Hence, the purpose of him wrapping up his fight with Da Yuan rapidly was to startle you. If you weren't startled back then, killing him will be like a cakewalk." Long San Kui quickly deduced Xiao Luo's thoughts during the incident in a blink of an eye. Leng Ba was slightly stunned. If what Master Long said was true, didn't he just missed a great chance to kill Xiao Luo? After he carefully retraced the incident in his memory, he did indeed find some credence to the idea. When Xiao Luo confronted him, his intent to fight was intense, but he was covered in blood and was clearly not in good physical state. He was most probably an arrow at the end of its flight. Having thought about that, he immediately knelt on one knee. "I beseech your forgiveness, Master Long." "Forgive you? Ha! Get 10 of our greatest men and scour every hospital. The kid must be tending his wounds in one of them. If you find him, chop him into 8 pieces at once." Lang San Kui forcefully bashed the ground with his cane. "This is your chance to redeem yourself. Treasure it." "Yes." Leng Bao nodded reverentially,
while his eyes, hidden underneath his glasses, emanated the cold glare of a venomous viper. Xiao Luo was bandaged from head to toe. This was his 4th day in the hospital. His Yi Jing was circulating unceasingly, and his wounds were healing at an accelerated rate. His king of mercenaries physique was equally potent. Under their combined effects, his injuries were treated entirely. Zhang Dashan didn't stay in the office like he ordered him to do so. This day he came to visit Xiao Luo again. When he pushed the door open, he was astounded. He had witnessed something unbelievable. Crackling noises came from Xiao Luo, who was lying on the sickbed wrapped up like a mummy. Along with those sounds, the white bandages started to burst apart, and Xiao Luo came out of his cocoon like a butterfly who had completed metamorphosis. When he saw Xiao Luo standing next to the bed and all the bandages on his body falling off him like goose feathers, Zhang Dashan plopped his buttocks on the ground out of sheer shock. For him, nothing in this world couldn't be described with fucking hell. If there was to be something that couldn't, he would just describe it with 2 of them. Xiao Luo was standing next to the bed, naked. Every inch of his skin was as fair and tender like a baby under the baptism of Yi Jing. There were no scars on his body. His lines were distinct, just like a masterly carved sculpture. "Motherfucker, can you not point your dick at me?" Zhang Dashan calmed himself and stood up, patting the dust off his buttocks. Now he was almost immune to the incredible tales that had happened around Xiao Luo. Not to mention all of Xiao Luo's wounds healing within 3 to 4 days, it would have been acceptable for him if Xiao Luo jacked off and shot down an airplane from the sky. His good old brother Xiao Luo could never be conjectured with common logic. Xiao Luo moved away from the sickbed unhurriedly and put on a jumpsuit. "Why did you come again? Didn't I ask you to stay in the company compound while I deal with the Dragon Gang?" "The heck, old Xiao! I'm not even this kind to my own girlfriend. Fools never know when they're well off, you know?" Zhang Dashan said disdainfully. Xiao Luo buttoned up one by one. He glanced at him. "You ever had a girlfriend?" This directly pricked on Zhang Dashan's pain. His face flushed instantly. "You want to rub it in, huh? Fine, fine. I'm not coming ever again. I'll just stay in the office with the ladies, all right? Fucking hell." He left mumbling to himself. As night fell, the neon lights turned Jiangsheng into a sleepless city. Leng Bao was very disappointed. In the last 4 days, he had deployed the men he had been assigned to every single hospital in Jiangsheng City, but had failed to find a patient by the name of Xiao Luo. Who would have expected that Xiao Luo was registered under the name of Liu Tieguo? Naturally, they wouldn't have gotten anywhere bandying the name of Xiao Luo. He was sitting in his car and feeling anxious, as if in need of a drug fix. When his men came back reporting to him that Xiao Luo was not in any of the hospitals that he had sent them to, he couldn't tolerate it any longer. He punched the car window, shattering the glass. At that moment, his phone rang. It was from an unknown number. He adjusted his spectacles, forcing himself to calm down. He picked up his phone and answered, "Who's speaking?" "I'm Xiao Luo." His voice sounded chilling on his phone. Leng Bao immediately sat upright. "How did you get my contact?" "This is not important. You have been busy looking for me. Don't you want to know where I am?" "Where are you?" "Look up." Leng Bao reacted by raising his head at once. His pupils dilated, adjusting to the darkened skies, and through the sunroof he saw a car rolling off the adjacent building, more than 10 stories high. It seemed to linger in the air for a while, then plummeted quickly, accelerating in speed with the momentum. Damn it! He broke into a cold sweat, momentarily frozen in the clutches of death. Leng Bao was terrified, pale with fear. He instantly regained his senses and immediately tried to get out, but it was too late. Even as his hand was on the door handle, the falling car plunged straight into the roof of his vehicle with unimaginable force. Boom! A thunderous boom followed, shaking the ground around it, and the black car was gone, pulverized and crushed in an instant. All four wheels collapsed, its tires blown, and debris blasted in every direction, sending a wave of terror to all standing close. Leng Bao, trapped inside, was instantly squashed into minced meat. His blood seeped out along the gaps of the car door and dripped onto the ground. The surrounding Dragon Gang members were stunned at what they had just witnessed, their eyes fixated at the ghastly scene as they trembled. Then, coming out of their stupor, they called Lung San Kui and reported, stuttering, "Master Lung, Protector Lung is dead." Watching the scene from the top of the building, Xiao Luo dusted off his hands, turned, and walked away, like a trivial task had just been completed. Chapter 187. He's my brother, Zhao Nai. On the night of the 5th day, Xiao Luo received a call from the Ren Village police station located in the Guangming district. The caller had informed him to report himself at the branch station at 8 a.m. on the next day. He was to participate in a medical examination and would commence the special training program alongside other recruited police trainees. The special training program would last for half a month, and it would be entirely based on military training. All activities would be carried out at the branch station's training base, and all trainees would be isolated from all communication with the outside world. How very troublesome. Xiao Luo furrowed his brows. Initially, he thought he could assume the role right after the medical examination, but it seemed that he was overthinking. But it couldn't be helped. Dealing with the Dragon Gang didn't mean killing all their members. He would only become the Chinese government's primary target if he did that. He reminded himself that his goal was to annihilate all of the Dragon Gang's business. A night of silence. Xiao Luo woke up at 5 a.m., packed his clothes, and embarked on his journey to the Guangming District branch station. It was already 7 a.m. when he arrived at the branch station. After eating breakfast at a roadside stall, he walked into the police station compound. In the police station compound, Xiao Luo saw many prospective auxiliary policemen taking part in the medical examination and special training like him. They were both men and women, totaling about 20 people. Upon arrival, they presented their name seals and turned in their communication devices and personal belongings. 2 officers in uniforms were standing on the stage. They looked at their watches from time to time and regularly checked on the number of people who had arrived. "How many haven't arrived?" "1. "It's almost 8, right?" "Yes, soon." "Eliminate that person when the time passes 8 o'clock. People without the most basic concept of time are not suited to be in the auxiliary police force." They were having a serious conversation, and everyone could hear them clearly. The trainees expressed sympathy for that unlucky person. That person would have gone through a long process before this, and was actually going to be disqualified from becoming an auxiliary police officer just because he was late for 1 minute. He would definitely be so remorseful that his intestines would turn green. "Bro, where are you from? What's your name?" "Hello, pretty ladies. Did you both come together? What are your names? We'll become colleagues after this, just so you know." Seizing this opportunity, those with extroverted personalities became active, getting to know everyone by their names. "All right, time's up. Queue up in 2 lines and—" "Wait, there's another one here." A man with a round face, average height, chubby cheeks, and enormous ears came rushing in from the station's entrance, wearing a large-sized white shirt and jeans with a boot cut. He was gasping for air and perspiring profusely all over. "Liu Tuan Go?" Xiao Luo was startled. This man was the very same person who sent him to the hospital a few days ago. Liu Tuan Go. It seems that Jiangsang City was pretty small for the two of them to have met again so soon. He initially thought of searching him via his connections to thank him properly, but it seemed that it wouldn't now be necessary. "And you?" The officer with the square jawline looked at him from head to toe and asked. Liu Tuango saluted him. "Sir, I am Liu Tuango, an auxiliary reserve policeman who came to attend the medical examination and special training." "Is he really a recruit?" The officer with the square jawline pointed at Liu Tuango and looked suspiciously at the other officer. The other officer looked at the name list and then nodded. "His name is on the list." With that being said, he took out Liu Tuango's resume and passed it to the officer with the square jawline. After the officer with the square jawline compared the photo on Liu Tuango's resume with the person standing in front of him, he immediately frowned. "Why does your photo not resemble you at all?" It is because I was smiling in the photo. It will be the same if I smile." "But this doesn't feel right either. The man on the photo doesn't look so mature like you." "I do indeed look older, but my information is absolutely real, especially that photo of me. It is me, 100%. I just beautified myself with to pick, smoothed my skin, and added a magenta filter to make my appearance fit in better with my real age." Poofed! A girl couldn't contain her laughter anymore. "Uncle, are you sure that you're here to become an auxiliary policeman, not a comedian?" Her sentence instantly tickled everyone and brought on waves of laughter. Liu Tuango was annoyed. He had faced the same thing repeatedly, and it really annoyed him a lot. He took out his ID card and said to the crowd seriously, "I am only 22 years old. I am not an uncle. I am still a young lad." The crowd laughed even louder. Even the officer with the square jawline, who had always kept a serious face, couldn't help but chuckle for a moment. He immediately regained his composure afterwards and shouted, "Enough! Stop laughing! You will all be colleagues in the future. Mocking at your own colleagues is not a noble thing to do." Liu Tuango was so touched that he almost teared up. He thought to himself, "They are definitely fine servants of our society. They know what's right." "Liu Tuango, queue up in line." The officer with the square jawline shouted at him. "Yes, sir." Liu Tuango moved to the end of the first queue. As soon as he got into position, he shrieked in bewilderment. Then he pulled Xiao Luo's arm in front of him. "Old brother, why are you here? Wait, how did you get discharged so quickly? You were still being wrapped up like a mummy a few days ago." "You know about my elder brother being in the hospital?" Xiao Luo asked, feigning to be surprised. "Your elder brother?" Liu Tuango was confused. He thought, "Are they not the same person?" "Yeah, the one in the hospital is Xiao Nai, my elder brother. I'm Xiao Luo." Xiao Luo smiled. Liu Tuango shook his head resultantly. "That can't be. He told the cops that he was Xiao Luo the last time, not Xiao Nai." Xiao Luo sighed. He pointed at his head and said whisperingly, "The car accident fucked up his brain. He doesn't know how to differentiate his name and my name anymore." "Oh!" Liu Tuango nodded in acknowledgement of the explanation. "So they were brothers. That would explain why they look so similar to each other." Then he asked, out of concern, "Is your brother all right?" "Yeah, he's fine. He was transferred to another hospital in another city. He should be able to recover in less than 2 months." "Ah, that's great." Liu Tuango sighed of relief. Xiao Luo reached out his hands. "Hello, Brother Taigo. My name is Xiao Luo, turning 20 this year." Liu Tuango seemed like a middle-aged man to Xiao Luo, no matter which angle he looked at him from, so he couldn't just bring himself to call him by his name. Besides, Liu Tuango had saved his life. It was appropriate for Xiao Luo to address him as brother. But Xiao Luo emphasized he was 20 to avoid Liu Tuango from acting like a baby in front of him. "Nice to meet you." Liu Tuango chuckled. "Oh yeah, Brother Taigo, how did you know that my brother is in the hospital? Do you know my brother?" "Oh, it's because—" Liu Tuango was about to tell him the truth, but then he stopped himself abruptly, recalling the phrase, "do good deeds without leaving a name." So he put on a sagely look and said, "Buddha said I mustn't say anything. Heh heh." Xiao Luo almost lost it and nearly cracked up. He was trying so hard to contain his laughter and his shoulders from shaking. Chapter 188. Gu Xian Shui. After the medical examination, Xiao Luo and the rest of the trainees were transferred to the training base of the Guangming District Branch Station. The base was located at a remote location at the foot of the mountain in the Guangming District. Although it was a training ground for the auxiliary police trainees to improve their physical condition, it looked more like a military camp. Wow, this is awesome! Look, there's a shooting range over there. Yeah, there's also an obstacle course. OMG, this place is lit. I think this training ground costs tens of millions to build. When these auxiliary policeman trainees who were participating in the special training program entered the training camp, they were naturally inquisitive about everything there. The mud pools, sand pits, running fields, everything there got their hearts racing. Scenes of Special Forces training, like those on television, appeared in their minds. Thrilling and invigorating, everything was just so exciting for them. I think we'll shed a layer of skin here, Liu Tiego murmured quietly. He was the only person who wasn't too enthusiastic about the camp. After changing into their uniforms at the training camp's dormitory, they regathered at the training grounds. When they arrived at the ground, there were already 2 men in black singlets, camouflage trousers, and black boots standing inside the training grounds. The 2 were tall and buffed. Both were over 1.8 meters tall, tanned, and eyes that looked like a torch, and one of them was even wearing sunglasses. They seemed extremely grim by appearance. The one wearing sunglasses had a toothpick in his mouth. He was standing upright with his arms firmly behind his back. He stepped forward and introduced to the crowd. Let me first introduce myself. Surname Yan, name Wang. I am your instructor from today onward, in charge of your special training across a 15-day duration. Yan Wang? The King of Hell? The crowd gossiped among themselves as they were curious about their instructor's name. Silence! Yan Wang shouted. Shout report before you say anything, and you may only speak when I allow you to do so. Do you hear me? We heard you, the crowd responded in unison. In the future, answer me only with yes or no. I do not wish to hear any other answers. Yes, sir, the crowd answered in concert. Good. I believe we will have a great time together. Yan Wang looked at everyone with his glistening eyes. He was stern, ruthless, and distant. Deputy! Yes, sir. The other man stepped forward and shouted with his chest out and head high. Let them move their muscles and bones, said Yan Wang. Yes, sir. The deputy instructor turned to the crowd. Everyone, turn right and start running. Go along the perimeter of the training ground. Do not stop until I give you the order to do so. Everyone abided by his orders and began jogging. When they left, Yan Wang shook his head. The requirements for auxiliary police trainees are really getting lower these days. Just look at them. They are as unrefined as homemade soup. None of them have a military background, and none of them are trained with that iron discipline. They are just some regular townsfolk. Making them competent for maintaining public security with just half a month of hasty training? If this isn't a joke, what is? Deputy Instructor Fang Zhizhao offered his opinion. Now, all stations are in short of active policemen. Besides, with Jiangshang's continuous development and construction, our urban area is getting larger, so naturally the demand for policemen is constantly rising. The higher-ups are also forced to recruit regular civilians because of that. Even if that's the case, this is not the proper way to recruit candidates. The requirements are too low. It will drag down the overall quality of the auxiliary police, and proper law enforcement cannot be carried out. Have they not learned from the lessons of the past few years? Yan Wang was very dissatisfied with the higher-ups. I agree. However, he took out a girl's information sheet from his file and handed it to Yan Wang. Gu Xian Shui? Yan Wang looked at the name on the resume. Fang Zhangzhao nodded and explained. She is the sister of Gu Xianlin, head of the primary task force of Jiangshang district. Influenced by her sister, she vowed to become a police officer. What makes her different from her sister is that she became the disciple of the lone graybeard at Mount Tianshan when she was only 10 years old and has honed a good set of skills. After she left the mountain, she often followed Gu Xianlin to the large training grounds. Her marksmanship is top-notch, and her accuracy with rifles and guns cannot be questioned. Listening to what you said, I feel like we have ourselves a treasure. Indeed, Gu Xianshui's achievements will definitely be greater than her sister's in the future. Yan Wang flashed a toothy smile as his eyes settled on the well-limbed and elegant girl running at the front of the group. Her expression was solemn. She had a pretty face, though she seemed somewhat aloof. Along with her attractive and confident demeanor, she had fair skin, her body was slender, her countenance was cold yet delectable, and her eyes were deep and gorgeous. Although she was dressed in a camouflage uniform just like the others, her appealing disposition made her stand out from the crowd, just like a white swan amongst a flock of ordinary ducks. Just when can we stop? My legs are falling off. I know, right? We've just started, and these instructors are making it so hard, I think they want us to die. That's true. What we see on television is all fake. There's no thrill or excitement here. If it goes on like this, I'll collapse for sure. After running for 5 laps, the trainees were beginning to lose their intensity and presence of mind from the fatigue. Everyone was absolutely drained and struggling to carry on. They all had their eyes fixed on Feng Jizhao. At this point, they were earnestly longing for him to shout the word stop. Xiao Luo, on the other hand, wasn't feeling any discomfort, but to be less conspicuous, he had been running unhurriedly beside Liu Tiego. Liu Tiego was struggling and was unable to speak. He was totally exhausted and was panting like a dog, lolling his tongue out and desperately gasping for air. "Run! Speed up! Just look at yourselves. Even a girl is ahead of you. Don't you guys feel ashamed? Go faster and do not stop. Whoever stops will get points ducked off immediately." Yan Wang yelled and pressed on. It was only after hearing him that the crowd realized the person running at the front was a girl. Many male trainees, with masculine pride at stake, were gritting their teeth as they motivated themselves by shouting out loud that they would surpass her. But each time when they were just about to overtake her, she would always hasten up and keep the lead. After several attempts, everyone was discouraged and gave up. At the same time, they all wondered, who is this girl? Why does she have such great stamina? Xiao Luo was quite surprised as well. After carefully observing her, he discovered that her breathing was very stable. After running for 6 or 7 laps, she was hardly breaking a sweat, unlike the other trainees who had already had their uniforms soaked to the skin. It looks like she had trained at this level before, and definitely not just casually, Xiao Luo evaluated in his heart. I can't go on." Liu Tiego's lips were trembling and turning pale as he gradually slowed down to almost a halt. These were the signs of exhaustion. Without saying a word, he supported him with his arms. "Brother Tiego, you'd better not stay up so late. It's not good for your health." When Xiao Luo first saw Liu Tiego, he could already tell that his body was frail and that his old appearance was probably caused by him frequently staying up late. His frailty would not usually show, but all would be exposed during grueling and intensive activities. Even the other girls were still holding on, but Liu Tiego, on the other hand, could no longer persist.
Chapter 189. Combat. Feng Zishao only called in the auxiliary police trainees after 20 laps. They were all in sheer exhaustion, sprawling on the ground and gasping heavily for air. When the run ended, several of the girls even collapsed and were immediately sent to the dispensary. It was, all in all, an eventful start to the special training program. But such was the effect he intended. It was to put the fear of God into every new recruit. However, what had come as an incredible surprise to both him and Yan Wang was that other than Gu Xianshui, there was unexpectedly one other, and he happened to be standing right there now, showing no signs of exhaustion.
He was looking perfectly fine. "What's the background to this fella?" Yan Wang turned to Feng Zixiao, taking off his sunglasses and pointing at Xiao Luo. Feng Zixiao hurriedly flipped through the trainee profiles he had on hand and soon found what he was looking for. He handed it to Yan Wang and answered, "This person's name is Xiao Luo. His information sheet doesn't reveal too much about his background. He is from the Xi province and worked for the Huahai Group Co. Limited until a few months ago. He is just a normal wage earner who has traveled south." "If so, his physical fitness is impressive, huh? Interesting. It seems that this group of trainees may not be so boring after all." Yan Wang took a look at Xiao Luo's information sheet, and a conniving smile flashed on his face. At the same time, Gu Shanshui had also been sizing Xiao Luo up. She was observing him with her curious, bright eyes, keen to know how Xiao Luo was able to push through the run just like she did. She wondered if he had been through the kind of training that she had, but after a short while, she decided not to speculate too much. Still looking somewhat contemplative, she pouted slightly and shifted her gaze elsewhere. For the next 3 consecutive days, the trainees were subjected to a harsh regimen of physical fitness sessions. The strenuous and physically testing drills took its toll on everyone. At the end of each day, they had their hands on their knees, panting for breath, and their thighs were numb with soreness. Their legs were so sore that they even needed to hold on to something to squat down for a release, making every visit to the toilet a challenging process, fraught with difficulty and pain. They had now lost their passion and the thrill for the military training they had so looked forward to. It now felt like purgatory itself. Besides their daily physical fitness training, they had to study and memorize the regulations and guidelines on how police officers should conduct themselves. To add to their woes, Yan Wang would regularly quiz them on how they should handle a variety of situations as members of the auxiliary police force. Those unable to answer would immediately be subject to corporal punishment. For the men, this would mean a well-aimed kick up their rear, and for the ladies, a set of 15 sit-ups. Usually, when the trainees got the answer wrong, Yan Wang would press them again for another answer, and if they got the next answer wrong as well, they would be punished for both. Earlier, poor Lu Tie-Guo had failed to answer 10 consecutive questions correctly, and as a result, his buttocks almost burst from Yan Wang's vicious kicks. The pain had been unbearable, and he howled out miserably a couple of times, with tears in his eyes. There was nothing Xiao Luo could do about it as well. Such were the demands of special training. Surely he couldn't rush to the front and send Yan Wang flying with a blow, though he wished it at times. After a few days, everyone had come to know how ferocious and sadistic Yan Wang could be. He really was as ruthless as his namesake from hell. His name had now become synonymous with unpleasant things, and was commonly paired with swear words in the trainees' daily speech at the camp. As an example, they would say something like, "If I did indeed badmouth you, may I end up with a significant other exactly like that dickhead Yan Wang in the future." Read more chapter on Novelful. After 5 days, everyone had gradually acclimated to the high-intensity physical training, and before they knew it, they were to report to the gym. There were many regular police officers in singlets and shorts working out in the gym, and they looked robust, buffed up, and fit. As they filed in, they heard Yan Wang shouting at Feng Zixiao to get up. Feng Zixiao nodded and stepped up to the ring. Holding the ropes with both hands, he jumped over with both feet and landed into the ring like a swift swallow, his actions agile and graceful. As soon as he entered the arena, Feng Zixiao took off the instructor's uniform, revealing the black singlet and black shorts. His muscles were well defined and evenly distributed all over his body, and he certainly cut a heroic figure. Although he was 1.8 meters tall, he didn't seem skinny. On the contrary, he was broad and strong, and exuded a formidable aura. Combat is one of your core lessons. Learning combative skills ensures that you are all capable of defeating criminals when you run into them. So today, I will teach you how to fight your enemies. Yan Wang's steely voice rang out. With his thumb, he pointed at Feng Xiao on the arena, a cheeky smile on his face. Who here thinks that they are capable enough can go up and practice with him? If you can exchange 10 blows with him, you can have the day off and go have fun. Sir, can we go outside to have fun? It was Lu Tieguao who asked in a loud voice. Of course you can, said Yan Wang with a laugh. Lu Tieguao's eyes sparkled, and he replied, All right, I'll be the first to try. Xiao Luo extended a hand and put it on his shoulder, shaking his head and motioning him not to go, because he was totally no match for Feng Xiao. Brother, don't stop me. My video game addiction is acting up. It's too uncomfortable, and I haven't been sleeping for the past few days. For the sake of my dream of playing PUBG, I've decided to go and try it. 10 blows. I should be able to withstand it. Xiao Luo didn't attempt to stop him any further. After hanging out with Lu Tieguao for the last few days, he had found the reason behind Lu Tieguao's aged appearance. Lu Tieguao loved to stay up late to play games and smoke. These were his habits for some time, so naturally they took a toll on him. As everyone looked on, Lu Tieguao walked into the ring. He gave a Buddha-like smile and bowed to Feng Xiao. Instructor Feng, please be kind on me. Feng Xiao returned a smile. Sure. As soon as he said so, he shifted forward, the balls of his feet gliding over the ring floor, and dashed towards Lu Tieguao as swiftly as a gust of wind. His right leg swept across from the trickiest angle imaginable, aiming right at Lu Tieguao's face. Boom! Lu Tieguao didn't even have any time to react. He felt like his face had been struck viciously by a thick metal whip. He spun on the spot twice before falling to the ground. His head was rested on the floor, and his ears were ringing. He had lost all sense of direction as his face stung from the searing pain. Whoa! Everyone drew in a deep breath. Knocking someone out with a single kick was unbelievable. Xiao Luo laughed silently to himself. He had expected this to be the outcome. Don't think this is cruel. Instructor Feng has deliberately let him off easy, but the ruthless criminals you meet in reality will not hold back at all. If you don't want to sacrifice yourself on the job, train properly and learn the skills well, said Yan Wang beside them with a reprimanding tone. Inspired by his words, several of the more confident trainees challenged Feng Xiao, but none of them lasted 10 blows. The one that persevered the longest endured a mere 5 blows. After everyone's ambition was humbled, their opinion of Feng Xiao was of awe and respect, and they were wary. How could he even be human? He was clearly a machine designed for combat. It's too embarrassing. I'm the only one who didn't even last 1 blow, Lu Tieguao said dejectedly, holding his hand to his cheek and still feeling an intense burning sensation. It's not embarrassing. There's no point for the pot to call the kettle black. You don't have to feel shamed because of this, Xiao Luo spoke up to comfort him. Lu Tieguao nodded. Any more challengers? Yan Wang asked loudly as he scanned the crowd with an intense gaze. Whoever caught his eye quickly lowered their heads. That creature in the ring was a monster. Who would dare to go up there? This alone is enough to intimidate you all. If so, when you start work and run into fearsome criminals, surely you would pee in your pants out of fright. Yan Wang's voice was loud, and his cocky words echoed in the gym. The cops who were practicing boxing and using the various fitness equipment couldn't help but snicker.
Chapter 190. Strong Capabilities. Pee in their pants out of fright? Even though those words stung, none of the auxiliary police trainees couldn't think of any rebuttal, and they simply looked down, their faces red from shame. Let me try. A steady and pleasant voice rang out. Everyone looked towards the direction the voice came from. Gu Qianshui's long hair fell to her shoulders loosely. Against the light in the gym, her skin seemed to glow healthily. With easy steps, she walked towards the ring.
Her pretty face wore no makeup, but her cheeks were shiny and reddish, and she exuded a vibrant beauty. This was something that Yan Wang was anticipating, and it showed on his face. Although it was only a combat training lesson, he badly wanted to find out about Gu Qianshui's true capabilities. Besides Gu Qianshui, Yan Wang was especially keen to discover more about another trainee, Xiao Luo. By carefully observing him over the past days, he noted that Xiao Luo seemed to be deliberately hiding his capabilities. It made him even more curious to know what Xiao Luo was made of. What he had observed was indeed true. Xiao Luo's only objective was to obtain a job as a nondescript auxiliary police officer, and had decided that he would only put in a performance sufficient to get him through the training without drawing too much attention to himself. He had maintained a low-key presence and only did what was absolutely necessary. As she approached the ring, Gu Qianshui stepped up and leapt over the ropes in one motion, landing lightly on the ring floor with feline grace. Why do I have a feeling that she may just beat Instructor Fong? I have that feeling too. It is clear that she is of no ordinary talent from the way she leapt into the ring. Yeah, she looks like she's skilled in the martial arts, like those kung fu masters who move around lightly in those television dramas. All the trainees had their eyes glued to the ring, holding their breaths in anticipation. They all felt that Gu Qianshui could spring a surprise here. Oh, she is indeed pretty. Both her and her elder sister Gu Qianlin are so beautiful, a pair of attractive siblings, Lu Tiego said, his mind veering towards inappropriate thoughts. Her elder sister is Gu Qianlin? Xiao Yu was shocked. Lu Tiego winked. Yeah, her elder sister is Gu Qianlin, the chief overseeing the whole of Jiancheng. Everyone has already known about it for a long time. Did you finally get access to the internet? This came as a surprise to Xiao Luo, and he didn't really know how to react. He hadn't paid much attention to the goings-on ever since he came to the training camp. He found it interesting that the girl standing there in the ring was Gu Qianlin's younger sister. Upon closer inspection, she did indeed look rather like Gu Qianlin. But compared to her sister, Gu Qianshui looked more innocent, which would be expecting, seeing that she's only just starting out in life. No matter where I go, I seem to constantly run into Gu Qianlin one way or another. Could this be my fate? Xiao Luo had put Gu Qianlin under constant surveillance, and this had caused him unending consternation. This annoyed him so much that he decided to use the Dragon Gang to teach her a lesson at the Yellow Skies Casino not too long ago. At the moment, she was probably recuperating and wouldn't be harassing him for a while. But he clearly did not expect that her younger sister, Gu Qianshui, would suddenly show up and become an auxiliary police officer just like him. What a coincidence! Cheered on by the rousing crowd of trainees looking on, Gu Qianshui stood in a relaxed, high stance as wide as her shoulders, evenly balanced with her left foot forward. She kept side on and moved lightly across the floor, silently closing the distance with Feng Xian. Both opponents were sizing each other out, finding the right time to strike. Feng Xian put his weight forward to draw a reaction, and just at that instant, Gu Qianshui brought her back foot across 180 degrees, keeping low in a wide stance. In a flash, she struck out with her right leg, channeling power from her core and sending a brutal kick towards Feng Xian's left flank. Feng Xian had been through countless fights, but he felt a considerable pressure in this bout. He had lost his focus and his timing, and caught flat-footed, quickly moved into the kick to minimize its impact. He positioned himself to parry with both palms, aiming just below her knee to avoid the full force. Pow! The kick came in a whistling gust of wind, swift and powerful. Feng Xian was a fraction too slow, and the kick burst into him with a sickening thud, sending him staggering back to the ropes. Had she beaten Instructor Fong with one kick? Her fellow trainees were shocked, not expecting Gu Qianshui, gentle and demure, to possess such skill and power. The regular officers working out in the gym stopped what they were doing to watch the fight. They were quite surprised, and not to mention amazed. Yan Wang was taken aback, but still pleasantly surprised. He looked on with a thin smile on his lips. Interesting indeed. Feng Xian swung his arms around, circulating his blood flow to rid himself of the numbness from the kick. He had learned not to take this girl lightly in the slightest. He acknowledged her move. "You are indeed the disciple of old man Dugu-chan. You are decently skilled. Let's continue." Feng Xian assumed a low attacking stance, feinted a kick with his front foot before prancing forward and throwing his back leg into a roundhouse kick. As she stepped back, he suddenly pulled his leg into his chest and spun a full circle in a somersault and unleashed a vicious kick downward into Gu Qianshui. She did not anticipate the move. She stepped to her right and parried the forceful kick with open palms. Boom! Two tremendous forces slammed into each other, and the brutal impact threw the fighter's back. Recovering quickly, the combatants immediately advanced to meet each other, both employing very different fighting styles. Gu Qianshui moved lightly and struck with her palms, and Feng Xian relied on his strength techniques, smiting with heavy balled fists. As palms met fists, a storm brewed as gusts of wind swirled accompanying each blow. "They are both masters of inner power." Xiao Luo was slightly surprised. Had he not redeemed the Yi Jian Jing, he would never have realized that the fight between Gu Qianshui and Feng Xian involved the use of inner power. Even an instructor at the training camp of a local police station was a master of inner power. Would this mean that the country still had countless expert masters who had hidden their identities? Gu Qianshui's trainees were stunned to silence. They already had a measure of how skillful Feng Xian was when they faced him earlier. He was a combat machine whose every blow could easily take a man down. But even as they watched, Gu Qianshui, a fellow trainee, had shown everyone she could best him. It was simply unimaginable. Boom, boom, boom. The bout continued. As Gu Qianshui and Feng Xian exchanged more than 10 blows in a short space of time, the gym was shaking as the sound of the blows reverberated from the ring. Suddenly, Gu Qianshui gave out a piercing scream. For a brief instant, time stood still. A raging force seemed to emerge from within her slender frame, and instantly the battle recommenced. Her open palm attacks combined with deadly kicks appeared like a whirl of arms and legs. They came unrelentingly at Feng Xian. Feng Xian twirled his massive arms in an intricate pattern of circles in front of his frame, effectively blocking off the scathing attack. But one strike got through his defense. He was struck in his chest. Boom! It felt like a speeding truck had crashed into him, and his whole body was thrown backwards. The force was so great that he would have flown off the floor had it not been for the ropes to arrest his fall. But Gu Qianshui did not stop there. In one swift motion, she had bounded forward and executed a kick aimed directly at Feng Xian's left temple. It was swift, strong, and of unparalleled force. When Fang Xian collected himself, he realized that Gu Qianshui's right leg had stopped short to the left of his head, no more than 10 centimeters away. The deadly kick blew a strong gust of wind into his face. He remained still as a shiver ran down his spine. This counts as a win. Chapter 191. Angered. How impressive.
Yeah, she really is Gu Chenglin's younger sister. Her capabilities are equally strong.
She is definitely among the most outstanding in our batch of auxiliary police cadets. She would certainly emerge in the first place from the training. The group of auxiliary police cadets in training looked up to Gu Chengshui, not just with respect, but also fear. Not only did she exchange more than 10 woes with Instructor Feng, the combat machine, she also irrefutably defeated the combat instructor. This really was a terrifying fact that made her feared among her fellow trainees. "I feel like she could kill me with a single blow." Liu Teguo put his hands to his blushing face and said sheepishly. Xiao Luo laughed but didn't make any comments. In his mind, he also appreciated Gu Chengshui's skills and thought her capabilities were indeed noteworthy. "Is there anyone else who wants the day off?" Their attention returned to training when Yan Wang asked again loudly in his steely voice. No one dared to answer. The cadets did not possess the skills of Gu Chengshui, and going up to the combat training area was as good as getting beaten up. None of them could withstand 10 blows from Feng Zishao. Yan Wang's gaze landed on Xiao Luo and asked him with an encouraging smile, "Xiao Luo, why don't you give it a try?" Some distance away, Gu Chengshui, who was about to leave, stopped in her tracks. Her turned slightly, looking towards Xiao Luo, as her bright eyes seemed to be anticipating something. The rest of the cadets all looked at Xiao Luo, their faces looking puzzled. Why did Instructor Yan ask him specifically? I also don't understand. Had Instructor Yan not shouted his name, I wouldn't even have known that there was any such person in our batch. Shh, don't discuss our colleagues behind their backs. Some were discussing softly and whispering to each other, while others were advising them not to talk. Xiao Luo himself didn't expect Yan Wang to call him out. He took a step forward and answered, "Sir, I won't be able to take 10 blows from Instructor Feng." There was no need for him to showcase himself in the arena. It was meaningless to him. "Oh, do you not have confidence in yourself?" Yan Wang looked at Xiao Luo and said in his steely tone, rather teasingly, "My intuition tells me that you can do it. Go up and give it a try." Xiao Luo didn't answer him, but simply shook his head. "What a coward and a wimp! The rest have all gone up and tried, but you fear for your life? Are you sure you're here to become an auxiliary police officer?" Yan Wang's expression turned serious. "Sir, one must have a good understanding of oneself. There is no need to prove pointless stuff." Yan Wang laughed coldly. "If you don't even dare to try, what is the difference between you and a piece of salted fish?" "Xiao Luo, stop being evasive. If you're a man, come up and fight me." From the arena, Feng Zishao also spoke up, attempting to agitate him. "Sir, I don't want to fight. Is that all right?" "All right," Yan Wang said somewhat regretfully. "Never mind then, since you are not willing to fight." He put his sunglasses back on and turned. But at this moment, Yan Wang suddenly acted. He turned abruptly, his tense body rushing forward, like an arrow let loose and an eagle escaping its cage. Taking 5 quick steps, Yan Wang launched himself into the air, leaping a distance of 4 or 5 meters and landing next to Xiao Luo. He swung his clenched fist, aiming it directly at Xiao Luo's face. It happened so quickly, and everyone could only watch with gaping mouths. It was a combination of speed and force. The punch was strong and forceful, accompanied by a whistling gust of wind. If someone were to be struck by it, one could only imagine how severe the injury would be. "Careful!" Liu Teguo was alarmed by the speed and force of the attack and shouted a warning. At the same time, Xiao Luo had not expected Yan Wang to suddenly attack. He had no room to maneuver, and his only option was to cross his arms before his face in a hurry to protect his head. Yan Wang's punch landed squarely on where his arms crossed each other. Boom! The blow landed with a terrific force. Xiao Luo's expression changed slightly, and he was knocked forcefully backward like a cannonball, almost slamming against the wall of the gym. There, Xiao Luo knelt on the floor on one knee. Many people couldn't make sense of what they'd just seen, as some stood wide-eyed in shock, while others were rubbing their eyes in disbelief. As they realized that beyond doubt that Xiao Luo had really been thrown back for 4 or 5 meters by a single punch from Yan Wang, then they were genuinely stunned. "Old John!" In the arena, Feng Zishao's expression was one of confusion. He wasn't against trying to gauge the actual capabilities of Xiao Luo, but the punch that was thrown was too forceful. Yan Wang had even used his inner power, so how could Xiao Luo withstand it? Meanwhile, seeing that Xiao Luo was on the ground on one knee, kneeling in silence, Yan Wang frowned and muttered to himself, "Could it be that I've misread you?" Just as he said that, Xiao Luo suddenly wiped the dust off his arm and stood up. He was fine? The expressions of all the auxiliary police cadets in training changed. From where she stood, Gu Chanshui also looked surprised. "Do you really want to know my capabilities so badly?" A dark and cold voice rang out. Xiao Luo coldly said, looking at Yan Wang as he lifted his head. His hitherto cultured and calm countenance suddenly took on a different air. He now looked grim and cold. He never wanted to be too visible among his peers, but that didn't mean that he didn't dare to speak out when pushed to the limit. Yan Wang's punch was unnecessarily forceful. So hefty was the blow that it could have broken the ribs of anyone else. So what if this man was an instructor? Xiao Luo's temper now flared, and in such a condition he would fight back if his opponent was the king of heaven or someone of the highest authority. Yan Wang's expression changed, shocked by the dark and cold aura that Xiao Luo now exuded. Then he smiled slightly. "Indeed I do. I hope that you can go all out to defeat me." "Sure?" Xiao Luo laughed coldly. "Very sure. I have been staying at this training camp for too long, and I haven't met a decent opponent for a long time. I hope that you can give me a pleasant surprise." "I'll satisfy you." Xiao Luo snorted in reply. Then, straightening his body, he took 4 or 5 quick steps towards his opponent, his feet stomping on the floor violently, then leaped high into the air in his own unique style. He seemed to be moving at the speed of light. His sudden outburst and aggressive posture had surprised everyone present, and they all exchanged looks of shock. Boom! Xiao Luo delivered a powerful punch with overwhelming force that bore down on Yan Wang like a mountain. It was incredibly powerful and forceful. Seeing the incoming strike, Yan Wang's expression changed drastically and immediately moved backward to avoid Xiao Luo's heavy punch. His fist struck downward, slicing through layers of air, barely missing Yan Wang's chin, then slammed into the floor with great force. To the onlookers, it appeared like a shooting star striking earth. His fist struck the floor in a loud crash. The impact threw debris into a cloud of dust and sand, spewing over everyone. The force of the blow pushed Yan Wang back 4 or 5 steps before he could steady himself. He took a good look at Xiao Luo, totally stunned. His fist had smashed through the tiled floor, punching a hole the size of a bowl on the floor. Gulp. Yan Wang swallowed hard, a look of terror etched on his face. He thought to himself, is he really human? Liu Tieguo and everyone else stared with their eyes and mouths wide open in utter amazement. Gu Chanshui looked equally shocked. She didn't expect Xiao Luo to be this powerful. His punch having missed the target, Xiao Luo lifted his head, his eyes trained on Yan Wang like a predatory beast. Yan Wang broke out in cold sweat. He had stayed in Shaolin Temple for some time and learned a set of boxing moves involving inner power. Even with his skills, he was sure that he was no match for Xiao Luo, so he quickly extended his hand to stop the fight. Laughing, he said, all right, that's enough. I already have a preliminary understanding of your capabilities." "Do you really want to understand it further?" Xiao Luo looked at him coldly. Hearing those words, Yan Wang's face flushed red in anger, but he couldn't afford to lose face with other trainees around, so he forced himself to stay calm, coughed dryly once, and said resolutely, "No need. I have gained complete insight of your capabilities."
Chapter 192. Too Gullible. What was his background? A monster? Yan Wang cursed to himself as he witnessed Xiao Luo's forceful attack that was as powerful as a tiger and wolf. He had not expected this when he tested Xiao Luo, and it had shocked him deeply. Yan Wang regarded himself as skillful, but wasn't a match for Xiao Luo, who had displayed extreme strength and skill. If he really did have to fight with Xiao Luo, he would obviously find himself in a compromising situation. His dignity as an instructor would have suffered considerably. At this moment, he suddenly wished that he had not done this. Staying in the training camp for too long had made him feel invincible, and he looked down on the people outside the academy. This attitude had caused him to almost embarrass himself on his own territory. Xiao Luo gave him a way out by not being overly aggressive. He had vented out much of his anger through that single punch he had thrown out. Since he had already revealed his strength, there was no further need to display his talents. He turned away and left the gym. Nobody stopped him, as his show of strength and skill deserved him a day off. Gulp. Only after he had left for some time did the group of auxiliary police reserves recover, blinking as they emerged from their stupor, their eyes still wide opened in awe, and swallowing their saliva with great difficulty. So awesome. He's not just awesome, he's like a beast. It's terrifying. He smashed the floor to pieces with just one blow. Everyone looked at each other, still horrified, as they recovered from their state of shock. Who would have thought that the unassuming guy whose performance had always been mediocre would turn out to be so fierce? Even Yan Wang had not dared to continue the fight and saw a peaceful settlement. They could not make sense of how such a terrifying, explosive force could be unleashed from such a slim and lithe figure. Even Liu Tieguo, a colleague who was close to Xiao Luo, broke into cold sweat. As he watched Xiao Luo leaving, he murmured to himself, "This brother's too fierce." After he left the gym, he looked out in the distance, scanning the surrounding landscape. Ahead of him, he could see the tall buildings rising from a nearby town, 1 or 2 kilometers away. The mountain behind the training camp was about 600 meters above sea level. The air blowing down from the mountain was refreshing, making him feel relaxed and joyful. Xiao Luo was goofing around when he decided to visit Xiao Huiyi. She was living nearby at the Guangming district. "Hey," someone whispered. He turned around and saw Gu Shanshe as she approached him, stepping lightly along the path. She had long, flowing hair that reminded him of a waterfall. She stopped about 3 or 4 meters away from him and stared at him curiously with her bright, shiny eyes without blinking. Xiao Luo looked around and realized there was nobody around, so he pointed at himself and asked, "Are you calling me?" Gu Shanshe nodded. "You were amazing. I want to spar with you." Xiao Luo, stunned, smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I'm not in the mood for this." He started to walk off as he said those words. Gu Shanshe blinked, then dashed in front of him, spreading her arms wide apart to block him. She remained silent as she gazed at him. Xiao Luo shook his head and laughed. "Why must you spar with me?" Gu Shanshe said, "Because you're strong and skillful." "I am strong and skillful?" Xiao Luo wanted to laugh, as her reason made no sense. He thought to himself, "Is this how all martial artists behave? Yan Wang acted like this, so did this little girl." Hence he came up with a convenient excuse to dismiss her. "I'm in a rush. Next time." "When's the next time?" "Next time is next time. Maybe in the afternoon, or tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. I'll inform you if I'm free."
Although Xiao Luo did not favor Gu Xianlin, he did not want to give the wrong impression of himself to Gu Xianxie, the girl before him. It was hard to give her the cold shoulder, especially with her pair of unusually bright and lovely eyes that lent to her appearance of inexperience and innocence. He started walking back to the training camp dormitory after he had spoken. With Yan Wang's permission, he was finally allowed to retrieve his personal belongings. He took off his training suit, changed into his own clothes, and then prepared to leave the camp. But he underestimated Gu Xianxie's persistence. She was right there in her camouflage suit, waiting for him again as he exited the dormitory building. She stood there, tall and upright, looking like a soldier. With a fresh face, she stared at him coolly with an unflinching calm. Xiao Luo chose to ignore her, walking directly towards the training camp gate, and as he strode away, Gu Xianxie also followed closely, just like a little tail behind him. She kept her distance at about 4 to 5 meters, and whenever she saw Xiao Luo stopping, she would stop too. After a while, Xiao Luo could not help but ask her, "Why are you following me?" Gu Xianxie remained silent for a moment, and then spoke out, sounding quite adamant. "I felt that you were avoiding me and did not want to spar with me at all." "You could even realize that? What a good job you have done!" Xiao Luo could not ignore the irony, and intentionally spoke in a serious tone. "Sparring requires a good physical condition. After I have recovered to a better condition, I'll spar with you. Can you stop following me now?" Gu Xianxie shook her head and said, "No, you're lying." Xiao Luo was feeling a little awkward, as nobody could ever determine if he was lying or telling the truth by reading the inflections in his tone and nuances of his facial expression. How could this little girl tell? "How did you know that I'm lying?" "By feeling." Gu Xianxie uttered the 2 words softly. Xiao Luo was speechless, then spoke affirmatively. "I can honestly tell you that your feelings are wrong." Upon saying that, he turned away and left. However, Gu Xianxie was still trailing behind him and had been doing so ever since he left the training camp. She acted like a stubborn little wolf pup that had its eyes on its prey. Xiao Luo stopped again, and feeling a little helpless, he said, "What do you want from me?" "To spar with you." Gu Xianxie still said the same thing. "Out here?" Xiao Luo finally gave in to the little girl. It would make sense to spar in the camp, but to spar on the main road with this many busy cars passing would make people think that they were both nuts. But Gu Xianxie nodded excitedly and said, "Yes." Xiao Luo felt himself crumbling inside. Gu Xianxie remained like a blank sheet of paper, but a very stubborn blank sheet of paper. He couldn't reprimand her loudly. If he wanted to, it wouldn't change anything. So he finally thought of a way to deal with her. "Okay, I accept your request. Do you want to spar? It doesn't have to be martial arts. We could compete for something else. Let's compete for speed now." He pointed at the N-shaped building a fair distance away and said, "If you reach there first, I'll spar with you in terms of martial arts. If you lose, then stop pestering me and go back to the camp immediately, okay?" Gu Xianxie glared at that building and carefully thought about it, then nodded and said, "Fine." Xiao Luo got into a running position, ready to start. "Let's start." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xianxie, without wasting a second, rushed out towards that building like a gush of wind. As she ran past Xiao Luo, she caught a whiff of her fragrance. She was agile like a swallow, swift yet elegant. "She's too gullible." Then it dawned on Xiao Luo, and it surprised him somewhat. It wasn't just silliness. Gu Xianxie was really like an innocent child, untainted by the ways of the world. She could be easily fooled by a simple trick. He flagged down a taxi, and then left in the opposite direction.
Chapter 193. Enemies on a Narrow Road. Arriving at the People's Hospital of Guangming Region, Xiao Luo met Feng Wuhen and his companions. "Brother Xiao." The 5 of them greeted him respectfully.
Has Dragon Gang been trying to create trouble for Ru Yi recently? Xiao Luo asked. Not Dragon Gang, but a reckless Furadai has been going after her like a salon pass, Feng Wuhen said. Xiao Luo frowned. Furadai? His sister was already married to Tang Ren, and as a married woman, anyone who was after her was surely up to no good. Feng Wuhen nodded, glancing at the hospital entrance. Yup, I've confirmed that his name is Hua Haifeng. He got into a car accident recently from driving recklessly. He's been recuperating at the premium VIP ward and has almost recovered fully, but he insisted on staying on in the hospital. He harasses Ms. Ru Yi daily. He had yet to know that the person who had offered 20,000 to them to teach Xiao Luo a lesson was actually Hua Haifeng. He was indeed the real employer behind all these. Hua Haifeng? Xiao Luo smirked, a cold smile, as if he was about to face his enemy on a narrow road. He did not hold any grudges against Hua Haifeng for stealing Zhao Mengqi from him, as it was Zhao Mengqi's choice. However, Hua Haifeng had his sights on his sister now, and he was literally probing at his reverse scale. Got it. Good job for now. Xiao Luo gave a pat on Feng Wuhen's shoulder. It was not an easy task to guard someone day and night. In fact, it was a long and tedious task, and would adversely affect one's sleep quality, among other things. Brother Xiao is too polite. Feng Wuhen, embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and said graciously, I'll be around today, so you guys can go out to relax. Come back again tonight at 8 p.m., Xiao Luo smiled. Got it! Hee hee hee! Feng Wuhen and his team of 4 had a twinkle in their eyes when they heard Xiao Luo say those words. It was indeed a time-intensive and challenging job, so having a day off to relax was exciting news. At the hospital, a man looking like a modern-day Casanova, dressed in fancy clothes, was strolling casually along the corridor with a bouquet. He had a high forehead, and the sparkling diamond ring on his finger flashed so bright it almost blinded the nurses as he walked past them. It was a brilliant piece of jewelry, and women who knew about such things naturally knew its worth. As for its bearer, he must come from a wealthy family. Leather wallet from Saint Laurent, trousers from diesel black gold, shoes from Ferragamo, all these items would cost more than $10,000, and any girl who had the good fortune to date this man would surely have inexhaustible amounts of money to splurge on. Several nurses were whispering among themselves. Their eyes were gleaming as if they had discovered a mountain of gold. To junior nurses working their way up from the bottom of the pile, such a dream of a man was no less than a Prince Charming living in a grand palace. And if that prince fancied them, why, they would be transformed into distinguished princesses immediately. However, what they did not realize was that this man was a scourge to countless girls with such sweet dreams, a heartless predator who had already despoiled the morals of many a fair maiden. He was none other than Hua Haifeng, the son of Hua Hai Corporation's chairman. There was a man who looked to be in his 50s walking beside Hua Haifeng. His name was Guanzhong, and he was the chamberlain of the Hai family. He was dressed in a gentleman's suit. After Hua Haifeng was injured, the chairman of Hua Hai Corporation sent him to look after Hua Haifeng personally. Guanzhong was greatly disappointed with his young master. Where previously he used to fancy pretty girls whose cherries were ripe for the picking, these days his tastes favored married women. He let out a long sigh and cautioned him, Young master, you should learn to grow up. The Hai family corporation is bound to fall to you someday. But before that, you must prepare yourself to possess enough ability to carry the weight of its responsibilities. You better shut up. My pops isn't even bothering me. Why are you so nosy? Do you really think being the chamberlain gives you the authority to manage everything in my life? You better always remember that you're nothing but a dog of the Hai family. You're a dog that dares to interfere in its owner's business? Is your brain having a stroke? Hua Haifeng shot back viciously. Guanzhong wanted to explain, but had decided it was best to remain silent. Hua Haifeng completely ignored him as he approached the nurse's desk, where Xiao Ru Yi worked. Women in nursing outfits are sexy. They really make me want to concur them. He stared at Xiao Luo, sitting at the nurse's desk. She was busy at work with her head lowered. Watching her lewdly, Hua Haifeng couldn't help himself and swallowed his saliva. He smoothed out his attire quickly, then acting the perfect gentleman, he walked up to her. "We meet again, Luo, my fair lady. These flowers are for you." His handsome face exuded with passionate fervor. The nurses that were close by looked on in envy, and perhaps a tinge of jealousy. A few of them even bit their lips so hard they were literally bleeding. Luo looked up and said coldly, "Give the flower to someone else. I don't want my husband to misunderstand." She might have been attracted to the likes of Hua Haifeng when she was younger, but she was now no longer one of those innocent and demure little girls. She could tell that Hua Haifeng was a wolf in sheep's clothing just by a single look. The unfortunate woman who fell prey to his ways would definitely be exploited thoroughly. If she hadn't been constrained by the fact that he was a patient there, she would have told him to get the fuck out. "These flowers represent my gratitude to you. When I was confined to my hospital bed, you were the shining light into my dimming world and allowed me to find the hope of living again. You're not just my angel in white, but the healer of my soul. So please accept this token of my gratitude towards you." Hua Haifeng was exceptional when it came to flattering girls, and as he said those, the nurses and female patients swooned. They even began to feel jealous and envious to the point of hating Luo. They wished that it was them that Hua Haifeng was showing his gratitude to. Xiao Luo looked at him disdainfully and said, "I'm a nurse. It's my job to look after the patients. You don't have to be thankful. I still have some work to do. You should get going. Please don't interfere with my work here." "If Ms. Luo agrees to dine with me tonight, then I'll leave. The dinner will be a gesture of my gratitude. I hope you won't misunderstand." "You better get—" Xiao Luo's pretty brows furrowed in chagrin, and she almost yelled, "Get lost!" But quickly realizing that she needed to keep her excellent image as a nurse, she forcefully shut herself up. "Honey." At this moment, Tong Ren finally got the opportunity to leave his department after hearing that someone was harassing his wife. When he got there, he understood the situation immediately, seeing the roses in Hua Haifeng's hand. He grabbed the flower with a smile and replied politely, "You're here to thank my wife, right? Then I shall receive your gratitude on behalf of my wife. The flower's pretty fresh and fragrant." "Really, honey?" Xiao Luo purposely leaned towards Tong Ren teasingly, wrapping her arms around him affectionately. She did not think that Hua Haifeng could be so thick-skinned to continue harassing her after seeing this. But of course, she had underestimated how persistent Hua Haifeng was. His mind was already twisted. It was at the point where he took pleasure and felt a sense of accomplishment by snatching what belonged to others. The more affection Xiao Luo showed towards Tong Ren, the more he wanted to obtain Luo excitingly.
Chapter 194. You Really Want to Die. Hua Haifeng shot a sneering glance at Tong Ren, not in anger or animosity, but with unconcealed disdain. He then spoke politely. "Miss Luo is a fairy who should enjoy a true man's love and affection. A fairy should set herself high above the masses, rather than attending to other people in this place filled with the smell of disinfectant. I may not be brilliant, nor do I have hundreds of millions of dollars to burn, but my financial situation is not insignificant." Turning to Luo, he declared, "Miss Luo, I can offer you a brand new life if you're so kind as to let me. You won't have to rush to get to work in time every morning, won't be a punch bag for patients, and you definitely won't need to stay in rented shabby rooms that cost a few $100 every month. You will own your house and buy whatever you want. You will never need to consider the price when you shop in the mall, and your bank balance will never be less than 7 digits. He painted Xiao Luo an enchanting, dreamlike life any girl would die for. The young nurses who heard his intoxicating words weakened at their knees, wishing they were the ones to whom Hua Haifeng was declaring his love. They would accept him in a heartbeat.
As mild-tempered as Tong Ren was, he couldn't accept that Hua Haifeng was professing his love to his woman in front of him. Without so much as even a glimpse at Tong Ren, Hua Haifeng continued to pursue her with a wanton smile. "I wonder if Miss Ru Yi would like a life like that." He then stretched out his right hand like a gentleman inviting his partner for a dance, and said, "Miss Ru Yi, you only have to nod slightly and give me your hand. Life will open a new door for you." "What's wrong with you? Seducing another man's wife? Have you no shame?" Furious, Tong Ren roared at Hua Haifeng and raised his hand to push Hua Haifeng away. In an instant, Guan Chung appeared like a ghost in front of Tong Ren, even before he could lay a hand on Hua Haifeng. His weathered fingers stretched out and grabbed Tong Ren's wrist like a pair of iron pliers. Tong Ren's face twisted in pain, and he immediately howled in agony as Guan Chung locked him with a firm hold. "What are you doing? Let him go! Did you hear me, you old fool? Let go of my husband!" Xiao Luo shrieked, her pretty face turning pale with anguish. Hua Haifeng, a born philanderer, quickly took the opportunity to grab Xiao Luo in his arms tightly as she rushed forward. He said to her, "Miss Ru Yi, this man doesn't deserve you at all. He will never be able to give you the life you want. Leave him and be with me. I will make your dreams come true. Even if you wanted the moon in the sky, I would figure out a way to get it for you." "Hua, you bastard! What are you doing? Let me go!" Xiao Luo struggled with all her strength and still couldn't get away from Hua Haifeng's embrace. However, every rose has thorns, and with all her might she stepped hard on Hua Haifeng's foot. Hua Haifeng screamed and jumped back in pain. Xiao Luo didn't stop there. She dashed towards him, raised her right knee, and promptly slammed up on Hua Haifeng's crotch. "Ai-yo!" The watching crowd winced along with Hua Haifeng, almost as though they felt the excruciating pain exploding in their groin areas. An image of breaking eggs and shattered eggshell flashed through their heads. It's too agonizing to picture. Hua Haifeng clutched at his crotch, his legs squeezed together, and his body bent in sheer agony. With his face as red as a pig's liver, he stomped his feet and shrieked in a screeching high pitch, "Fuck!" "Young master!" Guan Chung released Tong Ren and ran towards Hua Haifeng. Hua Haifeng pushed him away frenziedly. He raised his head, pointed at Xiao Luo, and yelled, "Guan Chung, take this bitch! She dared to kick my balls! I'm going to torture her to death!" Hua Haifeng had lost his refined and courteous demeanor, and his gentleman's bearing was no more. Crying in absolute pain, his true colors were revealed. Bulging blue veins throbbed on the side of his forehead. He stared hard at Xiao Luo as if he wanted to kill her. "Yes, young master." Following the order like a good soldier driven by blind loyalty, Guan Chung raised his leathery hands, preparing to strike at Xiao Luo. The tips of his fingers were as sharp as blades, and they would leave frightening streaks where they hit. He turned and looked at Xiao Luo with no visible emotions. Xiao Luo's face was as pale as a ghost, feeling as though she was about to be attacked by a beast. She broke out in a cold sweat and froze with fear. "Don't touch my wife!" Shouting and yelling, Tong Ren threw himself at Guan Chung, completely disregarding his own safety. A hand was raised and a man was down. Without even a blink, Tong Ren was knocked out cold by Guan Chung. "Yeah!" At that moment, a high-pitched screech pierced the air coming from the distant hallway. Like a flash of lightning striking through the air, it was on to them in a split second. Appearing like a wraith, it spun like a shadow through the air, and without any warning, a foot flew at Guan Chung's neck with a swift and deadly intent. The sudden attack took Guan Chung by surprise. The menacing presence and the fierce strike of his unexpected opponent had put him under tremendous pressure. He moved backwards quickly. His left hand turned and clenched into a fist. From a low stance, he threw his fist wide in an arc towards his opponent's flank. Bang! His fist came in direct collision with a powerful and precisely timed kick, so forceful that it crashed through and plowed into the waiting body. The impact reverberated through Guan Chung like an angry tsunami. He was thrown in the air, appearing like a kite with a broken string. A mouthful of blood sprayed in an arc. He landed hard on the floor with bloodstains on the corner of his mouth. The darting figure spun in the air and landed on the ground nimbly. It was a handsome young man. He wore a grim and cold expression. "Brother!" Sha Ruyi was surprised to see Xiao Luo and immediately felt safe again and overcome with an intense feeling of joy. After helping Tong Ren get up, she flew into Xiao Luo's arms, soft and demure like a beautiful butterfly. Tong Ren's shoulder was still aching from Guan Cheng's blow. He walked over to Xiao Luo and called him brother affectionately. All the onlookers in the room stared wide-eyed in astonishment. The scene they'd just witnessed was heart-stirring, as if they were watching a wuxia TV drama. The racing pace, spinning and kicking, everything happened in a flash. How amazing it was! Adding a twist to the plot, the person even turned out to be Sha Ruyi's brother. Xiao Luo rubbed Sha Ruyi on the top of her head affectionately, grinned and said, "I haven't seen you in days. You seem to be even prettier." "Jerk! You're mocking me again," Xiao Ruyi said while pooting her lips. Xiao Luo!" Hua Haifeng stared at Xiao Luo, aghast and dumbfounded. The pain in his groin started to wear off, and he slowly stood up straight. Xiao Luo's eyes glared at him coldly. A menacing look was pulsing deep inside his eyes, like flame. He said, "Hua Haifeng, how dare you dally with my sister? It looks like you are really tired of living." Guan Cheng sensed the threat in Xiao Luo's tone. Disregarding his pain, he struggled to get up and came before Xiao Luo. Cupping one hand over the other in front of his chest, he bowed low to Xiao Luo and said deferentially, "Mr. Xiao, I am ignorant and have no wisdom. I could only wish you would be lenient and give the wrongdoer a way out. I can promise that Hua Haifeng will never show up in front of Miss Ruyi's ever again." Cold sweat rolled down Guan Cheng's forehead. He had practiced martial arts for years, and never had he experienced such a strong aura of death on anyone until today. His ominous presence made his soul tremble in fear. Adding to the fact that he was defeated with only one move, he realized that this man was an out-and-out killer.
Chapter 195. I am your father. A menacing force was crashing through the hallway like raging waves. It was an overpowering, otherworldly force that emanated from Xiao Luo. It was not visible or tangible in any way, but could be sensed, swirling around, formless yet omnipresent. Everyone in the room felt the suddenly turn cold dramatically, and they shuddered in fear. Even though Hua Haifeng was frightened and terrified by Xiao Luo, he was still the crown prince of the formidable Hua Hai Corporation and had been raised like an imperial heir to inherit the business empire. He had always been insolent and impertinent as a child. Although he had Guanzhong, a martial arts master, he mostly counted on his father. Their wealth made them untouchable, and they were adept at securing personal gains. In his eyes, Xiao Luo looked nothing more than a catfish struggling in the slush at the bottom of the society. He had no reason to fear him. "Xiao Luo, I have been looking for you for a long time. What a surprise. This Xiao Ruyi is your sister. I wouldn't fight for that bitch Zhao Mengqi if I knew you have such a pretty sister. Your sister here is much hotter than that bitch." "Hua Haifeng, shut the fuck up!" Guanzhong's face suddenly red with rage. He raised his hand and slapped Hua Haifeng on his face for making that offensive remark to Xiao Luo. Twack! It was a harsh, heavy slap, and it echoed right across the hallway, loud and clear. Hua Haifeng spun back and crashed against the wall, the distinct wheels of 5 fingers visible on his face. Hua Haifeng's eyes widened. He covered his throbbing face and glared at Guanzhong in anger and said, "Guanzhong, you're fucking crazy." He couldn't believe he was slapped by his steward. Guanzhong ignored his young master, whom he couldn't help thinking was as stupid as a pig.
He turned to Xiao Luo and made a profoundly courteous gesture, said, "Mr. Xiao, please spare his life. He only used some bad language. He doesn't deserve to die." Guanzhong's tone was sincere and earnest. He was running out of options. Xiao Lu's fighting spirit had sapped his vigor, as Xiao Lu's menacing force was manifested. Even though Xiao Luo might not kill his young master outright in front of all these people, Guanzhong still feared for his wife Haifang's life. After today, who would have the ability to protect him from here on now, with him on Xiao Lu's list? Xiao Luo looked at him casually and said, "Okay, I will let today's incident go if one of his legs is disabled." Xiao Lu's voice was rigid and cold, full of murderous intent. Hua Haifang was stunned upon hearing Xiao Lu's remark. He snarled like a crazed dog. "Xiao, who do you think you are? You're only a damn catfish struggling in the slush at the bottom of the society. How dare you even think about breaking my leg? Believe it or not, I can put you in prison for a lifetime with one phone call." Everyone now saw Hua Haifang in his true colors. The fawning girls who were fooled by his glamorous facade earlier showed nothing but disgust on their faces. Guanzhong still paid no heed to Hua Haifang. He said with an awkward expression, This don't have the heart to do it?" Xiao Luo uttered a snort with a disdainful look and said, "Then it looks like I have to do it on my own." Xiao Luo was aware that laying a hand to Hua Haifang would bring him trouble down the road, but the young fool had crossed the line, threatening and causing harm to Xiao Ruyi and Tong Ren. Xiao Luo could never allow Hua Haifang to walk out of this unscathed. Looking at Xiao Luo moving closer and closer, Guanzhong broke out into a cold sweat and clenched his jaw firmly as he had to quickly weigh the advantages and disadvantages. "There is no need to trouble yourself, Mr. Xiao." Guanzhong made up his mind. He instantly turned around and bounded towards Hua Haifang. As Hua Haifang watched with startled eyes, Guanzhong's right hand chopped on his left shin like a cleaver. Crack! Ah! The sickening sound of breaking bone was immediately accompanied by a shrill, gut-wrenching cry of pain, making everyone's hair stand on end. The blow had caused Hua Haifang's left shin to collapse inward into a V, snapping the shin bone in two. Guanzhong now looked toward Xiao Luo as though waiting for his ruling. "You've acted ruthlessly enough to save your master's life. I will let this one slide. If this happens again, I guarantee you will regret that you have ever been born." Xiao Luo said to Guanzhong coldly, then roared, "Fuck off!" "Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your mercy." Guanzhong returned a courteous gesture with his hands, then carried Hua Haifang on his shoulders and left the place swiftly as though they were granted a pardon. Although his leg was broken, Hua Haifang would be able to recover. If he was treated promptly, he wouldn't even suffer any long-term effects. Guanzhong was very confident of his own skill. He broke the shin bone cleanly to prevent any complications, so the treatment wouldn't be too complicated. After Guanzhong and Hua Haifang left, everyone stared in awe at the slender figure standing in the middle of the hallway. They couldn't believe that the arrogant and nasty Guanzhong would fear him so much that he even chose to break his own leg. Who on earth was this man? It was a question emerging in everybody's mind that very instant. With his ability to evoke such intense fear, this man was definitely not someone ordinary. Xiao Ruyi and Tong Ren were also dumbstrucken. They were more convinced now that their brother Xiao Luo was as mysterious as he was powerful. For example, they learned that Sun Yu totally forgot everything that happened in Zhangcheng. Her memory of it had been totally erased. Even her drug addiction had disappeared. They knew this wasn't due to the doctors, because of the dramatic change in Sun Yu's only happened after their brother Xiao Luo spending a night in Sun Yu's ward. They couldn't believe it had nothing to do with their elder brother Xiao Luo. Guanzhong carried Hua Haifeng directly into their company car. Howling the whole time, Hua Haifeng was furious and could not forgive Guanzhong for breaking his leg. "Young master, just put up with it for a little while longer. I will take you to the hospital immediately." "You fucking dead dog! I will ask my dad to cut you into pieces when I meet him." Hua Haifeng scratched and pounded Guanzhong like a crazy old woman and didn't stop yelling, "You dared to break my leg. I will bury your whole family alive." That Xiao Luo was too terrifying. I had never met anyone who could manifest such a lethal force. "You would have probably died in his hands if I didn't do this," Guanzhong explained with patience and sincerity. He was genuinely distressed for having to break Hua Haifeng's leg. "Ha ha, is that right? Looks like I have to thank you now." "I would never harm you, no matter what I do." Guanzhong was like an old, kindly father giving guidance to his son. He was paying attention to the road as he drove and didn't see Hua Haifeng stealthily taking out a knife. The blade, about 10 inches long, gleamed coldly under the glow of the streetlights outside. Hua Haifeng sneered with vicious words, "Old Guan, I can't thank you enough." The knife in his hand was thrust into Guanzhong's chest. The blood spurted out, soaking Guanzhong's shirt. "Young master, you—" Hua Haifeng slammed on the brakes and tried to control the car while enduring the pain to avoid the vehicle turning over sideways. Hua Haifeng's angry face looked deranged. His leg had been broken by someone he had always considered to be a lackey. The deep humiliation made him lose all his senses. "I was thanking you. What, old dog? You don't like my way of appreciation?" As he spoke, he stabbed Guanzhong a few more times. Guanzhong's chest was a bloody mess as blood poured out from stab wounds to his heart. It was a fatal attack, even for a master of inner force. Close to death now, Guanzhong managed to bring the car to a halt safely. With his bulging eyes and with his last breath, he grabbed Hua Haifeng by the hand and said, "Child, I am not a dog. I am your father." Hua Haifeng was stunned and then cursed, "Bullshit! My dad is Hua Guangming."
Chapter 196. I'm hungry. There was only the tenderness of a father's gaze in Guanzhong's eyes, not a shred of resentment. He looked at Hua Haifeng with dull, opaque eyes, as exhaled a deep, long sigh. "Your mother and I were childhood sweethearts. Hua Guangming took her away from me. I was not ready to accept the reality. Therefore, I hid my identity and went to the Hua family to be the family steward. I am your biological father. For the past 20 years, did you not feel my love for you?" "Stop spewing nonsense, you worthless dog! Do you want to trick me? No way!" Hua Haifeng screamed furiously in rage. "Kid, you can go back home and ask your mother. She will tell you the truth." "I don't believe it. Don't believe it. You're bullshitting me. My dad is Hua Guangming, president of the Huahai Corporation. How could a lowly dog like you be my father?" Hua Haifeng was hysterical. He couldn't accept how he had now fallen from being the crown prince of the mighty Huahai Corporation to be a butler's son, not to mention an illegitimate son. How ridiculous and ironic. He lunged with his knife at Guanzhong like a deranged madman and stabbed a dozen bloody holes on Guanzhong's chest. Bleeding from his mouth and nose, Guanzhong started to convulse. Hua Haifeng came back to his senses and realized he had killed someone. Panic-stricken, he pushed the car door open and ran out limping with his broken left leg. A bitter smile formed on Guanzhong's anguished face. He was killed by his own son. Could it really be karma?
He slammed the accelerator to the floor. The fancy business car darted forward like a sharp arrow and crashed into a tanker parked by the roadside. With a deafening explosion, the two vehicles were engulfed in flames. Destroying the evidence was the last thing he could do for his son. He couldn't let the cause of his death to hang over Hua Haifeng. Hua Haifeng hadn't walked too far away. He was startled by the sudden sound of an explosion and fell to the ground. Maybe he could really felt the connection with his father. Perhaps he was only frightened. Tears welled from his eyes as he watched the raging flames shooting up into the air. Xiao Luo spent the whole day with Xiao Luo and Tang Ren. They ate and drank and had a good time. Although Xiao Luo asked Xiao Luo about certain things, he didn't reveal too much. He only told her, "Anything at any time would not change the fact that I am your brother." These words were very sufficient to reassure Xiao Luo and Tang Ren. It was almost 9 o'clock at night when he returned to the training camp. Yan Wang and Feng Xishua got hold of him and asked him with great urgency, "Xiao Luo, where is Guanqian Shui?" Xiao Luo frowned a little and thought to himself, this young girl was not back yet. As Xiao Luo expected, Feng Xishua continued to say, "The guard saw you went out with her today. Why are you the only one who came back?" An angry look showed on Yan Wang's face. He asked straightforwardly, "Did you sell her, you little rascal?" How could that be possible? Xiao Luo smiled bitterly and related the story to the two training officers without reservation. Yan Wang pointed at Xiao Luo right away and said in a disappointed voice, "You're in big trouble. Guanqian Shui moved to Mount Taishan to be a formal apprentice of a teacher and only came out when she was 20 years old. It was clearly written in her file that she has no sense of direction and can't find her way in a busy city. She is definitely lost." Is that real? Xiao Luo was stunned. He would have created a big mess if that was true. Thinking of Guanqian Shui's innocent face, Xiao Luo couldn't stand idly by. He turned around and ran out of the gate of the training camp. "Where are you going?" Yan Wang shouted behind him. "To find her and bring her back." Without looking back, he ran out the door and caught a cab to get to that N-shaped building. He planned to start his search for Guanqian Shui at the building in the center. "Let's not stand here in a daze. Notify all the patrolling officers and ask them to help find Guanqian Shui. If anything happened to her, not only will Guanqian Lin make us feel sorry for it, the lone graybeard in Mount Taishan will tear us to pieces," Yan Wang said to Feng Xishua in anxiety. "Yes." Feng Xishua left to follow the order. "Fuck, why is everything so crappy every day?" Yan Wang knit his brows tightly in deep thought. He truly regretted that he granted the free-to-leave privilege to Xiao Luo and Guanqian Shui. When Xiao Luo arrived at the N-shaped building by cab, he immediately saw Guanqian Shui, who was sitting on the marble stairs at the entrance to the door of the building. A fountain was situated right in front of the steps. An array of colored lights had been switched on, and they lit up the water sprays in the hues of the rainbow. Xiao Luo paid the fare and got out of the car before walking toward Guanqian Shui. Wearing the camouflage training suit, she huddled to herself with her head lowered and her eyes staring still at the floor at the front. As beautiful as she was, with jade-like skin and delicate eyes, she looked like a runaway kid, lonely and helpless. Guanqian Shui raised her head when she saw a pair of foot appeared on the floor that she had been staring at. Her bright eyes were stiff for a moment before gleaming with anger when she discovered it was Xiao Luo. Biting her rosy lips, she grumbled, "You lied to me." She might be naive and unsophisticated, but not stupid. She knew Xiao Luo lied to her to get rid of her. Before her voice faded, she leaped upward like a small and pretty snow leopard and struck at Xiao Luo's shoulder with her hand. An unimaginably powerful impact surged from her seemingly soft palm. Xiao Luo was caught off guard. Bang! He staggered backward several steps like he had been struck by lightning. his left shoulder in excruciating pain. Before he realized what was happening, Guanxiang Shui advanced towards him again. Every movement she made contained formidable offensive techniques. The most astounding thing was how fast her attack was. Xiao Luo understood that it was his fault, so he was merely dodging without fighting back, and he tried to persuade Guanxiang Shui while ducking her punches. Stop! Stop hitting me! Training Officer Yan and Feng Xishua are looking for you. You and I should go back as soon as possible. Why would Guanxiang Shui listen to Xiao Luo? He tricked her into here and made her sit here like an idiot all day without one familiar face around. Right now, she only knew that she hated him with all her heart and wanted to strike him down. However, Xiao Luo was able to evade all the punches except the first blow that was thrown at him at incognito. This infuriated her, but she was at a loss of what to do next. Xiao Luo, can you not dodge? Xiao Luo made him chuckle. Was she asking him to stand still for her to aim? That was some wishful thinking. Guanxiang Shui finally stopped after 10 more minutes. She sat back on the marble stairs and only spoke after a while. Xiao Luo, I'm hungry. Rumbling. With impeccable timing, her stomach started protesting too, right after she spoke. With blushed cheeks, the young girl looked at Xiao Luo coyly. She looked at him with an unyielding stare like an upset child who had to bend to an adult's will. Xiao Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was attacking him just seconds ago. Now she told him she was hungry and probably was expecting him to treat her to a meal. It was pretty awkward, no matter how he thought about it.
Chapter 197. It's All Mine. Xiao Luo reported back to Yan Wang and Feng Zhixiao, who were at the training camp, that Gu Qianxie was with him. Then he took Gu Qianxie to a hot pot restaurant. The young girl didn't even glance at the vegetables on the menu and only ordered meat. It made Xiao Luo feel like the two of them shared some common interest after all. They were both meat lovers. After boiling a plate of shaved meat, Gu Qianxie started to eat straight away. She blinked her bright eyes and asked Xiao Luo, "What kind of meat is this?" Xiao Luo said, "Shaved lamb meat." "This is not lamb. I had lamb in the Mount Tianshan. It doesn't taste like this." Gu Qianxie took it very seriously. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, there was so much shaved meat in hot pot restaurants. They claimed those were pork, beef, or lamb, but as long as it was edible, who would care what kind of meat it really was? He changed the subject and said, "By the way, why didn't you go back to the training camp after finding out I played a trick on you?" Gu Qianxie didn't respond straight away. She lowered her head and put some meat in her mouth with a fork. After a while, she said to Xiao Luo without raising her head, "I don't remember the way back." It turned out she really didn't have any sense of direction. Xiao Luo exhaled a sigh. How could such a directionally challenged person be an auxiliary police officer? He couldn't help but start to feel suspicious about Gu Qianxie. He then said, "You could have called your sister with your phone." "No way. She would definitely come to take me back if she knew I signed up to be an auxiliary police officer." "Even if you can't tell your sister, you could have asked the police for help. They would certainly take you back as soon as you tell them you're in the training camp." Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Gu Qianxie raised her head and took a brief look at him. A trace of disdain seemed to appear in her sparkling eyes, and she said to Xiao Luo, "We are the police officers." Xiao Luo was speechless. The auxiliary police were indeed part of the police. There was nothing wrong with what she said. After the short conversation, Gu Qianxie continued to bury her head in the food. Starving, she didn't have the psychological burden of a pretty girl who was afraid of displaying such poor table manners. She gulped down meat and chugged water with the style of the martial ladies in ancient times. Even though Xiao Luo had already taken dinner, looking at Gu Qianxie devouring food gave him an appetite once more. He picked up the chopsticks and was about to taste a slice of beef in the hot pot.
However, as he was about to put it to consume it, the slice of beef was snatched by Gu Qianxie, leaving him with a pair of empty chopsticks. She then duly brought it to her own mouth that already looked oily from the food. She started to chew the beef with relish. She glared at Xiao Luo and said in a rude and unreasonable tone, "These are all mine. You're not allowed to eat." What? Xiao Luo furrowed his brows and thought to himself, this young girl had gone too far. I treated her with hot pot, and yet she had hoarded all the food and wouldn't even allow me a slice of meat. How was this reasonable? He was not in the mood to give in to her ways, and picked another slice from the steaming hot pot using his chopsticks. Nevertheless, the chopsticks in Gu Qianxie's hand once again pouched the meat he picked, like a snake springing at the prey. Prepared, Xiao Luo dodged immediately and made Gu Qianxie come away empty-handed. Gu Qianxie knitted her thin, arched brows as she twisted wrist, and once again the chopsticks in her hand shot at the piece of meat. The back and forth between them looked like the typical chopstick fighting scene that was frequently shown in wuxia TV shows: offense and defense, advance and retreat. Sometimes the slice of beef would be flipped up in the air while their chopsticks fighting against each other. One pair would snatch the meat again when it fell, only to be retrieved by the other. It was an excellent spectacle of skill. Many guests and waiters craned their necks to watch. Look, a chopstick war! How exciting! Who would think the actions in wuxia TV shows are not entirely nonsense? Could this be a performance of the hot pot restaurant for entertainment? When Gu Qianxie grabbed hold of the beef and put it in her mouth, the whole restaurant burst into thunderous applause. Awesome! Shouts of cheers went up as well. Gu Qianxie rolled her eyes at Xiao Luo and said in a rude and unreasonable tone, "You are not a match for me. Don't waste your time." What? Xiao Luo had never been dismissed like this in his life. He replied angrily, "Don't think you won that previous exchange. It was only because I didn't want to lower myself to your level in front of so many people." Gu Qianxie ignored him and continued to eat the meat. The cloud of steam of the hot pot rose up to her face and made her naturally rosy cheeks even more ruddy. The two left the hot pot restaurant after 1.5 hours. Xiao Luo was at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. This little girl had a much better appetite than ordinary women. The hot pot cost him over $300, and he didn't get to eat even a slice of beef. Gu Qianxie finished all the food, leaving him to only several cups of tea. "Do you eat this much for every meal on the Mount Tianshan?" Xiao Luo asked curiously. "Master said that a martial arts practitioner has to have a good stomach." Gu Qianxie answered. After being treated by Xiao Luo for dinner, she was not as cold toward Xiao Luo as before. "What do you usually eat on the mountain?" "Meat." Gu Qianxie thought for a while and added, "Snow deer meat. There is a lot of snow deer in Mount Tianshan." "I heard you spent 10 years on Mount Tianshan. Have you ever attended any school?" Xiao Luo asked. Gu Qianxie stared blankly in front of her, then clicked her tongue and said, "There was a school in the city at the foot of the mountain." "All right." Xiao Luo felt a bit of awkwardness between them. He was the only one who was asking questions, while she never initiated anything and immediately ended the conversation with a dead-end reply. He had to find a new subject just to keep the conversation going, which made it quite difficult for him to continue. In the meantime, he couldn't help but sigh that he had actually met someone as cold as snow and with no idea how to hold a conversation with others. He thought he was terrible enough. They finally went back to the training camp. Yan Wang was fuming in anger, yelling at Xiao Luo and Gu Qianxie, "Do you really think the training camp is your home where you can come and go whenever you want? Do you know you two are the worst auxiliary police candidates that I've ever trained? Motherfucker! Go run 10 laps, no 20 laps is your punishment. You're not allowed to go to sleep before finishing your laps." The intended punishment was 10 laps, but Yan Wang suddenly remembered that both Xiao Luo and Gu Qianxie had physical training before, so he doubled it, knowing 10 laps would be too easy for them. The two didn't explain themselves, nor did they complain. They just started to run on the track. They were running fast, maintaining the sprinting speed of the average trainee. Yan Wang and Feng Zishao were left open-mouthed when they realized that Xiao Luo and Gu Qianshe only took 20 minutes to finish the course. Those 20 laps were enough to break any other ordinary trainees. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. They didn't seem to be pressured at all, as if they were running for fun. After the laps, they walked back to their dorms without saying a word to Yan Wang. Was my punishment too light? Yan Wang took off his sunglasses and stood there staring at them wide-eyed in astonishment. It's not that your punishment was too light, it's that these two are too sick. Feng Zishao gulped. Xiao Luo and Gu Qianshe's physical condition was much better than his, despite his credentials of being an ex-super forces. He could only gasp in admiration. Motherfucker! Yan Wang was beginning to feel his authority as the resident training officer slip. Thanks to these two, it was taking a devastating blow. He convinced himself that he needed to take action to restore his status.
Chapter 198. Are you nuts? Thin streaks of clouds floated across the blue sky as the sunlight spread a welcome warmth to the ground below. In the training camp for the auxiliary police, Xiao Luo and the others formed a 2-rank deep line and were maintaining a standing position. Yan Wang and Feng Zishao stood at the head of the team. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, Yan Wang had on a stern expression. Feng Zishao, on the other hand, was thoroughly inspecting the trainees in front of him with his gentle eyes. "It's always this fucking way," Liu Taiguo muttered to himself. Xiao Luo nodded with a smile and answered in agreement. "Indeed." "What are you whispering about over there? Repeat it out loud." Yan Wang looked in their direction and questioned reprovingly in a harsh voice. Liu Taiguo was startled a little, then squared his shoulders and threw back his head, said, "Sir, I was saying, Officer Yan and Officer Feng are very handsome." "Xiao Luo, what about you?" "Sir, I answered, they really are handsome." "Don't think that I won't punish you guys just because you told the truth. Go, run 5 laps before you come back," Yan Wang ordered, looking very serious. Liu Taiguo regretted not being able to keep his mouth shut. He frowned and shot Xiao Luo a glance, trying to tell him that he was sorry for implicating him in this. Then he started to run around the training ground. Xiao Luo didn't mind at all. Running 5 laps was barely an effort for him. The other auxiliary police trainees couldn't help but snigger quietly. They thought Liu Taiguo and Xiao Luo deserved the punishment. Yan Wang barked out another order. "All of you, turn right. 5 laps of physical training. Run." The auxiliary police trainees turned pale with shock, surprised that they had to be punished with a 5-lap run. "What are you standing there for? How are you going to start the training for today without limbering up and stretching it all? Run now. I will start to kick your butts otherwise," Yan Wang shouted, meaning every word he said. The group had no choice but to break into their run, doing it with a degree of reluctance. After they ran away, Yan Wang took out his phone from his pocket and looked at himself with the selfie camera. Rubbing his stubbly beard on his chin, he said to himself, "Motherfucker, how could I become more handsome? Don't I look this way all the time?" Standing by his side, Feng Zishao took a deep breath and rolled his eyes. The auxiliary police trainees were all visibly excited when a row of firearms was brought up. Both men and women were curious about these high-powered weapons and eagerly anticipating learning to use them. Of course, Gu Qianshui and Xiao Luo were not among them. Because of her sister Gu Qianlin, Gu Qianshui had experience with firearms a long time ago. Xiao Luo, having the King of Mercenaries' constitution, and not only the skills of mercenaries, but also a thorough knowledge of firearms. He could say without exaggeration that he knew about weapons like the palm of his hand. You probably guessed the content of today's lesson. You're right, it's firearms. Yan Wang's loud and clear voice rang out. You will be assigned a gun when you're on duty.
You'll make a laughingstock of yourself if you don't even know how to use it." I picked up a black handgun and showed it to the auxiliary police trainees. Asked them, "Anyone knows what kind of gun this is?" Everyone looked at each other, but no one was able to answer. After all, as trainees, they had no previous knowledge about guns. "It's a QSZ-92 pistol. It has a polymer grip, and the magazine holds either 15 9mm rounds or 20 5.88mm rounds. The effective firing range is 50 meters." Gu Qianshui spoke in a soft voice. Yan Wang looked at her in appreciation and nodded, said, "Correct. This indeed is a QSZ-92 pistol. The design started in 1987 and was officially submitted for production in 1994. The design for QSZ-92-5.8mm and its ammunition was finished in 2000. Most of our police force is using this type of gun." Yan Wang put down the QSZ-92 and picked up another gun that had a shorter barrel. He looked directly at Xiao Luo and asked, "Xiao Luo, do you know what gun this is?" "Sir, I don't know." Xiao Luo answered. He really didn't know. The King of Mercenaries' constitution only gave him knowledge of famous foreign firearms. The native guns of Hua Nation were nameless in his eyes. They were all the same to him anyway. "Heh, ignorant and incompetent," Yan Wang scolded Xiao Luo, venting out his disappointment. Then he looked at Gu Qianshui and said, "Gu Qianshui, what about you?" Gu Qianshui's keen eye shot a glance at the gun, and with an indifferent tone she said, "Type 77 pistol. It utilizes a striker-fired single-action firing mechanism. The user can single-handedly chamber a cartridge by pulling the trigger guard back or use the traditional manual safety that exists above the left grip panel on the frame. It uses a single-stacked 9-round magazine, and the effective firing range is 50 meters. Everyone was astounded by Gu Qianshui's answer and gasped in admiration. Not only did she know the type of each handgun, but she could also describe their functions and features. She was like a walking encyclopedia. "Did you hear her clearly? She's right. This is a Type 77 pistol. Same as the QSZ-92. It's in widespread use across the country by our police force." Yan Wang put down the handgun and walked to a line of rifles. He said, "We've gone through these two kinds of pistol. Now let's talk about this Type 79 submachine gun. It was designed in 1979 and went into production in 1983. The rate of fire is 1,000 rounds per minute. What does that mean? It means it can shoot 1,000 bullets in a minute. Wouldn't a person be smashed by the bullets? Yes, 1,000 rounds per minute? How frightening! The power of destruction is unimaginable." The trainees kept taking in large breaths of air every time they saw a new weapon. It was hard to believe that this was the first time they saw these weapons up close, where they could only see them on TV. Yan Wang was satisfied that he could intimidate the trainees. He looked at Xiao Luo and asked him sternly, "Xiao Luo, you tell us the other specifications of this submachine gun." "Sir, I don't know," Xiao Luo answered. "Ignorant and uneducated. Can you show at least a little bit of promise?" Yan Wang admonished him like a schoolteacher in ancient times. Xiao Luo was speechless. He was sure that Yan Wang was bearing grudges against him because he scared Yan Wang with a punch in the gym the day before. Otherwise, Yan Wang had no reason to embarrass him in front of others. Liu Taiguo showed some sympathy, however. "Gu Qianshui, you tell us." Yan Wang's eye glanced at Gu Qianshui. "Type 79 submachine gun. The caliber is 7.62 millimeters. The gun with an empty cartridge weighs 1.75 kilograms. It has a 20-round box magazine and an effective firing range of 200 meters. Gu Qianshui replied clearly with everything she knew. Look at you. You are worse than a girl. Xiao Luo, you truly disappoint me." Xiao Luo remained silent. It was just words. Words couldn't hurt, he kept telling himself. After introducing the firearms, Yan Wang threw another question. What should you do if the enemy is pointing a gun at you at close range? Liu Taiguo immediately raised his hand in excitement and said, I know. If the bad guy is pointing a gun at us, we should quickly block the muzzle with our fingers. In this way, the bullets can't get out and will explode inside the barrel and hurt the bad guy instead. Everyone laughed out loud upon hearing his answer. If that would work, maybe pigs could fly too. Feng Zushao also was amused. He failed to maintain his somber look and uttered a chuckle. Yan Wang's face was impassive. He bawled out, Motherfucker, Liu Taiguo, are you fucking nuts? Blocking the muzzle with your fingers? Is your head full of shit?
Chapter 199. Qualification. As expected, Liu Taiguo was given a few kicks in the butt by Yan Wang. It hurt so much that his eyes teared. Deep down, he still wasn't convinced. He thought to himself, in those special forces movies, they always said that plugging the muzzle with your fingers could cause the enemy's pistol to explode. Xiao Luo was speechless when he heard Liu Taiguo say that. Of course, a finger would never prevent the bullet from discharging. To begin with, keeping a tight seal on the gun barrel itself would be a big problem. The recoil from a fired gun would be immense. Even if the finger could fit into the muzzle and plug it up completely, it could never keep the integrity of the seal intact after the trigger had been pulled. Hence, blocking a muzzle with a finger was impractical, and it was also, theoretically, not possible. Many people have an inexplicable fear of firing a gun, but as auxiliary polices, you must overcome this fear. Yan Wang told the crowd solemnly, Now each of you will come forward one at a time and fire the gun. For the male auxiliary polices, although there were some trainees who were quite afraid in their first attempt to fire a gun, they just gritted their teeth and went ahead with it. Naturally, they wouldn't be scared anymore after that. But things were a little different for the female auxiliary polices. They were beyond terrified. Some even had both of their hands trembling after they picked up the gun. Fortunately, under Gu Qinshui's aid and guidance, they finally pulled the trigger for the first time. Isn't it just firing a gun? What is there to be afraid of? Watch me! It was now Liu Taiguo's turn. He strode forward, picked up the gun with one hand, aimed at a distant target in a way that he thought was very cool, and was ready to pull the trigger. However, Yan Wang immediately stepped forward and snatched the pistol away from him, then giving him a kick. He berated Liu Taiguo. You damned redneck, Liu Taiguo! Who allowed you to hold a gun with one hand? Didn't I make myself clear enough just now? The recoil force from firing a gun is too massive. You have to hold the gun firmly with both hands. You frickin' ignored my words like passing wind? Sir, and what did you say earlier? Plugging the muzzle with your fingers? I frickin' wish I could stuff your brain into a toilet bowl. Bang! A loud gunshot echoed across the firing range. As if the rays of hope suddenly shone down on him, Liu Taiguo, being pursued by Yan Wang, quickly pointed at Gu Qinshui and shouted, Sir, look, she's using one hand. The both of you are different. You wish to learn how to run without even knowing how to walk? Are you dumb or what? And what did you say earlier? Plugging the muzzle with your fingers? I frickin' wish I could stuff your brain into a toilet bowl. Bang! Yet another ear-piercing shot. Liu Taiguo was exhilarated. He pointed at Xiao Luo and said, Sir, look, Xiao Luo used one hand as well. To save himself from the Yan Wang's butt-whacking, he betrayed Xiao Luo without much hesitation. He thought to himself, Yan Wang hates Xiao Luo. Now that he had violated the rules, I can seize this opportunity and get Yan Wang to unleash his fury on him instead. As expected, a look of spite and glee washed over Yan Wang's face. He spared Liu Taiguo for now and zeroed in for Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, I have said use both hands to hold the gun when shooting. Did you hear me or not?
Firing with one hand? Who do you think you are? Stallone in The Expendables? He dashed forward and hurled his leg at Xiao Luo's butt. But how could Xiao Luo accept such a punishment? He leaned on one side and blocked Yan Wang's foot with his thigh. Sir, I didn't see you say anything to Gu Qinshui when she fired the gun with one hand. Why must Liu Tiguo and I be punished for the same feat? Your biasness in treatment is too obvious, is it not? He had not wished to be conspicuous initially, but he really couldn't bear to see Liu Tiguo being treated so harshly. So the only thing he could do was divert Yan Wang's attention to himself. But at the same time, he couldn't accept being kicked in the butt by Yan Wang, and that was why he alluded to Gu Qinshui. Did I do that? He sneered while facing the crowd. He questioned, have I ever treated any of you differently? Persuaded by his authority, the auxiliary police trainees nodded in support. One man even took a big step forward and said in a pretentious and overbearing tone, "Report, sir. You are fair to all of us. No discrepancy has ever taken place." "You heard him?" Looking at Xiao Luo, Yan Wang said haughtily, "Xiao Luo, do you have anything else to say?" Xiao Luo shook his head in resignation. He was speechless. He finally knew the man was lying through his teeth. Just then, Gu Qinshui stepped up. "Report! I fired the gun with one hand just now." When she said that, Yan Wang froze. Fengzi Xiao, from a short distance away, put his hand on his forehead. He thought to himself, Wang is gonna get embarrassed. Yan Wang took off his sunglasses and stared at her. "Gu Qinshui, are you sure that you're telling the truth?" Gu Qinshui nodded. "Yes, sir, I fired the gun with one hand." She didn't know how to take a hint. For her, 1 was 1 and 2 was 2. She was even confused about why everybody had said she fired the gun with both hands. She was dead sure she used only one hand. Xiao Luo smiled. "You heard her, sir? F***ing redneck. You want to go against me, is it? Gu Qinshui has been trained by her sister. Her proficiency with the gun is on par with mine, so I allowed her to use only one hand. But who do you think you are to fire a gun with one hand? Are you qualified to do so?" "I think I am." Xiao Luo had to say that. His pride would not allow him to be knocked down by Yan Wang. Yan Wang was so infuriated that he began laughing sarcastically. "I've seen imposters, but I've never seen a greater one than you." "Yeah, Xiao Luo, stop boasting about your abilities. Hurry up and apologize to Officer Yan and beg for forgiveness," Ma Pinjin piped in, true to form and once again performing his specialty. Xiao Luo ignored him. He looked at Yan Wang and asked, "I wonder what I should do for you to recognize that I'm qualified enough to do so." "Xiao Luo, very bold you are. Do you think you're invincible because you have some petty skills?" Yan Wang said chillingly, "Fine then. You want me to recognize you? I'll give you a chance."
Chapter 200. 100 Points. Yan Wang dissembled the handgun into separate parts, then looked at Xiao Luo. "Assembling a gun is a basic requirement. If you can assemble this gun, I will recognize that you are qualified to fire a gun with one hand." Assembling a gun? The auxiliary police trainees looked on, wide-eyed. They were all recruited from civilian society, and they knew very little about firearms. Besides, they have never handled a real gun by themselves. Assembling a toy gun may still be possible for them, but a real gun? That would be cracking up as an international joke. It would be absolutely impossible. "Is there a time limit?" Xiao Luo asked. Upon hearing this, the crowd was somewhat surprised and thought scornfully, "This guy really wants to challenge assembling a gun? He's hoping for too much, isn't he?" Ma Pinjin coughed and said, "Xiao Luo, stop fooling around. Just hurry up and apologize to Officer Yan, and don't embarrass yourself. This is a real gun. You think it's a toy for kids or something? It can't be assembled that easily." "Can you stop talking?" The one who said that was Gu Qinshui. Every word Ma Pinjin said made her cringe, and she felt so annoyed that she knit her tattooed brows.
The stature that Gu Shenxue had held had been evident to everyone for a while now. Although she was a great beauty, her prowess was not lesser than that of Yan Wang's. Ma Pinjin shut his mouth embarrassedly. "Are you sure you want to take up the challenge?" Yan Wang asked Xiao Luo as he squinted his eyes. "Yes, sir," Xiao Luo nodded. To avoid being kicked in the butt and lectured by Yan Wang, he had no other choice. "Fine. You may begin now. There's no time restriction. As long as you could assemble the gun, I will overlook the fact that you have fired the gun with one hand." His face was full of contempt. He had validated multiple times that Xiao Luo was someone born to a family of farmers in the Xi province. His excellent physical abilities might have been nurtured by some past master living a reclusive life. However, he would know nothing about firearms, and there was no way he could ever reassemble the gun. Without saying a word, Xiao Luo picked up the separate parts with both hands and began assembling them together. The action, barrel, and frame, these parts were put together at rapid speed. Yan Wang's trainees looked on in disbelief as they saw Xiao Luo take all three parts in his hands and assemble them together correctly, all in one motion. Were they to do in his place, they would resort to the conventional method, which would take 3 steps. In other words, Xiao Luo's single-step assembly was equivalent to their 3-stepped process. Whoosh! Before anyone present could even react, the crowning moment arrived when the magazine was slotted into the receiver, all done seamlessly and elegantly. A wholly assembled pistol was duly placed on the table. The total time taken to complete the task was not more than 10 seconds. Xiao Luo's actions were like flowing clouds and water. He worked so fast that they couldn't even keep up with their eyes. The group of trainees stood there startled. Their brains were empty. In their minds they asked themselves, "He's done with it? How is that possible?" Ma Pinjin felt his face burning with envy, as if a palm had forcibly slapped him across his face. Unbelievable! Feng Zhixiao said in astonishment. He couldn't believe that Xiao Luo really did know how to assemble a gun, and even do it at such astonishing speed. Yan Wang was spellbound. He thought to himself, "What in the world am I witnessing? That kid has actually got it done." "What did you do before you came here?" He looked at Xiao Luo, still unable to believe what he had just seen. "It's clearly written inside my personal file. I'm unemployed. I came to serve as an auxiliary police officer for a stable life." Unemployed? Yan Wang was always skeptical of his identity. "Xiao Luo, I want to compete with you in gun assembly," Gu Shenxue said out of the blue. She was determined to get the first place, and Xiao Luo would undoubtedly hinder her path towards that achievement. Xiao Luo looked at her and said earnestly, "This won't be tested in the assessment." He had seen through Gu Shenxue's mind for some time now. She had the attitude of a straight A student, so she definitely wished to get number 1 in everything. After some thought, Gu Shenxue felt that he was right, and she said, "Then let's shoot." "Stop fooling around." Xiao Luo rejected her challenge without hesitation. He wasn't keen to mess around with this little girl. But however, just at that moment, Yan Wang meddled in. "Xiao Luo, I want you to compete with Gu Shenxue in a shooting contest. This is an order." Xiao Luo really cursed at him under his breath. But he was the instructor, and an order was an order, so he had no choice but to follow it. "Each one of you will fire 10 shots. Whoever obtains a higher score wins." Yan Wang decided to make things more interesting and went on to lay out the rules for the contest. "And, since this is a contest, it shall have its rewards and punishment. On second thought, forget about the reward. The loser will be responsible for cleaning the public toilet at the dormitory for 1 whole week." He wanted to brutally bring Xiao Luo down every chance he got, and he would resort to any means at his disposal. "There's less than a week before the special training ends," Feng Zhixiao whispered by his ears to remind him. "Until the special training ends," Yan Wang said. The rules of the contest Yan Wang set made it difficult for Xiao Luo to go easy on her even if he wished to. Besides, he couldn't bear having to clean the toilet even more, and that helped him make up his mind in the end. Yan Wang is obviously gunning for Xiao Luo. Liu Tieguo sighed in sympathy for his friend Xiao Luo. Gu Shenshui went to the shooting range, picked up a QSC-92 pistol, and accurately shot at the 10 targets at 30 meters away. Bam, bam, bam! 10 consecutive gunshots, clean, precise, and without hesitation. Using her inner power, she shot with only one hand, not even considering the use of both to ensure the best possible results. Feng Zhisha walked downrange to check the targets, and despite being mentally prepared for it, he was still shocked when he confirmed the results. 100 points! When Feng Zhisha announced the results, the crowd went silent. What? She scored 100 points? That means that every bullet she fired landed right in the bullseye, 10 points for each shot. They looked at Gu Shenshui in telling reverence, absolutely convinced of her talent and abilities. Even Yan Wang couldn't help staring in admiration, even wiping sweat from his brow. To say that she pierced a willow leaf from the distance of 100 paces was not an exaggeration, because that was what she was capable of. Gu Shenshui winked cheekily, her bright eyes fixed at Xiao Luo, and she said, "It's your turn." Is there even a need to continue this competition? In his heart, Liu Tieguo cried miserably for Xiao Luo. There were 10 points for every single shot, so there was no way that Gu Shenshui could lose this contest. The others reacted similarly, and even Ma Pinjin found his voice again. "Xiao Luo, you better admit defeat. There's no need—" He stopped abruptly, as Xiao Luo raised the gun and pointed the barrel directly at him with clearly murderous intentions. "Xiao Luo, what are you doing? Redneck, put the gun down!" Yan Wang and Feng Zhisha broke out in cold sweat. If an incident were to happen inside the training camp, they would have to bear all the consequences. Xiao Luo sweared when he heard Yan Wang's warning, then turned the gun the other direction, firing 10 consecutive shots at the newly set-up targets. He shot with one hand, just like Gu Shenshui, seeming like he was shooting to kill. Bam, bam, bam! After 10 shots, he pushed back the safety lever of the gun and placed it down in front of him. "Instructor Feng, please report my score," Xiao Luo said faintly. Feng Zhisha ran over to check the targets. When he had a look at them, he was beyond amazed. His eyes opened so widely that his eyeballs nearly popped off. Like Gu Shenshui, Xiao Luo had hit the bullseye dead center with every shot. None were even a little bit off the mark. Xiao Luo's result is—" "Stop repeating yourself. Are you a parrot? Hurry up and announce his results," Yan Wang shouted impatiently. "Xiao Luo's also scores 100 points, Feng Zhisha said, finally getting it out of his mouth. What? 100 points too? Yan Wang thought he was hallucinating or having hearing problems. Gu Shenshui getting a result of 100 points was entirely possible. But what was going on with Xiao Luo? How could a mediocre lad born in an average family from Xi province get 10 consecutive hits without a hint of nerves? It wasn't just Yan Wang, but even the auxiliary police trainees were wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. "Feng, are you mistaken?" Yan Wang asked. "I've checked the targets again and again. I confirm that Xiao Luo's total score is 100. Every shot he fired hit the targets on the dime. There is absolutely no mistake." In the lull that followed, only the sound of whispering winds could be heard at the shooting range. Everyone silently looked at Xiao Luo like he was an alien.